I think the UK needs to do a response.
5 things you really need to know to improve your micro. Some of the
3 things you might not know about radars.
Overrun! 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 Yes!
No, no. No, I didn't know this.
Yeah, the US Navy is moving steadily.
Have US Navy some engagement? This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
He's up the map mode under the temperature.
yeah. Maybe we before we say what the outcome was of the plan. Maybe we should
2.2 million casualties and the meat war. It has been a while, so
yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting.
hello, all you beautiful people out there. We're back with another grand game of Hygge with the Hygge community. This time it's called an Indifferent Task Force. Very glad to have you with you here on this 4th of June. And with me here is Petey.
Yes, and it's very nice to be back here again in the chair. And today, aside from myself and Victor, we have Casual doing the technician's role, and it's his first time doing that. But he's a much more technical guy than I am, so I think it's going to be great. So if you could please let us know in the chat how the sound levels and everything are. If you can hear us all right, but not too loud, that would be great. And it's nice to see so many of our regulars here already. We're a bit late as usual, nothing unusual. The game has just started, so we're gonna get into that right now. And yeah, we'll start going through the players, because we have a nice, interesting lineup today. I think it's gonna be a good, even game. Yeah, let's get into it, I think.
Yeah, indeed, let's. And Saxeliv said here he took a shower, brushed his teeth, and even flossed. And then we were still not live. So it has been a long few minutes,
Yeah.
it has, but now we are getting into the game.
Yeah, we're usually starting around 1:15, even though it says we should start at 10. But yeah, now it's a bit later than that. But yeah, due to different reasons. So, anyways, why don't we start with the big bad wolf itself, Germany. And today on Germany we have Falk playing as the main controller, and Falk, for those of you who know him, he's one of our most dangerous players, especially with the tanks. He's a 10-star general. He's been playing Germany many times before, and he's joined by Snistan. And Snistan, my younger brother, and also a 10-star general. He's played Germany many times before as well, and among other times he played Germany on the second seat last game, actually, where they got absolutely trounced. I was playing that game. I don't know if you saw. It was a sort of I don't know. It's not the proudest streaming moment for us. We had a POV stream, and yeah, it wasn't great. But today we are back in force.
Yeah, indeed, and he's probably back for revenge here as well. I mean, we have 2 10-star generals on Germany, and 10-star general in our community means that you get a star for every 5th game you attend. So that means that what does it mean actually? It means that they have 100 games in between them, at least.
Yeah.
So this is a very, very experienced Germany. So if they manage to translate that knowledge and that experience into a good fight on the field, I think the Allies might be very scared of this one.
Yeah, and indeed, Turse Bidonu 79, this is multiplayer. This is a historical multiplayer Hearts of Iron game. We're playing on the Hygge mod, which is a multiplayer mod based on their Finest Bra mod, and so it's a bit adapted for multiplayer gaming. So it's a bit different from your single player vanilla games.
Yeah. Indeed it is, and if there is any newcomers here as well, we are doing a historical playthrough, which means that some things will happen as they have historically. For example, Spanish Civil War, the outbreak of the war between Germany, Soviet Union and Poland will break out in 1939, for example. Some other things may not play out as historically, and of course it's with still very unknown which side will win.
Yeah.
So,
definitely. So, anyways, Falk. He's known to be a quite conventional player. He never does anything unexpected. Basically, he's just got solid mechanics. Usually old, tried and tested builds. So we'll probably see him doing a lot of assault guns in the beginning, moving into medium tanks. I met him just last week or this week rather, and yeah, he wouldn't reveal any surprising new tactics. Snistan, his co-op seat on the other hand, he loves playing unconventionally. He loves his paratroopers, and he'll probably be badgering Falk to do sneaky tactics. So it's an interesting combination of the two.
I mean, it might be a good balance here. You have a bit of yin-yang, you know. If you only have Snistan, then he might go some Panzer ship paratrooper thing and lose. And if you have only Falk, then it might not stand up to some unconventional tactics from the other side. So, scary Germany, I think.
Yeah, I think more scary than last time, because last time when Magnus was the main controller, they had a really bad game of it. They didn't have enough tanks, they didn't have enough planes, they didn't have enough of anything really. So I think this time this Germany is a lot more dangerous. Yeah, and who should we look at next?
Well, we could go to Japan, I suppose. The other big bad, but the big bad in the Pacific Ocean.
Let's move over.
Played by Ivan and Ivason.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, we have some experience on Japan here. And also we have Ivan played Italy last game, if I recall correctly, and lost though. So he's probably looking for revenge. But then he has a fresh mind on these naval things, because Italy is also quite navally focused sometimes. So also Ivason is a 7-star general, and he has played Japan 3 times before. So this is also looking to be a quite scary Japan.
Yeah, I think so. Ivan is a really strong player as well. He's got solid mechanics and usually a well prepped out build. He's good at the Navy game, I think. So it'll be interesting to see what they go for. I think last time the Japanese player had quite some problems with the China war. Yeah. They got bogged down and they actually got encircled by the AI China. AI China is in this mod is not too easy. I mean, they get waves and waves of troops, so it's not an easy feat. But still, you can practice single player at home playing the China war, so you should have it down to a T. Yeah,
that's the thing. I mean, it's a matter of preparation, right? Because the China war is quite hard, even though it's an AI. It's a lot of troops, but if you test it and test it again and test it again, it will go the same way pretty much every time. So Japan is a country of preparation. You are very Navy focused. You are very supply starved as well, since you have, or you can be very supply starved rather, because your capital is on the island and all of your supply emanates from your capital. So if you get convoy raided, if you run into problems, you might have big trouble in China and in Rush and so on late game. So Japan is a country for prep.
Yeah. Maybe we should look at the what other players they have with them while we're over here. So on Manchukuo, we have Bot. Yeah. And Bot, he's been with the community for about a year. He's never played Manchu before though, or even been in the Asia Pacific theater. So this is a bit news for him. I'm sure that Ivan has some idea of what Bot is supposed to do, because Ivan likes to control his theater, so to speak, and he's the Japanese main controller. So I think they've prepped him up quite well.
Also, if you're going to try out the Pacific theater as a player who hasn't done it before, then Manchu is probably a good way to go, because there is a lot of land fighting with infantry. You are basically up against the Raj, up against Thailand. You don't need to worry as much about island hopping or Tora debuff or something like that you might end up with as the Japanese or the United States player.
Indeed. And there is a choice later on for Japan if they want to go with the small Manchu or the big Manchu. So Manchu, being somewhat Chinese, I suppose, they can get cores on all of China, which can make them a major, basically. But that means that Japan itself gets a lot less resources. So the meta now, I would say, is to go with a small Manchu, and I would guess that since Bot is quite a new Manchu player, we're gonna see the small Manchu here.
I would imagine so as well, but it remains to be seen, and those are the things that might change also depending on how the game goes. But I also believe in small Manchu.
Yeah. And
now let's go over to Italy, and then we have all the Axis majors.
okay, we're jumping a bit back and forth, but why not? Let's do it.
The whole axis of evil.
The whole axis of evil. Yeah. So in Italy we have Sticky. And Sticky is one of our players from the Shetland Islands, which is a small island chain somewhere out.
Nice.
It's not pictured, is it? It's like somewhere here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because these are the Orkneys. No, these are the Shetland Islands. Sorry.
Oh well.
Yeah, he lives here.
They have a
in real
dockyard.
life. They do have a dockyard. That's nice. It's a bit weird. They're sort of half Scottish, half British. So how they identify is a bit different. So Sticky is more of he's got a Scottish accent, more of a Scottish identity, I would say. While Rosen, who we'll get to later, he's got more of a British thing going. That's my opinion, at least.
Let's see what they think about that.
Let's see what they think about that if they watch the stream. They're not watching the stream now.
You can't watch the stream.
Yeah. If any players are watching the stream, stop right now. But I don't think they are. We don't have many cheaters in our community. So Sticky, he's played Italy before, 3 times before. He's a quite solid player. He's an 8-star general, so what's that, 40 games or something? So he's been with the community.
That's solid, and also played Italy 3 times before. I mean, Italy, you can nail it down quite a lot. You know what you're going to do. You're going to have the Navy, you're going to have the war in the Mediterranean, North Africa.
Yeah.
Then again, a lot of shenanigans might happen.
Already
this is going fast. We have a civil war breaking out in Spain.
Yeah.
So we will get back to you with the Allied majors later on, and now let's get into the civil war here and see what is going on.
We definitely need to present the Spanish players. So playing Spain, we have Hygge. And Hygge, he's what we like to say, our Latvian player from Tallinn, Lithuanian player from Tallinn, and that's a bit of an inside joke. He's actually from Latvia, but you know the Balkan countries are very hard to keep track of. And Hygge, he's been with the community for about a year now, but he's played a lot of multiplayer before that. Great banter in the chat usually. He's a nice guy. Still haven't met him in real life. I think he will be joining us for Bergagårdhof later this summer though, when we have our big live event.
Yeah, that will be interesting. Like, we have upgraded our setup every Bergagårdhof now. I remember the first time was the first time we had a live studio. The first time we were in front of the camera with all of you guys. And now the last time, only a year since then, we had drone shots and panorama videos. It was. It's been a long, strange trip.
It's been a long, strange trip indeed.
Yeah.
Let's see who is sending.
Speaking of a long, strange trip, we have volunteers from Japan moving over to Spain. 4 divisions. To be precise, and 3 divisions from Germany there.
Still no Italians though, right? Or maybe he just accepted them before I got to see it. We'll see. Where do I get up the diplomacy screen? I feel a bit rusty here. Let's see.
I think... where do you click?
Yeah.
I think if you click the flag, right? And then diplomacy... you have collaborations? No?
No, that's the occupied territories.
Okay,
never mind.
We'll see.
Never mind. We'll see if we see the Italians on the battlefield later on. It's not an insanely quick civil war just yet, but that's of course because the volunteers haven't joined yet.
Yeah, and we have, like, as you see here, there is a lot of troops on the front, but most of these troops are militia troops. So if you look at the templates here, this is nothing that can push really, or even hold the line. So everything that decides the civil war is the volunteer troops basically, and we will be having volunteers coming in. So for the Republican side, we usually have France, we usually have the Soviets, of course. Do we have any other allied countries?
No, that's it
basically, yeah.
And on the Axis side, we have Germany and Japan that you just saw, usually Italy as well, and sometimes Bulgaria. And this is, of course, one of the only chances to get some experience for your troops before the real war breaks out. So it's a good idea to get some volunteers over there.
We have two people in the chat here. In the Twitch chat, Saxeliv says that you click a province and then you click the flag.
Ah, there we go. There we go. So.
Thank you, Saxeliv.
But I'm not seeing any volunteers here. Don't you usually see the volunteers here? Oh, anyways.
I would imagine so.
Maybe
never mind.
We could check on Italy though. Yeah. No. Yeah, Italy is still in his Ethiopia war over here.
Yeah, Ethiopia is getting gobbled up, and I mean this is what you would expect to happen. But there is a rule that you can't drag on this war forever in order to grind your generals and so on, because the generals gain experience when they fight. So technically you can cheese a lot if you do not kill Ethiopia as Italy, because then you can get really good generals, and that would be overpowered.
Yeah.
And also ahistorical.
And it also means though that he can't send any volunteers until he's finished his own war.
Oh right, yeah, of course, because you can't send the volunteers if you're at war, right?
Yeah.
Ah, well, that explains it.
Yeah. So still no volunteers coming in because we are paused, and we are paused because there's a lot to look at, I guess.
Yeah.
I think that's why we're paused.
I'm not sure why we're paused, but now we are indeed unpaused, and the civil war is continuing as one might expect. You usually see a try to cut off down towards the Catalonian coast there, from like Zaragoza, and so you split the Republican front into two basically, and then you just clear out Madrid, and then you clear out Barcelona. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
And
I think the last game we had, we actually had a catastrophic Spanish civil war for the Spanish player. It was Andreas playing Spain, and he actually lost the Spanish civil war, which is not meant to happen. And it doesn't mean that he's forced to play on the Allied side, but if you do lose the game or the war rather, the Soviet players get a bunch of extra civilian factories.
Yeah.
So.
And also the Soviet player is one of those players that can kind of snowball off of that, because if you get those extra factories, you're going to have an easier winter war, and if you surround all the Finnish in the winter war, then you're going to have an easier continuation war. And I mean, the Spanish Civil War does not decide games, but it always gives you an indication of like the first little goal in a hockey match or something.
Yeah.
If a lot of divisions get encircled, then you lose a lot of experienced troops as well, because before the war starts, you don't have any experienced troops for obvious reasons, but you get the experience in the Spanish Civil War, and if you lose them, it's sad.
Yeah. And here we can see the volunteers are arriving, at least from Japan and Germany. I'm not sure if Bulgaria is actually sending any volunteers.
I have not seen any.
It doesn't look like it.
But let's check out the templates of the German volunteer divisions.
Yeah,
let's see what they are sending to the Spanish front.
So just 3 of them, and just regular infantry, it looks like. But they are...
yeah, these are kind of beefy though.
Yeah, they're solid 30 width divisions, so good for attack, lots of soft attacks and stuff. But I would have expected them to send some mountaineers.
Yeah. It seems like we have been, at least the last game I casted, I remember I was complaining as well that Germany sent too few divisions to the Spanish Civil War.
Yeah.
They ended up winning that quite handily though, so
yeah.
Perhaps they have thought about it.
So, Hygge, the Spain player, he doesn't only have the shitty Civil War troops, he also has some better troops, Franco's dudes from Africa. So they're a bit better than the Civil War divisions that you saw before. Yeah,
I mean, they can't really stand up against the volunteer divisions, but if you compare Franco's North Africa Corps to the regular militia divisions of Republican Spain, then they can actually make some impact on the front lines.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to chew off a bit of southern Spain here, going for Malaga, and yeah, he will get there eventually, I think. But yeah, the Civil War you can see here on the attacking numbers. If you're new to Hearts of Iron, these are very low numbers, and it's because of these negative modifiers that you get in the Civil War. So you really need to prepare your attacks, or you let the volunteers do the heavy lifting for you. And here we can see the German volunteers are up to the front.
Now we're going to see the first contact between German and Soviet volunteers here, and that might give us an indication of who is sending their biggest and best.
Where are the Soviet volunteers, though? Let's have a look here.
Weren't they down there? I think I saw the flag. There.
Yeah, they're on the border.
And they are sending mountaineers, right? Or at least their symbol would indicate so.
Yeah.
You can't fool people with symbols, though, because if you put something else, then the symbol won't change. So I did that when I was playing Finland, and I put a bike, and it was really dirty with heavy artillery.
Yeah.
I lost all of them, though. But
so we can see here Ivan and Iverson on Japan. They're gunning for Madrid, but they're getting.
This is a bit of a dangerous salient for the Japanese volunteers, but you have to bet to win, right? Because if they push around the Soviets, then they might get an encirclement in turn. So
yeah, seems like the Germans are not getting anywhere, but they are trying to make a small cutoff here.
The Soviet mountaineers are having trouble pushing out the Japanese, though, but the organization is.
They are winning.
Oh, right, we were in the Soviet perspective.
Yeah, but they are able to at least give the Germans and Japanese a good fight here. I wonder if they're asking the Italian to send some volunteers now, because
Italians are now out of the war, and they are sending their volunteers.
So Italy is also sending some volunteers, and that's much needed. And they are no, this is the Soviets. What that shit.
They can also do work, if you get experienced mountaineers in Italy, they can do some work in North Africa, because we have seen North Africa campaigns end up in like the mountains of the Middle East, basically. Like the conventional El Alamein back and forth is not really what happens in these games. You get naval invasions, you get breakthroughs, and then you end up in like Iraq or Morocco, basically. So.
Yeah, and you can see here, Sticky, he's got some beefy divisions, 30 width, but they are not fully equipped.
Yeah, and they're not fully trained either.
No, they're definitely not fully trained.
He's stressed out. Maybe he grinded in Ethiopia a bit too long.
Maybe, but I thought he was pretty quick. I don't know if it was the Civil War that kicked off earlier than usual, but...
Yeah, probably. But I mean, this will start to make an effect on the battlefield, because if your divisions are understrength and undertrained, then even if you have like... Yeah, an extra artillery battalion or something. If they don't have anything to shoot with, it doesn't help much.
Yeah. Maybe we should go through the Soviet players.
Yeah, indeed. Let's.
Yeah. So on the Soviets, we have Pontus as the main controller, and Pontus has been with the community a long time. Solid player overall. He's been playing many more majors in recent times, so he's been getting more responsibility. He usually dresses up quite well for our live events.
He has good costumes. Does he have one of these no step back medals that would fit with the Soviet team?
It would. I'm not sure if it does, but like when he plays France, he's wearing the striped shirt and the beret, and he's got baguettes and smelly cheeses and red wine and so on. So he usually role plays a bit what he plays. And joining him as his co-seats are Mossberg, and Mossberg is he's the OG technician guy, so he does the tech stuff on Bergagårdhof. It's also his full-time job, so he's usually pretty good at it.
Not a full-time job with us. We don't have that much money.
No.
But if you continue to donate to our Patreon, which you can join, then we might be able to hire some full-time.
Yes, and speaking of Patreon, actually, if you do join up today on the Stug 3 level, you should see the Patreon link on your screens, patreon.com/HyggeGaming. And if you join up today, we still have you get a week free on the Stug 3 tier. So there's a bunch of different guides that you get access to. So it's free for one more week, and then you're free to unsubscribe if you want to. And if you want to support Hygge Gaming, you should definitely become a patron.
And also you get access to like 50% more guides, I think. And if you get 50% more guides, that means you're a 50% better player if you watch them all.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I mean, at this point, there are so many guides in the Patreon exclusive section. So if you become member now, you get access to a lot of different stuff. Anyways, speaking about the game, the fronts are quite stable right now. I think I don't know where the Italians went. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's fighting a bit further south. So while the Soviets are engaged over here, the Italians are trying to sneak in from behind. But the French are also here. But we were presenting the Soviet players.
Oh, right. And the last Soviet player is perhaps the Soviet player, right?
Yeah.
Boppus, he has, like, Soviet is his comfort pick. He's a very preparatory player. He's the one who does the guides on all the economy and the Excel sheets. And so that's optimization, preparation, and good old working through what you're going to do. So Boppus is a force to be reckoned with, especially on the Soviets.
Definitely. Interesting though, he's the co-op today, so it's Pontus who's the main controller, which means that I wonder how many fingers Boppus has put in Pontus's pies, because Boppus he likes to have really well thought out prep plans, and he's got Excel sheets and all of it. So I wonder how much they've been prepping together. I wonder how much Boppus will be telling Pontus what to do.
And I mean, that's important also. You need to balance, like, when you're playing co-op, especially if you're 3 people, you need to balance the responsibility and you need to have a plan and so on. I would expect that Boppus has that, but it remains to be seen once the war kicks off in earnest.
Yeah, so we have a question, who's the Tanutuvan player? I don't think we have a Tanutuva.
No.
Yeah, no Tanutuva Saxoliv, sorry.
Yeah, there is no Tanutuva in the mod, it's only in vanilla. There is some things about their Finest Bra mod. A lot of countries that you don't usually play in multiplayer, like the miners in South America and so on, are basically removed, because late game it gets super laggy if you need to sync everything, and it causes desyncs and rehosts and stuff. So that's the route that they've chose to go with the mod.
Yeah. We had a question from Bacek X, if there's a way to practice versus AI in their Finest Bra. And yeah, you can. I mean, it's not perfect, but at least the prior stages before the war breaks out, I mean, you can practice quite well.
It has gotten significantly better as well. There are some, like, if you practice, usually you need to help Germany to break out the war a bit because they don't feel enough troops or so. But if you're going to practice multiplayer scenarios, if you're like Finland or Japan or so on, then it's actually quite good to practice in the mod, because then you get all the little hijinks of it.
Definitely. Let's see, do we have any Bulgarians joining in?
No Bulgarians.
No Bulgarians. Okay, they're staying out of it, it looks like.
Yeah.
So we have a battle here between the Italians, now Japanese, versus the French up in the mountains. And speaking of France, playing France, we have Guidon. And Guidon plays his 3rd game with the community. Before he played Australia and Hungary, but he made a good showing on both. So I think he might have played an infantry Hungary, actually. I'm a bit unsure.
Yeah, I think we did, because last game, or I wasn't with us last game, right?
He played Australia last game, I think.
All right, but the game before that,
I think he was Hungary.
I think that, because we were speculating then that all the Axis miners did unorthodox builds, because usually you go tanks and you have a lot of tank miners overrunning the Soviet front. But we had a lot of shenanigans there. We had some infantry, we had some naval, and we'll see how it goes this game.
Yeah. So the Axis are closing in on Madrid.
I mean, the Allied divisions in Madrid could be in a somewhat of a dire situation. If you tag over to the Franco point of view, we see that they are, if they pin them in Madrid here, they might actually get some Soviet divisions encircled here, the Axis players. But
the Soviets are aware they're pulling out right now. But Snistan, he's the one. Yeah. I think Snistan is the one controlling the Civil War troops. He's pushing down here from the south.
Yeah, he's going around here. This might. Yeah, I think the Soviets might die in Madrid here.
Because the outcome of the war is a foregone conclusion usually. So the Allies know that they won't be able to win, and the Axis know that they will win. So the big prize would be to get these juicy Soviet volunteers, and you can see them really trying here. Look at this.
This is going to come down to a hair if the Soviet volunteers, the 3 ones there on the northern tile, will be able to get out. I think the French one might fall, but that is a smaller loss in comparison to the 3 Soviet mountaineers here that might actually get encircled. No, they managed to get out.
Guidon should definitely move out. I think he's still standing still, right?
Yeah, we have some mistakes here from the French player. He should have been clicking out of this little bubble, and he will pay for it with one Mountaineer division by the looks of things now, which is of course sad for the French, but no absolute disaster for the Allies as a whole. But a small win for the Axis here in the Spanish Civil War. Madrid soon to fall with one French Mountaineer division.
Yeah, maybe he's focused on the other Mountaineers over here, but he forgot the guy in Madrid, and now they are dying. The Soviets, though, they managed to get out with all of their volunteers, and they are regrouping somewhere. Let's see, here they are.
I would imagine they are not going to try to break out that French volunteer. I think they are starting to move towards the ports, because if you control a port, then you can just basically say that, okay, we're out of the Spanish Civil War, and you can just ferry your volunteers home, and they will be safe. So it's a bit of a gamble. How long do you want to stay? Do you want to get some counter-encirclements? And then you risk also losing your volunteers. But yeah, we will see. It seems to be quite a standard Spanish Civil War by the looks of things now, and quite a comfortable Axis victory, one encircled Allied division. Yeah. About what you would expect.
Looks like the Soviets are heading here to prevent this cutting in half that Victor was talking about before. So this is a common strategy, that you try to make your last stand around Barcelona, because if Barcelona still stands, then Republican Spain won't capitulate.
Yeah, and I mean, they want to drag this on as well, because they want the experience on their Mountaineers, they want the traits on the generals for later. I don't know though about the Soviets, because you're going to purge a lot of the generals, right?
Right, yeah. So it's more about the XP on the units, I suppose, and the general XP, because nowadays the doctrines cost exp, so you really want as much of that as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
But the longer you drag out the war, the worse it is for the Spain player. So Hygge, he can't really set up his industry the way he likes. He's a bit slowed down.
Yeah, and basically, like, the Spanish player is going to be an Axis player later. So
or
will he?
There's two ways for him to go. He can join the Axis and be in the war, or he can go volunteer Spain.
Yeah, that's true.
That has been the meta lately.
Yeah, so basically if you go volunteer Spain, then you're neutral and you send volunteers to the Axis, so you send quite a bit fewer troops, but you don't risk a D-Day in Spain, so you only need as the Axis to defend the French coast. And if you manage to win the Mediterranean as well, then basically only the northern French coast, as it was historically. But then again, if the Spanish join the Axis will have an easier time to take Gibraltar.
Yeah, speaking of Gibraltar, you can see it down here. We have impassable terrain towards the Spanish mainland, and in this mod they are there's two tiles, which means you can reinforce. So the easiest way to take Gibraltar is to attack from both sides, but this usually means you need Spain in the war, otherwise you can't attack from the Atlantic side, and that makes it a lot harder. And I don't think we've seen Gibraltar fall in quite a while now.
Yeah, it's usually been holding. I guess like last time it fell once, and that got play of the game as well. But that was also partly due to an Allied mistake of the reinforcements. We do see some encirclements here going on, but it's only militia troops, and the volunteers seem to be alright on both sides.
This is what you usually see. So the Republican side is falling quite handily right now, but this is par for the course. It's usually what you see. We are now in December 36, so not an incredibly quick Spanish Civil War. We've seen the Civil War be over by now, and it doesn't look to be over anytime soon.
Yeah, and as we said before, like the Axis want to win it quickly, encircle a lot of troops and win it. Meanwhile, the Republican side wants to prolong it, because it hurts the Spanish player to be in the Spanish Civil War, obviously. And since it's going to be either an Axis country or a neutral country aligning with the Axis, the Allies have an incentive of making the Spanish Civil War painful in terms of losses and general devastation to the Spanish country.
Yeah, exactly. So we see here Italy, Sticky, is pushing up towards the coast, trying to get Valencia, and this is not where they are defending. They are up here in the north, so we see both the Soviets up here and the French. Where did the French go? Let's have a look.
Let's see.
The French are in danger once more.
Yeah, the French have... I mean, they are a bit too deep most of the time.
Look at this. They are heading towards the coast. They're trying, but the Soviets are defending.
They are railroading those troops, but...
Guido needs to get out of there.
Yeah, I think he might be able to. No.
He's encircled with at least
Yeah,
two of them.
2 more French divisions. It's looking to be a very bad civil war for the French.
Yeah.
Which is obviously going to hurt their defense of the home country once the Germans show up on their doorstep later.
Yeah, and it's a scary Germany to have on your doorstep with Folkensnistan.
Definitely, and I mean, obviously, France, we know that France is going to fall, but they want to delay the Germans, they want to perhaps get some encirclements, cause some damage in equipment and manpower, but if you lose all of these experienced mountaineers, then it's going to be significantly harder to make an impact in...
Yeah, and we see here the encirclement is complete and there is no help coming, so these French divisions are dying, so he's left to 1 volunteer division out of the 4 original ones.
Yeah. And it's a sad day for the French volunteer divisions.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that the ones that are safe doesn't have too much experience either.
Let's have a look. Yeah, they're just regulars, so nothing really impressive. The Soviet forces are here, all of them arrayed together. So this will be the last stand of the Spanish Republic. This little thing here will fall quite quickly.
Yeah, but in terms of delaying the Axis, I would say it's been a good civil war for the Allies.
Yeah, for sure.
But in terms of losses and encirclements, it has definitely been an Axis win. So it's a bit back and forth there, because obviously the time this have taken is good for the Allied side, but to lose all of those French divisions, and that also gives captured equipment, and it also gives experience to the Germans.
Yeah, and we see here Snistan is a bit hot on it, trying to push up towards Barcelona immediately, but they should wait and do a concentrated push because the Soviets are here defending the line. You can see here Sticky with his volunteers are moving up towards the north, maybe trying to find an easier avenue of attack, but it's an ordered retreat from the Soviets.
And I mean, you might get greedy here at this point, because you really want to push up to Barcelona before the Soviets can get there, because then their divisions get, automatically encircled, so to speak. But that's also a danger for the Germans, because if they push all the way up to Barcelona, they might be cut off from the north and lose their own division. So
yeah, it looks like Saxeliv, he said, French line holds, I'm calling it, but no, sorry Saxeliv, you called it too early, like some people like to do.
Yeah, I've been known to calling things too early, but I think I can call this Spanish Civil War in favor of the Axis, I would still say, even though the delay, I would say this have panned out in the Axis favor.
Yeah, there is no coming back from the Republic, and all the Soviet forces are now in retreat, heading towards Barcelona, and I think we'll see an evacuation quite soon. So, yeah, maybe we should continue with the player presentations, and maybe we can get Hygge's later on for an interview. That would be nice to see if he's satisfied once he's done with the war, that is. We were talking about Gibraltar before, and who owns Gibraltar if not the United Kingdom? And on the United Kingdom we have the Badger himself, our General Secretary, the maker of half of our guide videos. I don't even know how many stars he has. It's 10 or 11.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
And also he is one of the few players that knows the in and outs of naval mechanics.
He loves his navy.
Yeah, and I mean that's a big boon to the Allies, having a United Kingdom that knows their navy, right?
Yeah.
And that is going to wreak havoc on the high seas, I'm sure.
So he's doing an interesting build this game. It's the same build that he did the last game. He's been doing it actually for 2 games in a row now, because we faced the Bacoan gang in a competitive tournament and got our asses handed to us. But I was his co-op on the UK, both in our own grand game and in this competitive game. And he builds Matilda 1s, which is the British heavy tank. And you don't usually see a tank UK. The UK is mostly building planes and infantry usually, but we will see Matildas in this game as well. And you can see he's got already a couple of hundred of them, and they will be fighting in El Alamein. And it will be very interesting to see how they face up against the German tanks who will most definitely will be coming down here.
This will be interesting. We have a question in the chat here from Saxeliv. Doesn't he find the UK quite boring, as the UK already has such a navy advantage? And I could imagine so. Perhaps that's the reason for these unorthodox tactics. But technically, I mean, it is not an unorthodox tactic to have a lot of United Kingdom tanks in El Alamein. That's rather historical. It's just that we haven't seen it that much.
Yeah, and although they usually win the bigger fleet engagements, like he still loves that. He squeals with joy anytime he sinks the Italian Navy, for example. But there's always the convoy game, which sometimes is much more decisive than the actual fleet engagements. Will he be able to control all of the sea zones and whatnot from the Axis raiding? And that's another thing that he's quite good at. He usually has a bunch of now he's just got everything in a big training pile, but you will see him later. He'll probably have some light cruisers patrolling the sea zones to protect the Allied shipping, and that can really be decisive if you have an experienced naval player on the UK, or for that matter the US, to protect the Allied shipping.
And I mean, that's really going to play an important role later in the game, because once you get over to the war in India and the war in North Africa, or when the Americans are starting to hit the shores of Europe, then it becomes really important to secure your convoys.
Yeah, it would be nice to have an interview with Hygge playing Spain. We'll see if we can set that up. But in the meantime, we will continue with the presentations, because as usual now, when the Spanish Civil War ends, which it just did, as you could see, we have a bit of a lull in the fighting, and there won't be anything happening really until the China War breaks out.
Yeah, the China War will be the next thing coming up when it comes to wars. And we could go over to the USA, I suppose. The other major country in the Allies.
Yeah, why not? And on the United States, we have as main controller Yuri. And Yuri, he's been with the community for almost a year now, or maybe just about a year. He's from the Netherlands in real life. Very nice guy. Also quite a solid player, and he's been getting stronger and stronger these last few games, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And we have seen, like, the Pacific has been a bit of a back and forth, because sometimes you have seen quite an idle United States that doesn't really show up on the island hopping, doesn't show up on the seas, and might focus on an early D-Day or something. And sometimes we've seen a Japan that doesn't really take advantage of the Tora. And I mean, the Pacific theater is very much of a strike hard and fast kind of deal, right? Because once you get all the islands, once you get the naval supremacy, it's kind of hard to claw your way back, and the Americans are going to play on the back foot for the early parts of the Pacific War. So it will be interesting to see how they fare with this more experienced Japan, I would say.
Yeah, and in this mod there is an island mechanic. So the more islands that you control as the allies in the Pacific, the better it is for everyone. So you get bonuses for your entire faction. And conversely, if the Japanese, on the other hand, take all the islands, then you're fighting on the back foot. So this is really, really important for the game in general.
Yeah, indeed it is. And also, the United States, as in historical times, start out very slow. You might look at this and think 415 factories, good economy, 100% stability from the get-go. This is going to be an OP country, right? But you are still in the claws of the Great Depression, and since you're a democracy as well, you need quite some world tension in order to take those focuses that actually increase your war capability. And the Great Depression really, really hurts your factory output, your dockyard output, and this is what the Americans are contending with. So basically it's a bit of a chicken race with the world tension, because if the Axis go too aggressive in the beginning, then the world tension will increase to a degree where some other countries might be able to take some war focuses early. So, and also at the same time you want to control the game as the Axis. You want to be the aggressor. So in the start of the game, the Axis really controls the pace in terms of what they do, how much world tension they incur, and what happens around the world. And as the game progresses, then that shifts more or less towards the Allies, whereas the Axis are trying to hold their gains, finish off the Soviets, for example. Meanwhile, the Allies are attacking. So
yeah, And speaking of the world tension, right now it's at 7%, and there are some thresholds, like at 5% you can do certain focuses, as the UK, I think, and 10% is another important number. So maybe they are trying to keep it below 10%.
Yeah, that's usually the play, right? We have seen.
Yeah.
I remember once again when the Hygge HOI community went out on the big stage and played against some of the other guys in the HOI4 world. We lost due to a world tension starve.
Yeah. That was painful to watch. And I think Germany, they took as their first focus to reoccupy the Rhineland, so that's one of the world tension creating events, and they got it off nice and early. We did forget to speak about the second player on the United States, which is August. And August has been with our community for a long time as well, a nice solid player. I don't think he's ever been in a co-op situation with Yuri before, so it's interesting to see how their cooperation works. We'll have to ask them later on, and I'm not sure what their build is either.
I haven't heard any plans, but we will see where it ends up.
Yeah, I think though that Badger will be taking command of the European theater, so they will probably expect the Americans to focus a bit more on the Asia Pacific side.
We have seen, like, or at least the last games I have casted, we have seen a Pacific going the way of the Axis, even though Japan has not necessarily performed that well. I would say that the Pacific went in favor of the Axis the last game I casted, even though they kind of lost the China War.
Yeah. The China War is can be an indication of how things are going, but it's not necessarily decisive. You don't get the resources and factories of China straight away, but on the other hand, you might get more experience from fighting a prolonged war. So it's a bit give and take. Let's see, where do we have the war starting events here?
We have, I guess, the Marco Polo Bridge incident would be.
This Marco Polo Bridge incident is right over down here.
Yeah, so it's still quite a ways to go.
Yeah.
They are doing some industrial focuses now in order to build up and prepare. But at some point, we're going to see the Marco Polo Bridge incident kick off the war here.
Yeah, but not early though, it seems like.
Yeah, it's not going to be an early China war.
Yeah.
Now we're paused, I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah, so we're still trying to get the Spanish player online, but in the meantime we will continue with the presentations. And above the United States, the hat of the United States, you could say, is the Dominion of Canada.
Yeah.
And Canada in this game is played by Ian. And Ian, he hasn't been with the community for very long. He just earned his first veterancy star, so 5 games or so. But he has extensive experience with multiplayer in Hearts of Iron, so he's one of our strongest players overall. And Canada is one of the strongest tank countries that you can see in this game. And I would bet he's going for tanks. And yeah, he is.
I would imagine so as well. And I mean, Canada is one of those countries that really show up late game, especially. Like once the industry gets going, once they start to produce those tanks and ship them over, Canadian heavy armor has decided many a game historically in the Hygge HOI community.
Yeah,
and,
usually medium armor.
Yeah, medium.
Yeah,
fair enough.
But they are maybe the strongest tank miner in the game. And as you said, their industry gets so strong that by towards the end of it, they're almost a major. It looks like he's been getting the British provinces.
Seems like it.
Yeah, so he's a bit bigger than he usually is. And I think we will see him over in El Alamein duking it out.
We have strong tanks then, because since we have the UK going strong on the tanks, that might surprise the Axis. And we'll see if we get the historical El Alamein for once, because the last games we have seen a lot of naval invasions, like you go around, you invade Tel Aviv, or you invade Port Said, and you go around the line basically, but we'll see how it ends up this time.
Yeah, I actually have no idea how it will turn out because, as I said, I played the co-op to the British player 2 games in a row, and he's doing the exact same build. And the first game we played when Magnus was Germany, and my heavy tanks were here in the back, ready to spring the trap, but they weren't even needed. The Germans were defeated by the Canadians and the South Africans, so we never even had to fight. Conversely, though, in the competitive game we played, we got completely steamrolled by the German tanks, and yeah, so I have no idea how the heavy tanks will fare in this game. Very interesting to see.
Yeah, indeed,
yeah.
And we have some of these unsinkable carriers, as we call them, in the Mediterranean Sea. We have seen Cyprus and Crete, for example, having a big impact on the ability to project naval supremacy in the Mediterranean. Because if the Axis manage to get Cyprus, for example, and get Crete, then the Allies are going to have significant trouble fielding their navy. They might get naval bombed, and they have significantly longer to their ports. So
yeah. And as you say, Saxel, if Badger has done it already in 2 games, I wonder if it can come as a surprise. And indeed, it will not be a surprise. I actually met both Badger and Folk playing Germany this week, and Badger really threw down the gauntlet. He was like, "What are you gonna do against my heavy tanks? Because I'm gonna go heavy tanks." That could, of course, be a mind game, but we know it is not. And yeah, so Folk and Snistan, they definitely know what they're facing, but I wonder if it will matter. Another thing they will be facing, though, are the forces of South Africa.
yeah, indeed, that is a heavy tank miner.
Yeah, on South Africa we have Matthias playing, and Matthias, he's been with us for a while. He's not one of our more experienced players, but I think South Africa is a good medium-sized country. You don't have too many troops. Indeed, right now he has 0 troops. He should at least have 1 division training to get some XP going, but yeah, he doesn't right now. But let's see. He's going for light tanks, it looks like. Or maybe
interesting.
Maybe these are just...
But it's interesting, South Africa, because it's one of those straightforward nations, right?
Yeah.
You produce a couple of really big heavy armor divisions, and those stick with you the entire game, basically. You can upgrade them some, but if you get encircled and die, then basically you're out of the game. If you get encircled and die really early, I guess you can come back for the late game, but otherwise, you have what you have. You have like maybe 4 divisions of heavy tanks, and they are going to at the best, and they are going to perform well. But that's what you have, right?
Yeah. Sorry, his nickname is Lolse. Sorry, yeah, I accidentally doxed him a bit there, but yeah, I think he should be getting some coaching, because just looking at his division templates, these are illegal according to our rules. So you're not allowed to mix mobile battalions with infantry battalions. That's one thing.
Yeah.
He is not producing any heavy tanks. Maybe he just doesn't have the tech yet, but you should be focusing on getting your heavy tanks out.
Yeah, we'll see how it pans out. I mean, as long as those divisions doesn't see combat, I imagine it doesn't hurt that much. But yeah, there are some preparation that I would like to see from South Africa that is not present at the time.
It looks like he's going for medium tanks, actually.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going down the heavy route, so he's going for medium tanks. It can still be a good choice. Usually you see South Africa going for heavy tanks. They've got some nice bonuses for that.
But
also,
it might be a good thought, though, because since you have the UK tank, you have the Canadian tanks, it's going to be a tank-focused North Africa.
Yeah.
And it might be better with the medium tanks, so you get some mobility, you can drive around the lines, disrupt the supply lines.
So I'm getting the word here. We have the Spanish player ready for an interview. So as always with our interviews, we'll see if all the technical details are working.
Let's try.
Let's have a look. So Yugis, can you hear us? Yugis, are you with us? Can I hear you? I can't hear him. Can you hear him? Not just yet. We'll see. In a bit, we'll see Yugis here.
I need to mute my YouTube here.
Yeah, so we saw Yugis, he's playing Spain. We're gonna ask him if he's going for the volunteer route or for the the big balls route, joining the Axis, actually committing. Looks like he's going for tanks, which gives us an indication that he might be going the volunteer
This
route.
is still South Africa.
I was like, he's got the same templates. Yeah, not producing anything right now. Not producing any tanks. Let's see. Yeah, I can't really hear you guys.
I wonder if this...
Maybe...
Oh, right. I need to unmute myself in the thing, right?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Well, I hear him.
Yeah, but shouldn't he
perfect.
be hearing us through your microphone?
Do you hear Petey?
Can you hear me?
I hear you both.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
Okay. Well,
And,
in that case,
and you can hear him on the stream, guys? I guess you can. So, you guys, you had a pretty successful Spanish Civil War there.
Yes, sir. We killed every single volunteer
Almost.
there was.
You didn't kill the...
No.
You didn't kill the Soviets, right?
Well, we did at the very end. We did also get them at the Barcelona.
Oh, really? We
Yes,
missed that.
so it was great success. Just at the very end.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we were like, okay, this is finished. The Soviets will probably surrender and move out. So we didn't even see that. But that's really significant. That's about as well
But they
as you
didn't.
can...
That's the thing.
Oh,
they
wow.
they thought, oh, let's hang on for a couple of days, and oh well.
Oh, wow. Okay.
You know.
Oh, well, congratulations then. That's a very successful Spanish Civil War for the Axis side. Will you be joining the Axis, or are you going to go the volunteer neutral route?
No, I will be definitely joining, because as one of our our friends said, that volunteer Spain is the cowards play, and this is not what we're gonna do.
Yes.
It's gonna be grand Spain. It's gonna finally capture Portugal, which shouldn't exist.
Yeah.
And Gibraltar and this Iberian Peninsula finally be complete.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, we were just saying the big boss play is to join the Axis, because we've been seeing far too many volunteer Spains recently, and that's the cowardly route. So I'm really happy to hear you're going for that. But it also means you will be a bigger target. How are you going to defend your ports?
Well, basically, yeah, I'm gonna just build units to defend my ports, and maybe also France ports. Spain has enough manpower.
Yeah.
And then we will just have big stacks of units in the ports.
Interesting.
Let's see. And of course, the pillboxes, maybe the stronghold network. We'll make the allies try to land and die on these hilly beaches of Spain.
Yeah. And of course, one of the benefits of you joining the war is that you can attack Gibraltar from the Atlantic side as well, through the Spanish port. Will you be building any marines or anything to help with the naval relations?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Basically, yes, I will be building garrisons for ports and a couple of marines for attacking. Okay. And of course, a bunch of submarines to annoy the allies.
Interesting. We have a question here from the chat. Will you get a carrier?
No.
No carriers. Okay. A bit of a disappointment here in the chat, but still, that you're joining the Axis, that's good enough news for us in the studio. We're very pleased to hear.
Yeah, I mean, this will be an interesting choice. And will you go for Gibraltar early? Because I guess if you take Gibraltar, you can shut the allies out of the Mediterranean.
Well, that will really depend on situation. If the Axis manage to take Suez early, then we might consider it. But if they don't, there is no really big point of me joining early, because I'm doing a bit of civ greeding, so it will take a time for me to build up. So we'll see how the war goes.
Yeah.
And then we'll work from there.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and congratulations again to a successful civil war. That was probably the most successful civil war we've had in quite a while.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, well, it was a team effort.
Good performance.
Team effort, indeed. Okay,
thank you, sir.
Thank you, Hygge. Maybe we'll check in on you later again. Thank you for the interview.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Very interesting. I mean, we thought it was over there, right? We said like, okay, the Soviets are moving towards the harbor, and that's it for the Civil War. But apparently, they all died.
Yeah. Maybe it's a classic for us to miss all the important actions. I don't know. But
well, I mean, if the Soviets, I'm not. We weren't there to see it, right? But they must have been quite greedy in order to lose those troops because they were basically important, right?
Yeah. So we have a comment here on YouTube from Wendy Delis that Spain has the same defensive problem as Italy, a great many seaports that can be invaded by sea. Indeed, indeed they do. And I also think that they're not affected by the island mechanic in the same way. So even if Japan, say, were to win the war in the Pacific, I think that they will be the softer target compared to Italy or other places.
I mean, the reason we have seen so many volunteer Spains lately is just because of that, because you get so much more coastal area to defend against the Allies once they start to roll. And especially if the Allies manage to win North Africa, then you're always a threat, right? Because you can always invade like Valencia and Barcelona quite easily, and it ties up so much Axis troops. And if the Germans have to come help with that defense and haven't taken Moscow yet, for example, you're going to see trouble on the Eastern Front because, well, it's a long way from like Ukraine or Belarus to Barcelona, right? So those troop movements cost you a lot of time, and that can really hurt the Axis if the Spanish joining doesn't pan out well.
Yeah, definitely. One common strategy is to try to cut them off here at the Pyrenees. You can see the thin waste, the wasp waste of Western Europe. And if you do that, you can hold the mountains quite easily and then just finish off Spain. So, but big balls play indeed.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. And also this is a danger on the high seas, right? Because if the Spanish join the Axis, then you're going to have Spanish submarines raiding your convoys on the Atlantic. And with Badger on the UK, it will be a naval showdown.
Yeah, definitely. But also, if you have Spain in the war, you can use the Spanish airports to use naval bombers, and that makes the Allied position a bit precarious at sea.
Yeah.
We'll see definitely how he plans to defend Gibraltar.
And also the debuff can work both ways, right? Because if the United States do really well in the Pacific and the Allies win there and you get all these buffs in Europe, and then you want to do a D-Day on France, right? Because you have all these buffs.
Yeah.
And then that's significantly harder because you get the raiding from the Spanish and you still have troops down south.
Yeah.
So you have a two-front war.
Yeah, and you don't have any buffs for invading Spain in that case. So that's definitely a good point. Let's see there's a lot of players we still haven't talked about. Let's see.
Indeed, let's
move over to the Balkans, why don't we? So let's start with Romania. That's a good one. So on Romania we have Oscar playing, and Oscar he's a long-time player of the community, 6-star general, meaning 30-ish games. He's been with us for many years. He did join the army recently, about a year ago. Maybe he should be finishing out now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, he did the what do you call it? The conscription thingy, not the conscription.
No, but what do you call it?
Lumpen.
Yeah, lumpen. It's the one you have to do, but you're not. Isn't it conscription? No, but conscription is when you're at war.
Yeah, he's definitely volunteer, but he's a bit older than the usual soldiers though, because usually you have to do it when you're like 19 or 20, and he's more than 30, so he's been like the platoon grandpa. But I think he's had a good fun with it, and a bit rusty though, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. I am actually quite interested in this order we see here, the Ukraine offensive operation. It's probably planned towards Barbarossa, but you get as Romania, because the Soviet Union is going to demand Bessarabia.
Yeah.
And you can actually deny that as Romania. You usually don't. Historically they didn't, but you can. And then you get a little winter war situation down south as well.
Yeah.
And we have seen, for example, when Dankus played Romania with us once, he denied Bessarabia and actually managed to hold on quite well and even win out in that war. So basically you can tie up a lot of Soviet troops all the time until Barbarossa if you're a good player.
Yeah, very true. Usually we see Romania going for infantry. They're the biggest Balkan nation, and they have quite a bit of manpower. Let's see if we can see any indications. Yeah, a lot of infantry stuff. So it doesn't look like he's going for a tank, Romania, or anything. Yeah. He is building some submarines for the Black Sea control, because that's another thing we see a lot of times with Romania. They do naval invasions over here and try to threaten the Baku oil fields.
Yeah. We had one game that was actually decided by that, where Bulgaria and Romania naval invaded the Baku oil fields, and then the Soviets ran out of fuel, basically, so they could no longer hold the line at the Eastern Front. Everything fell apart. The Germans took Moscow, and the Axis won.
Yeah.
And that game was quite close in the end, but it would have been a sound Allied victory instead had the Romanians and the Bulgarians not invaded Azerbaijan. So
yeah, very true. It is, though, depending on this little mini naval war in the Black Sea, and if the Soviets are on top of it, they should be able to win it. And the naval invasions can go the other way. We have seen that in many games as well. The Soviets invade Romania and Bulgaria, so if they're not protecting their ports, it could end in disaster.
Yeah. And I mean, that's interesting as well, because basically Turkey, once the war breaks out, then you can't move out of the Black Sea. So you have what you have in the Black Sea, basically. Once a side has won, that side has won, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah.
And it will be interesting to see, because we get these small meta shifts, because you can only fool a player so many times before they wise up to it. If you've managed to successfully invade the oil fields of Baku from Romania and Bulgaria, like 2 games, not too far in between, then the Soviets are going to be wise enough to avoid that, because it's not that hard for the Soviet industry to prevent the possibility of that happening.
Speaking of the Soviets, how do you like this defensive posture here? It's a spiral.
Yeah,
it's a giant spiral.
It looks interesting. It's not the general sense, like you have the Dnieper line, you have the Volga line, and then you have the what's it called, the last line. But I guess it will straighten out across the Dnieper at some point.
I mean, in general, you like to hold this line along this river. They are standing in front of the river now, but still, this is what we usually see. And then you want some fallback lines, but we've never seen this spiral before, I think. Yeah,
basically you want to hold like the Dnieper all the way up, and then you keep troops on like Kiev for the airfield and the supply hub, and then you usually get a breakthrough like at Smolensk if you zoom in over there. You see here Vitebsk, for example, those plains there. This is going to be the dangerous part where the German armor can really break through.
Yeah.
So that is usually where we see a breakthrough of the Dnieper line, and then you try as the Soviets to line up against the next river, basically, and then you just keep holding off the Germans until you eventually can push back later once the Allies takes the pressure off the Eastern Front.
I would say, though, this looks far too stylish, far too artistic to be a Boppe's plan. I think this is the main controller, Pontus, which means that he is the one calling the shots, I think.
Yeah, seems like it. I guess Boppes will come and straighten these lines out at some point, but we will see where it ends up.
Yeah, we see some mountaineers in Moscow. Not the mountaineers from Spain, though, because as we heard from Hygge, they got wiped out, which is something we almost never see.
And that's good news for Finland as well, which otherwise would have to contend with experienced Soviet mountaineers in the Winter War.
Yeah.
Now you will only have fresh Soviet troops from fresh generals as well, because Stalin is going to purge the generals, and we'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, while you're talking about Finland, why don't we introduce the Finnish player? And that will be a short presentation, because it's his first game with us in the community. It's Dom Grady, and it's his first game, so we don't really know what to expect. He's facing an experienced Soviet opposition in the Winter War and also in the Continuation War, so it remains to be seen if he manages to hold up the northern end of the front here.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, since it's the first time with the community, he's a bit of a wild card, but I mean, against Boppes, 2 other Soviet players. Now Boppes isn't the main controller though, but in the Finnish Winter War there is nothing else to do for the Soviets, so all the 3 Soviet players can focus on Finland, and we have a completely new player there, and the Finnish Winter War is obviously in a Soviet advantage from the start. So I think that Finland have a hard time getting a surprise victory in the Winter War this time.
Yeah, he's producing some infantry stuff, and he's doing the one division training, which is quite meta. So he seems to be knowing what he's doing at the moment. We'll see how that pans out. But back to the Balkans.
Indeed.
So let's see what else we have here. On Bulgaria. On Bulgaria we have Löfgren, and
Have to tag it.
Yeah. There. And he's a 6-star general, so 30-ish games, been with the community for a bunch of time now. A long time. He's a solid enough player. Let's see what he has. Just infantry stuff right now.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about any tactics or any shenanigans, but lots of trucks.
Yeah, this looks pretty standard though. Bulgaria plays usually motorized divisions. Sometimes we see them mixing in some tanks, but usually a bunch of mobile infantry, and as you can see here, trucks is what he's going for, so we'll probably see a standard Bulgarian play. Yeah,
it seems like it, and I'm interested to see the Navy game here, if they're going to try anything, or if they feel like the Baku oil field raid has been read by the Soviet players.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you focus towards it and it succeeds, it's very good. But if you focus towards it and the Soviets have just placed some more Navy in the Black Sea, then the potential is wasted, right?
Yeah. You can eventually get ports towards the Mediterranean as Bulgaria, and you could maybe queue up some ships and so on. But so far, we see no dockyards being built or anything, and just convoys.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen any super impactful naval action from Bulgaria in the Mediterranean. I mean, once the late game starts, once the game is going on and people are bored, we have seen some like weird naval invasions from the Balkans up towards like Italy when the Allies are there and so on. But in general, it's the Black Sea that is the naval potential for.
I'm thinking it would be interesting to get Snistan for an interview as the co-op of Germany, because he probably doesn't have too much to do with the build, and not too much to do at all right now. So if we want to know what the Germans are thinking, now would be a good opportunity, I think.
We have Saxuliv once again calling for the carrier game here.
Yeah.
Bulgarian carrier. I think it would take them pretty much all game to build a carrier.
But aren't there like mini carriers and iceberg carriers and so on nowadays? I'm not really up to date with all the.
It would be interesting though, because technically you could control the Black Sea even if the Soviet has navy there, if you have a carrier that can naval bombard them.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting to see. Either the Baku invasion meta completely dies because the tactic is red, or it develops into becoming meta again, right? Because if you find a way to make it feasible, then it's still very powerful potentially.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. So we do not have a Yugoslavian player this time around, I'm pretty sure. No Yugoslavian player, but the last guy on the Balkans is of course Hungary. And on Hungary we have Remefors. Remefors is a very, very solid player, 5-star general. He's been playing some majors recently, I think, but usually a good team player, nice, solid mechanics. He's also doing the one division training here. Yeah,
but he's probably going to go tanks, right? Because they need at least one tank Axis miner.
Yeah, that's usually what we see. Nothing tankish in production right now. He is building quite a few trucks, so that gives us an indication that he might be going something like that. Let's have a look at
Doesn't Hungary, they license it, right?
Yeah.
From Germany.
Or Sweden, I think. They've got
Sweden
one of those...
Yeah, right. Hungary is one of those countries that has a focus in order to get their tanks. So basically you get the tank license from Sweden.
Yeah.
And you produce Swedish tanks in Hungary, basically.
Yeah.
And use them on the front.
Yeah, so probably tank Hungary, and Hungary can be a really strong tank miner. Probably usually the only tank miner on the Axis side, but they can be really strong. Last grand game we had Falk, who's now the main controller of Germany. He played Hungary, and his tanks were absolutely terrifying.
Yeah.
Even though they lost, it's always a bit of a scare when he shows up on the front lines.
And the miners have this advantage as well, because they have fewer divisions, right? So if they upgrade them with new tanks, new artillery, then it doesn't hurt the front. Because if the Germans want to build a new tank division to upgrade the tech or put some other support companies in order to have an advantage at the front, then they are already at the front. So then they lose organization, they need to train up again. The small miners have a much easier time keeping up to date, so to speak. If they do, I mean, it still requires some macro, but that can be really scary for the Soviets, because the Soviets is in the same boat. You get a lot of divisions, right? And they are always fighting, so it's hard to upgrade them. It's hard to keep them up to date with new equipment. And eventually, in the late game, that's going to start to hurt. I mean, a First World War tank against an early Second World War tank, it can be a bit, but if you are still running 1939 tech by 1943 or something, then it's going to hurt you.
Yeah. I do think that's what the Badger is doing, though, because part of his Matilda heavy tank build is part of the idea is quantity over quality. So he will not upgrade these Matilda chassis. They will just be the same chassis. He'll put better guns on them and so on, but still the same old Matildas.
It will be interesting to see what the Germans do, because we have seen some like big piercing from Germany with tank destroyers and so on in some games, and that might really hurt if the United Kingdom keeps running old chassis and the Germans have tank destroyers and high piercing. It's going to be hard to stand up to them, because that armor is getting thinner by the year.
Looks like we had a crash. Someone's joining.
Now I see an image of Knistan here in our little chat.
Okay, so maybe we'll have an interview in just a bit. We'll prepare for that, and we'll see what he has to say. So Snistan, of course, is the co-op on the German Reich. He's the Steiner to Volks Hitler. Let's see.
Indeed.
Snistan, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you.
So you're having a good game so far, with the Spanish Civil War really going in your favor, right?
Yeah, it went well. We had good supply and a lot of close air support, and we talked, so it went well.
As the controller of the German volunteer divisions, what happened to the Soviets? Because we actually missed it, because we thought it was over and they were going to go to port. Did they agree?
Yeah, well, it did lead to a little pause afterwards, and it was a discussion. So the Soviet player was trying to gather his divisions before extracting them, and we pushed them like before the last division came into port. So a little bit of misunderstanding, because I think he had the ability to withdraw, but he didn't. So we ended up giving them 3 mils for the trouble, but it's still a net win for us.
Oh, so they got a bit of a consolation prize there of 3 mils.
Yes, because it seemed like an honest mistake that he wanted to follow the rules by not extracting while not in a port, but while he was waiting we pushed him out of the port while he was
Interesting. So that's the Hygge mentality for you guys. We try to have nice games, and so the Soviets weren't completely crushed. They got a few military factories for their troubles.
But we gave nothing to the French, so they got completely crushed.
Yeah. And he lost his last volunteer as well.
I'm not sure. We killed a bunch.
Yeah, we saw you kill at least 4 out of 5, I think. So that was also good for you. Bad for Gidon. We are very curious. We are curious about Germany. So Folk is the main controller, and you're the joker, so to speak. Have you been able to convince him to get you paratroopers?
We will have paratroopers, but I didn't have to convince him. It's very necessary for the Norwegian campaign, so we decided we need a few at least.
Right, and you will be trying to get all of Norway. We usually see the Allies take Narvik and hold on to it, but do you have a plan for that?
Yeah, so we're not going to beat him to Narvik, but we can cap Norway before landing in Narvik. So we're going to paradrop Oslo, and from the airport in Oslo, we can paradrop again to Trondheim. And if we have the 4 major cities in the south of Norway, they should be capped.
Okay.
So that's the plan.
Interesting. And So Folk is a very conventional player usually. You don't see him doing many crazy tactics. You, on the other hand, usually have some crazy tactics going on. Has there been any discussions within the German Reich?
No, well, the build and the strategy, you could call it conventional, but I don't know. We're heavy on armor and heavy on air. We might be a little bit light on infantry, at least when Danziger War happens. But battle tactics, yeah, we are allowed to be innovative, but we'll see. We will use our massive soft attack to our advantage, I hope.
But no big surprises build-wise, I suppose.
No, I wouldn't say so. I think we're gonna focus on the fundamentals and just try to outscale and out-micro our opponents.
And knowing Folk, he's probably very pessimistic about the possibility of a sea lion, an invasion of the UK.
Yeah, I tried to convince him, but we will probably not we'll probably not try that. No.
What about Ireland? Any German paratroopers landing in Ireland?
I mean, they will get bored if they have to stay in mainland Europe. So we will. I have full command of the paratroopers, so it doesn't matter what the leader says. So
okay, interesting.
We'll jump where we want to jump.
Okay. Maybe you could give us a heads up if you are jumping somewhere and we might miss it. But
yeah,
interesting.
I will write you.
We have a question in the chat here. Do you have any naval plans?
Yeah, the naval plans is to build enough battleships to make sure that the Brits have to keep a lot at home. But we're not really planning to use it unless things get desperate. And then we are going to raid. So when we get the sub 3, we're going to build a lot of sub 3. We're going to coordinate with the other Axis powers in Europe who also build subs, at least Spain and Italy. And we'll unleash them at the same time, which should be if Spain joins the war, which would be somewhere around when Japan joins the war. So we can micro-overwhelm them for a couple of months.
Interesting.
Yeah,
we did hear from Hygge that Hygge is joining the war and not going for a cowardly volunteer Spain. And
very wise of him.
Yeah, we think we love it from the studio because it makes for a much more fun game, I think.
Yeah, he's not comfortable with like aggressive, expansive plans when he starts the war, so we'll probably see a more defensive Spain. But he'll have a few Marines and also raiding, so it'll be a net positive for the Axis, I think.
Interesting.
And you've been managing to hold down the world tension quite a lot. Are we going to see some Anschluss and stuff going on rather soon?
Yeah, we did hit 10% at one time, and we were like, oh no, but it went down to 9 very quickly. So no, now it's 2 months until the China war, and then I guess we have to do Anschluss sooner or later. So we're gonna see the tension spike quite soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a final question. What else aside from the paratroopers will you be controlling?
We'll have to see. It can also. I think I'm gonna get a small panzer force, or I'll be the West Wall D-Day defense guy.
But Folk will take control of the El Alamein tanks himself.
We're only 2 players, so we'll have to do. Yeah, I'll do most things.
Will Folk be controlling the El Alamein force himself?
Hello.
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 Will Folk be controlling the El Alamein force himself? Petey asked.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see. We haven't really talked details further than the Spanish Civil War.
Okay.
We talked about the build, but we'll see.
Interesting.
We're only 2 players, so we'll be handling all things, both of us, mostly, I think.
Nice.
When we get to the hot stuff.
And I see you're wearing your Hygge HOI t-shirt with all of your medals and stuff on.
Yeah, this is from Bergårdhof 3, which we won. I couldn't stand bearing the one from number 4, which I lost. So, yeah, we're right.
Right.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for the interview.
Yes.
And good luck in the war, and we'll see you on the front lines.
Thank you.
Take care. Okay. Interesting. Let's shed some light on things, I suppose.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be a strong naval axis by the looks of things. They are going submarine 3. We have Spain joining the war. They are really squaring up against Badger on the UK here in terms of navy.
Yeah, so they are going for assault guns, which is the variant with a lot of soft attack. I spoke to Falk about this. How do you think they will fare against heavy tanks? And he said it should be no problem. They should be, as long as they can pierce them, it should be just fine. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. The big showdown will be, of course, down in El Alamein. You can see it right now. They have no stats for some reason, but yeah, we'll be seeing that later. So there are still some players we haven't presented.
Perhaps we should go over to Asia, considering that we have the China war breaking out now in 2 months.
That's a good idea.
At least what Knistan told us.
Yeah, we can begin with the last Asia Axis player that we haven't presented yet, which is the Kingdom of Siam. And on Siam we have... no, wait. Yeah, I seem to have messed up my...
right.
It's Morten playing Siam. I think it's his first time playing Siam, and I think it's his first time in the Asia Pacific theater as well, which is the same as for Båt on Manchu, which is interesting. So these guys are quite new in the theater, but they're not terribly new overall. They have some hours in the game, and they have some games in their backpack, so to speak.
And I mean, Siam is one of those countries that you're going to see the front line stabilize towards the Raj, right? Along the river here in Rangoon, there is usually like a second phony war because nothing is really going to happen here for quite some time. And then there is another river that the Raj can hold, and there is a lot of mountains, so it's hard to get a push in either way in this theater.
Yeah, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see what strategy Raj goes for, because sometimes they defend all the way in front here, sometimes they move a bit towards the back, and sometimes they even hold this line up here along the mountains. So it depends on how defensive he wants to get. And speaking of the Raj. On Raj, we have a very experienced player. It's Rosen.
Yeah.
And Rosen is one of the other players from the Shetland Islands. He has many hours in the game, and he's been playing with us for many years now. One of our strongest players overall, and Raj in his hands could become quite the monster, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Raj is one of those countries. You have a lot of manpower, but you have a very weak economy. You're basically an agricultural economy, and also obviously a dominion of the UK. But you can go an independence route. You can go more towards the UK, and I think that with such an experienced player on the Raj, they might want to go more towards a self-sustaining, self-controlled India that's able to do a lot of work. And also, this is one of the countries that has gotten a lot of different things in the latest expansion.
Yeah, one interesting thing we saw in the last game we played was that elephants are apparently really, really good in this mod. Maybe in vanilla as well, but the elephants were absolutely superior to anything. They were faster than tanks and quite cheap to build and really, really, really strong. And yeah, Rosen was one of the players who were really surprised by it, and I think we will be seeing some elephants from the Raj.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the elephants fare. Like, we might see elephants in like China, Siam. Can you do naval invasions with elephants?
I guess they. Let's see if we can.
Because if they take low supply, it would be nice to use the elephants for some island hopping.
Yeah, I don't see them just yet. No, but we will be seeing them later on, and then we'll look at the stats there. Because all their terrain bonuses and so on were quite good as well. Like, they're really good at defending in urban terrain. Oh, look at this! The China war is kicking off.
The China war has broken out, and now we're going to see the Japanese moving towards Beijing here. As you see all these naval invasions being planned, this is quite a meta play from the Japanese player. You usually want to cycle these naval invasions so you get the invader trait on one of your generals, because that means the naval invasions are planned faster. So you really want a general that is trained in regards to naval invasions once the Pacific War breaks out. And the China War is a very good time to train them.
And we have a question about the elephant supply consumption. I'm not sure. We'll have a look at it later because they are a new battalion. As
we'll get into that during the lunch. We can try to check out how much supply they take because I mean an elephant eats more food than a tank, but they eat significantly less fuel. So it's an interesting thing.
Yeah, definitely. So they're trying to make a small encirclement here on Beijing. Slow and steady is usually the right strategy for Japan. You don't want to get overextended because you are heavily outnumbered. The Chinese AI will be getting their troops in waves, and right now there's no waves.
Yeah, so basically, like once the Chinese have reached a certain number of losses or a certain capitulation threshold, then waves are going to spawn in, basically. And if you're the Japanese player and you're not ready for that, then you might get encircled if you overextend. And we did see that happen a couple of games now. And I guess the Japanese players are a bit scared of it now because you want a quick and nice China war, but if you greed it out too much and go too fast, then you might get overwhelmed by a Chinese infantry wave.
Yeah, it's definitely a balance, but Ivan and Iverson, they're both quite preppy players, and I think they have played the China War a few times already, so they probably know what they're doing. Let's see here, the Chinese are probably getting encircled a bit, but they're managing to save a few troops at least. Nothing crazy going on. They seem to be holding off on the naval invasion so far.
They have not kicked them off yet.
Yeah, and so this will be they'll be slogging on for a while. Let's have a look at the Allied miners in Asia Pacific. Oh, look at this!
That's an interesting naval invasion.
And they're really moving inland quickly.
This is a new tactic. We haven't seen that before. Usually, you do the naval invasions in the north, but here we see a naval invasion around Hong Kong and Guangzhou early on. Let's see what they are going to make of this.
Yeah, this is an aggressive play.
We might see a meta shift in the China War if this manages to reach success on the field, so to speak. But so far they are quite lodged in. They have expanded the bridgehead quite a bit, and they're not making any mistakes here. You can see they are moving up towards the coast. They probably want to get a second harbor in order to be completely safe.
Yeah, this is like we sometimes see the Japanese, they make a landing and then they just hold the port and they're satisfied with that. But now they're really pushing inland with the Marines here. And this is of course before the big first wave have spawned for the Chinese.
Yeah.
But as soon as it spawns, they must have enough defensive troops.
Yeah, I would be a bit scared. Like if they encircle all of those troops in Beijing and spawn in the first wave, then this salient might be in trouble. Actually, they aren't even covering the whole front here. You see holes around Hong Kong and
they're just pushing north. Look at this. The Marines are just pushing straight north. I wonder if they want to. It's a long way to reach the other troops.
I'm not entirely convinced about this, but we have seen some unsuccessful Japans recently, so I might be biased towards a pessimistic approach considering recent developments. But I mean, by the looks of things now, I would say that this is a daring play.
And they're about to get encircled here with all their Marines.
Yeah, I mean, it might pay off if they manage to link up, if they manage to do some high impact plays, but does it pay off enough to warrant the risk? I mean, even if this succeeds, can you say that it was worth the risk? Probably not.
I mean, if they manage to get a lot of real estate before the waves spawn in, that's always a good thing. And here we see some more troops coming in now to hold the line because it was looking really thin there for a while, and they are spreading out towards the east. The encirclement was stopped, and they keep pushing north.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a success, then it's always a success, right? Then you don't really consider the risk, but that could have gone the other way if things had went wrong. So
yeah, and we see someone in the YouTube chat writing something shocked in Chinese letters. I think it is.
Yeah.
We don't speak neither Cantonese nor Mandarin, so we don't know what it is. Maybe it's Korean. Who knows?
Yeah, that is definitely.
But they do have
one of the Chinese languages.
They do have the mind blown smiley, and we do.
Yeah, and we have our mind blown a bit here as well because this is a new tactic.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this before, and it will definitely be very interesting to see how this pans out.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Let's keep an eye on that, and let's zoom over to the Asia Pacific players. We just presented Raj. Let's move down further south. So Holland. On Holland, we have Michael, and I'm looking at the Dutch East Indies now because, of course, mainland the Netherlands, they will be falling quite quickly to the German war machine, and that's meant to be sort of in these games. So his main game will be down here in the Dutch East Indies, and Michael has played just one game before in the community, but he also played the Netherlands then. So he's an experienced Dutch player at this junction. And he had a really good game as well. He managed to hold on to his most of his possessions. There was heavy fighting down here close on Java, close to Batavia, but he managed to hold his eastern capital. So I think he'll do just fine. The Japanese players now are a bit scary though, depending on how this
we do
goes.
see the northern naval invasions landing here. We have a question in the chat. Could the southern landing be a diversion to draw troops from the north, maybe even northern ports, to make the northern landing more advantageous? And I don't know how because since China is an AI-controlled player, you don't know how the AI would respond to it, but by the looks of things now, it has not softened up the north significantly, because the landing in Qingdao is quite dire, to be honest.
Yeah, this looks more like the diversion in that case, but
yeah, I mean, this is they need to link up with that in order to not lose those two troops, the Japanese player. We have another member of our chat here pointing out that Japan has also captured Hainan.
Yeah, and this is something we see more often. You can take Hainan quite easily, and then you can walk over here, and then you can naval invade in the back of the Chinese, and then you can fall back, and then you can naval invade in the back of the Chinese, and you can keep repeating that. So that's something we see sometimes, and that's usually a more common diversion. This is not common, and look at this. I mean,
I am very interested in this snaking tactic from. I mean, this division
dangerous.
in Nanchang. To have the Marines out there, they might be able to expand it, but they are always like on the knife's edge here.
Yeah.
Every time they push in with this snake, it's always like almost encircled, and
this is greedy.
it's very greedy. As I said, it might play out, but look up north, see if they lost that. There are no troops in Qingdao. I guess they ferried them out, right? So they probably didn't die.
Yeah, probably.
Oh yeah, they are up there.
But they did have more naval invasion troops up here earlier.
Have a look at the losses real quick, and we'll see if we can deduce something.
Yeah.
We have 58k losses from Japan. It's nothing, no encirclements there. I think that's just regular frontline fighting that have caused those losses. So as of now, the war is working in favor of the Japanese, but only by a hair, I would say. The southern snake here, they are expanding it, but it is dangerous.
Yeah, they seem to have stopped momentarily, but as you can see, there are gaps in the line.
If they haven't triggered the first wave yet, it's going to trigger quite soon, and they have, right?
Let's see, where is it?
Or no, they have not.
No, I'm not seeing it, so not yet.
Yeah, because when the first wave triggers here, if they still have like one troop controlling the snake, then that might be dangerous. But then again, if they trigger the first wave and are this far up, then they will have a lot of troops encircled towards the eastern coast of China.
Yeah.
So once they actually link up, if this succeeds, it can turn out to be a very favorable China war. Perhaps they have...
So far, so good.
Yeah, and also perhaps they have tested this quite a lot, because as we said before, since the Chinese are AI controlled, they have probably tried this out a couple of times, and if it works in testing, then it works here. I said just as they got encircled down here. But yeah, let's see if they break that out. This is...
Yeah, they are scrambling to break out.
Yeah, I mean, if they get encircled here, that's going to really suck.
This won't be enough. But
yeah, I mean...
They are moving back.
Yeah, they might be able to fill out the gap. If the China players...
up here as well.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean, as I said before, I don't see how this was worth the risk. they might be able to break this out again. They might be able
They're
to
running,
succeed
but
in
the
end,
Chinese are also running.
Is it worth it? The Chinese are reinforcing. I mean, the AI is not stupid at this point. We have the Marine in Wuhan there. That is... I mean, 2 Marines lost in Wuhan before the first wave is even triggered. That would be a disaster for the Japanese war effort.
It looks like they will be able to link up here, or will they?
Yeah, but the big pocket is the one up north. But yeah, they managed actually to... Yeah, they are playing on the knife's edge here.
Yeah.
They
okay,
really
so
are.
they just managed to link up, but there are gaps down here now.
Yeah, I mean, it's lucky we do not have a player on China.
Oh, yeah.
This would be a done deal.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with our rules, we don't allow any volunteers either in the China war, except for Soviet air volunteers. So Soviets have probably sent some planes towards, or maybe not.
I guess the Japanese will pretty much dominate the air game either way.
Yeah, they should definitely, but they can still make some
It
difference.
is yellow though.
Yeah. And now they have green air.
Yeah, green air from the perspective of China. This is going to hurt the Japanese push if they don't rectify that.
Yeah, let's see if they manage to hold out.
But we see all these Chinese troops now that have spawned in. This is the first wave. You can see all of these troops now on the front
look
line.
at this. And now the Japanese really need to go on the defensive now, or they will be in trouble.
Yeah, and I mean the Japanese troops, obviously they're all out of supply when there are so many, but the Japanese are also out of supply since they pushed so far. They do not have the supply hubs to control this. They should take the railway here, they should take Changsha, for example, in order to rectify their dire supply situation up here in Wuhan, because if the Japanese push in, you will not be able to get out of Wuhan in time with these troops when they have no fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, and still some gaps in the line. The Japanese are, of course, very outnumbered, so being this spread out is a risk in itself. Up in the north, they are moving, but slowly.
Yeah.
And you can see here, also quite thin. They are spread quite thin.
We have some philosophy coming in from Saxo Leave here, but aren't the best players those who do much with little? And indeed it is. I mean, if the Japanese succeed in this, make a quick China war with this invasion, then we're going to say that, oh, that's a daring, meta, cool play.
Yeah.
But if they had gotten encircled there and died, we would just be like, disastrous play by Japan, bad tactic.
Noobs.
So, the winners write history, right?
What do you think, Victor? Is it beer o'clock yet?
I think it might be beer o'clock.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, and we lost connection to the server, so then it's definitely beer o'clock.
Yeah, so maybe we could get the full screen view, and maybe we could ask our technician to please bring us a couple of beers and get one for himself as well. And we could keep speaking about the players, maybe.
Yeah, indeed.
But then we won't be able to see the player cards. So let's just hang on for a moment. Yeah. So yeah, this is.
Yeah, but looking at the frontline strength here, it's like once we have zoomed out like this, it's 39 divisions against 17. So they are outnumbered. They are outnumbered more than 2 to 1.
Yeah, and you have these guys as well, and here and here. This is precarious.
Yeah, I mean it's still dangerous.
Yeah.
It seems like a calculated risk, obviously, but yeah.
Let's see, we have to rejoin the game because we crashed, and this is something that often happens in Hearts of Iron multiplayer. Not as much as it used to, though. The game is much more stable, and
yeah,
we've only had like one hot join so far, and we're a couple of hours
I think
in.
the thing is that our computers have caught up, right? Because when we started playing with this community, it was the same game, it was the same mod, but our computers were significantly worse because it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Now everyone has nice GPUs, nice CPUs, cool gaming laptops. I remember we had some guy playing on a MacBook at the first bag on Hof, like a little MacBook on one of those Apple stands that costs like 700 crowns, and it's basically a piece of aluminum.
Yeah, he was so bullied for that. He was so bullied. Like, go away with your wooden computer, and we had to lower the speed all the time to allow him to catch up. But now people have better hardware.
But I guess it's quite a CPU-intensive game, though. So a MacBook, if there is one game that you could actually perform quite well on with a MacBook, it should probably be Hearts of Iron, because as long as you turn the graphics down, the CPUs in Macs are quite good. It's just that.
If you say so, I'm not that technically savvy.
Or well, I think it's a guess from my part as well. But where is the beer? We're trying to find the beer.
Yeah, maybe it's been hidden, but I don't think so. It should be in there.
Yeah, she hides it from you.
Not usually, though. Not usually. Yeah. So if you're just joining us, this is a Hygge Gaming grand game, an historical multiplayer Hearts of Iron game. And we do these maybe once a month. We usually have a studio as well commentating. It's usually me and Victor here, me being Petey. Today we have a technician called Casual. He's doing a great job so far being a technician, I think. We haven't had many complaints in the chat with sound levels and so on.
Yeah, everything has been working out. And also, like, at some games, historically, we've had rotating technician seats. But now we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's nice that we get to do what we're best at, and
yeah, I feel like
leave the technology for the technicians.
Yeah, but sometimes we have to revive the newsreel. I remember that.
The newsreel? Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, when we write, we got the little news notifications.
This is great. So we got some Czech beer, and this is great because Czechoslovakia is still alive in the game, which is nice.
Yeah, indeed.
It's a bit strange that they haven't hosted the game yet.
Let's see. Did we have some glasses there?
Oh, even better.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
So if you have a beer at home, now would be the time to bring it out. So we're just waiting for a rehost.
Yeah.
And if you like what you see, you can always go to patreon.com/hyggegaming and become a free patron. And if you become a Patreon on the Stug 3 level today, you get actually a free week. It's a promotion, the Spring Offensive, and it's the last day of the Spring Offensive today. So definitely check that out if you want to. And you can also become a free Patreon, and that would get you information when we do stuff and that kind of thing.
And also to all of you that are already our Patreons, thank you so much, because as we said, we have been casting since the very beginning, and it has really been a wild ride. We have come from small laptop cameras and technical issues towards a very high production value and physical events and official what's it called, Chevron tier level from Paradox and so on. It has been a good ride, and it's all thanks to you. So cheers to all of you out there supporting the channel and being here with us this Sunday evening for some Hygge HOI gaming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Ah, that's nice.
Oh, very nice.
Czech Pilsner, that's probably my favorite beer. Pilsner was the predecessor to lager, so very nice.
I remember we did... I remember when we played one of our multiplayer games in other Paradox games, because we have dabbled in other games with the community, like when Crusader Kings 3 released.
Oh yeah.
And I remember I played a little petty duke of Pilsen.
Yeah, all right. You were in the east there.
And I got killed though. But
yeah, we had all the players inside the whole Roman Empire, and that was quite interesting. Until some people who had played the game a lot more were really.
Yeah. But I remember Knistan was elected emperor of the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah. That was an interesting game. It doesn't suit itself as well for competitive multiplayer content though, since it's much more asymmetrical. This kind of esport casting is it's only really Hearts of Iron that works for it.
Yeah, I would say so as well. But we're quite used to Hearts of Iron at this point.
You could say. So the game's been out since 2016, I think. And that will be 10 years next year. So.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. We have to do a 10-year jubilee.
Oh, definitely.
Let's do like 10-year jubilee, a historical game.
A historical?
Yeah, so like for the 10-year jubilee, you do whatever you want.
Oh, that's nice.
We have to run it with the central committee.
Yeah. So we did have a question in the chat from Saxeliv. There was a discussion that maybe you could use the Soviet air volunteers in the China War and actually send strategic bombers, and you bombed the home islands, and there was a discussion if that was viable. But I guess you would need air superiority, or just if the Japanese aren't looking, then it could also work.
Yeah, we have a new game up now.
Here we go.
We have the host needed to restart his computer.
Yep. So just one rehost and one rejoin so far. I think that's pretty good, considering.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat here. EU5 is certainly going to be a game that community will have a game in, right?
We will definitely do an EU5 game when it releases, and it's extra fun, I think, in the beginning when you don't know the meta, you don't know
everything is new, right?
Yeah, and also the
everything is computer.
Yeah. And the diplomatic game, of course, is really fun to be a part of.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are ready up, and we'll just.
I mean, that's an interesting aspect, because you don't really get the diplomatic game here. There is some diplomacy going on, like inside the factions, you know, like do you want this? But you have a clear hierarchy. You have like the main controller of the majors. They're basically the ones that control the innings and outings of the faction. We
did do a EU4 game, maybe it's 2 years ago now. I played Austria, and I was power abusing Jonte, who was playing Italy. Well, he hadn't formed Italy yet. And I had Sarge on Prussia, and it was a real challenge to keep him onside and not stab me in the back all the time. But that was a fun game as well. Yeah,
I remember I played Portugal, and I CB'd Congo, invaded, and I got wiped. And then I had to capitulate unconditionally to Congo, so they got the province in Europe. Very weird game.
Yeah, that's good
we'll
times.
see. And in back to Hearts of Iron, we see that now the game is not started, but right before with the rehost, I remember that the world tension has kind of spiked up now.
Yeah.
We have seen Austria getting gobbled up by Germany. We are going to see the Sudetenland getting taken, and then Czechoslovakia proper.
Yeah.
It will be interesting to see what they do with Czechoslovakia, though. Do they give some to Hungary, or do they keep it for themselves?
Yeah, I'm guessing they will give some to Hungary. It's usually a good idea to strengthen your miners as much as possible, and Ramefors is a strong player on Hungary, so you want him to be strong and happy. So I would guess they would give some to him at least. So we're still waiting for all the players to rejoin and press ready and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, speaking of Hearts of Iron, since it's almost 10 years since release, I would guess like the next major title from Paradox should be Hearts of Iron 5. I don't have any inside info, unfortunately, even though we are a sponsored event sometimes. We don't get any inside info. We even have a former Paradox employee playing.
Yeah, we have had developers on Bag on Hof, but they are keeping their cards close to the chest.
Yeah. So it seems like we had another rehost for some reason. Not sure why, but we'll try to keep track of it. Should I try to join? I'm gonna try to join.
Yeah, we'll see. And it is we do like this. So when Danzig War starts, or basically the German Reich demands Danzig, and Poland refuses, then the war will break out, obviously, as it did in historical times, and then we're going to have a break for lunch.
Yeah. Usually around 45 minutes, but we'll see what people say. Okay, so apparently people clicked the countries while it was still loading, so that's why we had to do a rehost again.
We have a question in the chat from Mortal Vision here, one of our regulars in the chat. Was preparing lunch, has anything special happened? Well, I mean, I wouldn't say anything special has happened, but the China War has been very exciting. We have seen the Japanese going for a naval invasion in the south rather than in the north, and they've snaked their way up quite dangerously. So
if we go to the game screen now, we're still in the lobby, but you can see the map still, and you will be able to see this snake going up through China here, and it's been scary.
Yeah. I mean, for like people like Mortal Vision and Saxolive, who has been with us a long time in the community, watching our games, you can see that this border in China is not looking like it usually does, so to speak.
No, definitely not. And it's been touch and go there for a while. They had two complete encirclements, but they managed to break out. But the Chinese first wave just spawned, and now the Japanese have to go on the defensive, or they're going to be in trouble. So we're still waiting for some players to join up. This is always a challenge. I think right now we're playing with 26 players or something, so everybody has to be on their toes and ready to play and so on. Also, another issue with stability is if people have enabled like the Axis Armor Pack DLC and whatnot. That usually causes some crashes, but yeah, the stability has definitely gotten better and better as we through the years.
Yeah, we say Mortal Vision here. I remember the famous Mako snake in China that backfired horribly on the Japanese invasion force, and indeed, and we remember that too. And that is what kind of is a bit scary now, right? Because the Mako snake still exists, but it's in the south this time.
Yeah.
Then it has not become a full-fledged Mako snake yet, as it has not failed horribly.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
You can understand the mentality though, because in the beginning it's like, haha, these Chinese troops are so weak. I'm just facing no resistance. This is so easy. And then suddenly you're spread really thin and your lines are collapsing and you get encircled by the AI, and that's always embarrassing. And the whole world is watching because it's the only war going on right now.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. Like we have, it ramps up basically. So you have the China war now going on. Everyone is watching that and everyone is talking about that. Once you get later in the game, then you really start to miss a lot of things, even within the factions, because then everything is happening all around the world.
Yeah.
And someone is like, oh, I'm getting naval invaded, this is happening, and the major doesn't notice it, and the troops are somewhere else. And so during like the Spanish Civil War and the China War and the Winter War and so on, you can really have broad discussions within your faction, like what do we do with this? We lost this division. What does that entail?
Yeah.
But then, like in the later game, you can get like 20 divisions encircled, and you're like, oh, that happened. Right?
Yeah. And you don't say anything. You keep it quiet. Yeah, we seem to be taking a bit of time, but we have 27 players in the lobby now. I'm not sure if maybe people just have to ready up. I'm not sure. We'll see. Maybe we could get another interview soon. Who would we want for an interview?
Well, I mean, once the China War has ended, I would like the Japanese player. Otherwise, I mean, the Finnish Winter War is always a favorite.
Yeah, maybe we could get one of the Soviet players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Boppus is always interesting to talk to.
Yeah, and he looks good on camera.
Yeah, and we know he has a camera as well, so we know it's going to be an interesting interview.
Maybe even a green screen.
Yeah, that's true.
That's even better.
As one of our guide producers.
Yeah. And if you somehow haven't seen our guides on YouTube, Hygge Gaming is one of the premium sources for Hearts of Iron guides. We have a bunch of them right now. So if you go to Hygge Gaming on YouTube, you'll find a bunch of guides there. And if you want even more guides, you can become a Patreon. And you do that by going to patreon.com/HyggeGaming and check it out. And if you join today as a Stug 3 tier, then you get 1 week for free, and you get a bunch of guides. Really, you could actually abuse this system and watch all of the guides in the library, and then stop being a supporter. So now is a good time to abuse us.
Yeah, you're creating a new meta here for taking part of the guides. Yeah, but they're really nice, the guides. Like when I play. On occasion, I've played in the games, like I'm mostly a caster nowadays, but I have had some games where I've jumped in, especially our Blitz games, which are a bit faster and less preppy, and are not casted. And during those games, I've always watched the guides before, so I know what to do.
Yeah, and they really go into detail as well, like how does air support work? And they go into the details and the numbers in a really, can I say, autistic manner?
I think that's okay.
I think that's
And the thing is, like, I remember because I've played Finland a lot, and as a caster, you get to pick your country once you go back to the gaming, right? And I remember when I watched our guide at Finland, then I won the Winter War. But then I watched Danke's stream for inspiration at the time I played Finland, and I lost horribly.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So our guides are better than Danke's stream.
Yeah, that's a good.
Perhaps I was more bad at replicating it though, but
maybe. But I think last time you played Finland, didn't you have a pretty good run of it?
Yeah, in the end. But I did an interesting first tactic where I built heavy artillery divisions and tried to storm Leningrad in order to get a quick victory. It didn't work, and I got encircled and died. But then in the continuation war, it worked out properly. But
yeah, so it seems Dom Grady, our newer player, he's not used to the lobby mechanics, so he joined the old address instead of the new one. Now we have 29 players in the lobby, and that should be all, I think. Let's see.
I'm gonna take off my suit jacket.
Yeah, it's about time.
Yeah, it's a bit warm.
Your beautiful medals as well.
Yeah, that's a bit sad that I can't show off my medals. But
maybe you can show them before. So these are the official Hearts of Iron medals.
Yeah, so this is from Arms Against Tyranny, where the winning team at our physical event gets these medals, basically.
And the casters.
Yeah, indeed, and the casters. So I have one No Step Back and one Arms Against Tyranny, and we'll see what medal we get the next time. Now we have an interviewee. So
we have the main controller of the Soviets.
Maybe here.
So I'm just gonna try speaking into the air. Pontus, can you hear us? Not yet.
No, not yet. I guess you're picked up by my mic as well.
Yeah, we'll just hang on for a moment while our technician sets it up. But so Pontus is the main controller, and we can already see him on screen. And here we go. Pontus, are you with us?
I am with you.
So you are the main controller of the Soviets this time. Is this the first time you're the main controller of the Soviets?
It might be the second time. I play Soviet on one of these quick games we had a couple years back.
Okay. So we are starting the game now, but we will keep hogging you for the interview because you're not really at war or anything right now, and you have competent backup in your co-ops. So we heard there was a bit of a disaster in the Spanish Civil War. Could you tell us more about that?
Yeah, we had 4 troops in Barcelona, and we had one last one coming in, but the Germans pushed us out from Barcelona before we got there, so we didn't have time to recall.
Right. And you weren't controlling, right? It was someone else, and that someone is getting executed, I suppose.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So you have Boppus as one of your co-ops, and he's a very preppy player. He's played the Soviets many times. Whose build is it? Is it still your build, or has Boppus taken over?
No, it's my build. So Boppus is passenger on this one. He's gonna do microing the Finnish front, but yeah, he's been busy with other things. So yeah, this is my build.
So tell us more about this build. We did see the beautiful array of your forces in a spiral. Could you tell us more about the spiral?
Yeah, this is our tactic. We're gonna do some spiral defense this game, and yeah, we'll see how it's gonna go. I'm excited.
And are you going like I know Boppus loves to build garrisons. Are you putting garrisons on the line, or?
We're gonna do some garrisons, but mainly, and this is the interesting tactic this game. We're gonna do not motorized infantry, but infantry that are motorized.
Oh, the semi-motorized thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then we're gonna do the doctrine, the mobile infantry doctrine, mobile warfare with
really?
mobile infantry. So we're gonna have speedy boys.
Oh wow, that's really interesting. I don't think we've ever seen that. So if you manage to pull that off and pull out the victory, you might be in for an Oppenheimer award.
Yeah, if we still had it, but yeah.
And we do have it when someone does something really.
Oh right.
It's just we don't hand it out every game because we don't always see innovation.
Well, as a Finland enjoyer, what do you think about the Finnish Winter War?
I think the Finnish Winter War we should win. Now we don't have the experienced troop from the Spanish war, so it might be a bit tougher. But yeah, we should win the Winter War. But then in the continuation war, we plan to take it. Unless we have a really good win in the Winter War, we plan to do not do any attacks on Finland, but have a defense in line instead.
Okay, and we do know you're facing Falk on Germany, a very scary Germany.
Yeah,
and yeah, he'll probably have a tank or two. What's your plan for countering Falk's scary tanks?
Yeah, so to start with, around when Barbarossa starts, we'll be like these little bees that fights against giant Japanese wasps.
Yeah.
So we'll have a lot of light tanks, quite shitty ones, and hopefully we'll be able to do like a little bit of surround or delay tactics, and then we're gonna do some T-34s and KV-1s tank destroyers around when Barbarossa will start. So we won't have it at the start of the war, but we'll definitely have them within like half a year.
Right, so you're basically doing everything. You're gonna have light tanks, medium tanks, and heavy tanks.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. They won't see that coming.
Or will they?
Or will they? So another question: who will be controlling what? You said Boppus will be controlling the northern Finnish front. What about Mossberg and yourself?
Yeah, so Boppus will do spy game and the northern front. Mossberg will do the southern front and air, and I will do the central front together with the focuses, doctrine, logistics, and all of that.
Right. That's a solid split. But I'm guessing in the Winter War, you're all against the new guy Dom Grady on Finland.
Yeah, Johan will take the southern front, and I will take the mid to northern front.
Okay.
Wow.
Interesting. Do you have any questions, Victor, before we let him go?
No, I don't. I think I have this echo from you as well, so I hear myself when I talk. So it's better to leave the interviewing to you.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, thank you so much, Pontus, and good luck.
Thank you. Have a good day in the studio. Bye.
Thank you. Cheers.
Bye. I think I muted the wrong thing. So like when I talked, I heard myself in like half a second after I spoke. So it was very hard.
Right. Can I just maybe have a look? See. Oh, that's. Okay.
I probably fixed it, but.
Okay.
Never mind.
We'll have a look at it later. When we last left Asia, the Japanese were looking really precarious. Now it looks like
it has turned out much better, and they have a big encirclement down here.
Yeah, still quite sparse on the fronts, but they are expanding and not contracting, which is always a good sign. And the northern front is steadily moving southward.
I mean, at this point, you can probably call it a success, because now they're not going to get encircled by the AI when they have this broader front, because the AI doesn't really do like concentrated pushes. The losses are looking quite good in the Japanese favor.
Yeah.
I would imagine the second wave gets mobilized really soon, if not already. The second wave is mobilized, and once they close all these encirclements, they might be able to get the third wave out really quickly and then finish off the war in a timely manner. So very well played from Japan, we say now, after they have succeeded with the dangerous snake.
Well, the victor always writes history, and I mean the one who claims the victory, not Victor. But yeah, and they are about to meet here, the south meeting the north, and that will create one big, huge encirclement here of the east of China.
And they have most of the victory points are not captured there as well. So once they take Nanjing and Shanghai and those places, the third wave will instantly mobilize.
Yeah.
And they will mobilize in already encircled areas to a large degree.
Yeah.
They can just kill that off again, and they will have quite an easy time.
Yeah. And yeah, now it's just one tile separating the two halves of the Japanese invasion, and it's looking quite solid. I saw earlier, and maybe you did too on the stream, that they did send some expeditionary forces up towards Båt. So Båt is he's doing the micro on the northern front.
We have a question in the chat here, or a reflection in the chat rather, that mobile on Soviet sounds like you want to trap a lot of German tanks. And indeed, as Saxoliv said, as long as they have the supply to keep it up, it might surprise the Germans. But it's also kind of a dangerous one, because the Soviets, they don't really go on the offensive early. It will be interesting to see how it pans out, of course, but that's also a new meta.
Yeah. So I see a comment here in the chat that we didn't touch on before from Cure 1701. With my old community, we had some really cool non-historical games, which led to quite much diplomacy, even in Hearts of Iron. They played with the nation's ideologies swapped. Yeah, that sounds like great fun indeed. And I think now the state of the game, it's quite how should you say, it's quite the meta is very set, because people know what's best and what's not. I think it's always more fun when it's more crazy, when you see for example, one game we had a Sweden player, just that, and he played with really strong submarines, and they managed to invade the United States. Yeah, those kinds of games are much more fun. And also the diplomacy game adds it's a whole other aspect to it.
Yeah, we have one little Japanese division encircling Changde here.
And he was just about to get a medal as well.
Yeah, I guess they will be able to break him out though, but to lose one division at this point is definitely worth it.
Yeah, they managed. Looks like they managed. And now they are joined up. So, and this is quite a lot of Chinese troops being stuck in the middle here.
Yeah, definitely. This is
the AI's.
This is going to hurt for China indeed, and also the Chinese troops, since they're AI controlled, they just push towards the front line. So it's very good for getting experience on the Japanese troops.
Oh
as
yeah,
well,
yeah.
Because these troops are just going to try to break out, try to push, even though they're out of supply, even though they're suffering attrition. So you get a lot of experience.
Yeah, and they have 700 Army XP in the bank, and let's have a look at how they're doing on doctrines. Oh, they haven't gone down the doctrine tree. I'm not sure if I would have done the same, because this would help you fight the China war faster as well.
Yeah, definitely. Perhaps they're not decided on which way they want to go.
I think
but they probably should.
Yeah, but I guess you want the theorists to make it cheaper, and maybe there are other modifiers making the doctrines cheaper as well, so they're going to take them all at once. So right now they're just banking the army XP.
I like it that they keep going with these quite dangerous snakes up here.
Yeah, all guts for the Japanese players. Let's see if they are as ballsy when it comes to fighting actual human players later on. Speaking of human players, we still have some players that we haven't presented. So we presented Holland before, and down to the south here we have Australia. And on Australia we have Sjökrona. And yeah, he's been with the community for quite some time. I'm not sure if he's played Australia before. Let's have a look at what he's doing. So he's going for some pretty solid infantry divisions.
Indeed.
A bit of anti-tank mixed in there.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick, but I guess it could work out to his favor if he encounters some like Amtracs or stuff like that later in the game.
Yeah, we usually don't see the Asia Axis going for any armor, but if they do, then you're happy to have some anti-tank. It could be that he's going to El Alamein to help out before the war breaks out in Asia. let's keep a look on that. But that's a bit of an unusual choice to have anti-tank in the divisions.
But we have seen Australian troops in LL Main before.
Oh yeah.
We should look at the build-up perhaps in North Africa and see what people are planning over there.
Yeah, let's just we just have one more player down here.
All right, New Zealand.
Yes, and this is Joseph, and I think this is Joseph's first game with the community. So New Zealand, of course, good choice for a first-time player. Yeah, we have no idea how strong his game actually is because he's a new player.
Yeah, I mean,
Michael Joseph Savage.
And I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting with New Zealand as well because it's one of those countries that are quite safe. You rarely get invaded, but then again, you can really show up anywhere, right? Because if you're a small country that no one really cares about or worries about, then you never expect them either. Like if suddenly a couple of competent New Zealand divisions show up somewhere, then you might be in trouble if you do not expect it. We have seen Ireland, for example, being one of those countries where everyone is like, oh, Ireland's not going to do something. And then you have like 4 Marine divisions just somewhere where you have no troops. And then you actually have to contend with it somehow. It rarely decides the game, but it can be a thorn in the side of the opposing force.
Yeah. So we have a mod question here. Does your mod have a wave system spawn for the Chinese AI? And indeed, we do have a wave system. So the Chinese AI, I think it's triggered by territory taken, or is it losses?
Yeah, I think it's both in a way.
Yeah.
But the third wave should be mobilized like any day now.
Yeah, and they're on the second wave right now, and that sends out a bunch of spawnable troops, and I think it's 4 waves in total, right?
Yeah, I think now it's 3 waves. After the third wave, it's done, right?
Oh, okay.
Or is it 4? I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure. I thought it was 4, but I may very well be mistaken. Yeah, so anyways, let's see what New Zealand does. Right now, he's got these odd little divisions with a bit of cavalry, a bit of infantry. This does not scream experience to me, but we'll see what he does with it. I'm not even sure it's legal because these are mobile divisions and these are not mobile. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. He will probably be fighting together with his Anzac friend down here in Asia later on. And that was all the players in Asia.
Indeed.
What do you think of the matchup in Asia? We have a very experienced player on India with Rosen, and we have a pretty strong Japan player.
Well, we'll see once the sides meet up in proper, but Japan has impressed in the China War. This is a very good China War for Japan, obviously. But they did so quite dangerously, and as we said before, the history is written by the victors, right? So now we are saying this is a very good play. This is very good for Japan.
Yeah.
But it shows an ambition to do very daring, very risky tactics. And that might come back to bite them later. If they try that against the Raj, for example, where you have experienced players that might be able to take advantage of it, it can really swing the other way. But it is an experienced and scary Japan against a somewhat less experienced United States. So I think by the looks of things that the Pacific War and the island hopping will probably favor the Japanese. But on the Indian front, on the other hand, when you have a not so experienced Manchu, not so experienced Siam, and a Japan that might focus on the Pacific War if it goes well, that might be in the Allies' favor.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. We have a really good mix of very experienced players and not at all experienced players. So it's always hard to see how that will shake out.
But I think it will come down to the ability of command, right?
Yeah.
If the Japanese player manages to take command over Manchu and Siam, tell them what to do, explain the tactics, be coordinated and act on different advantages that you get, then that's going to hurt the Raj player because the Raj player is a bit more lonely even if he's very experienced.
Yeah.
So we'll see Japan's ability to command the Asian co-prosperity sphere, or what they call it.
I have a hunch because during the rehost, I saw a message on Steam from Ivan, the main controller of Japan, and it was like, I don't know, 4 pages long with different builds and strategies and whatnot for all the Asia Access players. So I think he's got a firm hand on the entire situation, while on the other hand, the allies, they seem to be more individualistic. I mean, these divisions that we saw from New Zealand, that's not the result of any coordination. I think.
That's true.
But I think just before you continue, we have an important question in the chat from Arian. He's asking what we're drinking, and we are drinking Czech Budvar Czech Lager right now.
Indeed.
And Arian also made a strong arm smiley, and when we talked about India, so I'm guessing Arian is from India.
I think I think the strong arm is not misplaced, because India is one of those countries that is going to be really scary. India has a lot of potential this game, and I think
definitely.
we're going to see it.
And if you are joining us, watching us from India, very nice to see you, sir. Welcome to the stream. We see the Japanese. They are making good headway into China. Doesn't look like the second wave posed too many problems for them. They are well joined up and slowly digesting this pocket here to the east.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat when we asked about the next favorite wished game. We have chances of HOI4 game in the future, and I would say the chances are very high of a HOI4 game in the future.
Yeah. Definitely.
It is our bread and butter.
Yeah, that's what we do here at Hygge Gaming. We stream Hearts of Iron 4. That's what we
indeed.
do.
We have never casted another game, actually.
No, I think what would make us quit is Hearts of Iron 5. That would make us quit Hearts of Iron 4, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm really looking forward to it as well. Just this unexplored terrain. You don't know what the meta is. Everybody's trying out different crazy strategies. That's what I like to see.
We'll see. I don't think the third wave has mobilized just yet, but it will, like any day now, I'm sure.
Yeah. And just having a look at the losses again, these are pretty good ratios.
Yeah, like 3 million Chinese and 130k Japanese, and all of the Japanese losses are basically from frontline fighting. They have not suffered an encirclement. They might have suffered some increasing losses because they were encircled for a while in some parts, which could have incurred some higher losses than it would otherwise. But otherwise, this is executed perfectly, considering how risky the strategy was.
Yeah. It looked a bit touch and go there for a moment, like I said, but it looks nice. Love from Indian generals. Yeah, good to see you in the stream, Arian, and nice to have India with us supporting Hygge Gaming.
Yeah, indeed. That's a bit of a time difference to India.
Yeah, isn't it? What time is it at your place, Arian? Here it's around 1:45 in the afternoon. So we're gonna have our lunch break soon. As soon as World War II breaks out, we'll have a lunch break.
Yeah, we have about a year left to go in in-game time here. I think once Nanjing falls, we are going to see a mobilization of the third wave.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that.
I wonder if we are going to have a capitulation of China before the Danziger War. It has been a bit different historically. Like sometimes the China War is still going on.
Yeah. And it's a bit scary for the Allies, because if Japan is good and ready with the China War, that means they could stab you in the back at any time, and that limits the amount of resources you can spend in going to Africa.
Yeah, we have a question here. Aren't India, British Empire, and China allies in World War II? Why not fund China? And the thing is, we have some rules. I don't know how it was historically in the Allies, because I guess India and China has not historically gotten along a lot. But
they were under the Brits then, and the Allies were nice.
Oh, thank you.
Nice.
But the thing is, we have this. The only support that the Allies are allowed to send to China is basically Soviet air volunteers.
Yeah.
Because we don't want a player on China, because if China wins against Japan, that means the game is basically over.
Yeah.
We have had players on China before, but usually now in their finest it is AI controlled, so we get a more exciting game.
Yeah.
And it's not very exciting if you have a player on China. They are going to be out of the game very early, because you can't really put them anywhere else or do government in exile stuff.
Yeah. It's sort of the equivalent, the Asian equivalent of having a France that never falls. If France never falls, then you have a big major in Europe on the Allied side, and you never have to do a D-Day or anything, and that's pretty much the end of the game. I think we don't have any rules about it, but when all the axes pile on France, they always fall in the end. But
yeah, we have some of those rules, like if France holds, then eventually they have to capitulate anyway. It's such a success for the Allies anyway. For example, if the Allies manage to win the Spanish Civil War, they still have to lose it, so to speak, but you have to give a lot of boons to the Soviets, so it still works out in the Axis favor.
Also, Arian is saying it's noon in India. That's weird. It's almost noon here as well, but who knows? Time zones are weird.
Well, Saxolive got inspired by the game and cleaned the whole house. Now breakfast and lunch combined, ready to be eaten while being able to focus on the game again.
Nice.
Yeah, nice to hear, because you have about a year of in-game time before we are going to break for lunch as well.
Yeah, and always nice to have Saxolive in the chat. It would feel weird otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. Welcome back.
Welcome back indeed.
What are we eating, by the way? We're getting pizza?
Right now we have some microwave surprises waiting for us. So nothing special. I think that'll be it. But yeah,
that's nice too.
Yeah, we do have beer though. The beer is good.
Yeah, that's nice.
Right now we're drinking a Swedish kind of pilsner.
Yeah, Mellerud.
Yeah, we're not sponsored or anything, but
if they would like to sponsor us, I would be up for it.
Yeah, I would not object to that.
Usually, I have to tell you that when we have our physical LAN, like the Bergårdhof, then we always have 2 kegs of beer at the Axis house and 2 kegs of beer at the Allied house, with beer from the respective factions. So last game, I think we had a Japanese beer and a German beer.
Yeah.
And on the Allied side, we had...
was it an Indian beer? Or?
Yeah, I think... did we have Indian beer?
Or was it the British? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we usually have at least one British. That's easy to get.
So we have a player hot joining right now, so the game is paused.
Yeah, we have... is there dominoes in Sweden? Yeah, we have dominoes, but Sweden is a country of pizza tradition, so to speak. So dominoes have not been able to make the inroads in Sweden that they have in other countries.
No.
So we still have basically one small pizzeria in every little town. There is basically a pizzeria.
Usually run by someone from the former Yugoslavia.
Yeah, a lot of people from the Balkan Bros are making pizza in Sweden.
Yeah.
We like those pizzas. I have started with these weird combinations, like banana, peanuts, chicken, béarnaise sauce.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice.
Otherwise, a Swedish classic is the kebab pizza. That's like one of the most standard Swedish fast foods you can get. Like a pizza with kebab on it.
Yeah, and sometimes like salad and tomatoes and stuff.
Yeah.
I remember when I studied in South Korea, and I went to a place where it said they had a genuine Italian style pizza.
Yeah.
And I just looked at the menu because it was just Korean sign, so I just pointed to one. Let me get that. And they served me a pizza, and there was basically a whole pasta carbonara on top of the pizza dough.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
So I asked like, oh, this is a weird pizza, and they said, yeah, the pasta Italian, pizza Italian style.
Italian. Yeah, why not?
Indeed.
Why not?
It was quite alright though. The carbonara was fine, and then I guess the plate was just a pizza. Yeah, looking at the build-up here in Cairo, we do see some South African armor making their way up to the front.
And they have 4 of them, and this is of course the bonus of going for medium tanks instead of heavy tanks, that you can get more of them. And yeah, they're almost 80% strength, but still. This is a lot for South Africa at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I would say the micro has been well played by South Africa, and that is one of the ways you notice that the player has really prepared, right? Because if you play this against the AI, if you prepare your game, then basically like you don't know what an opposing player would do in place of the AI, but you can always prepare your factories, prepare your focuses, and be as effective as possible until the outbreak of the war. And I do think we see a South Africa that has really done that, because this is a good showing from them so far.
Yeah, we're still not seeing any of the Badger British heavy tanks that he will be having here later, and he seems to be having some free military factories, free dockyards, so a bit of a slip up here on the macro side.
No, indeed.
Let's have a look. Yeah, he could be building more than he is right now, so this is just wasted industrial capacity at the moment.
Yeah, and we often look at those things like later in the game Because early in the game we usually see like this very short row of things. Everyone is on top of the game, but once things get more stressful, you have a lot of fronts going on, you need to micro your troops, then you start to see people that have not done research for a lot of years. And I mean, in a short manner of time, that does not matter, but if you go like half a year with one research slot empty, that's a lot of lost potential on the front line.
Yeah, and look at these Marine divisions, the Royal Epic Marines. Like,
I mean, this is going to hurt.
These are kitted out.
Definitely going to hurt wherever they land.
Yeah, and you'll see where he does land later on. But yeah, like I said, still no heavy tanks in El Alamein. There's still time though. We're just at the end of 1938, and they won't be the Germans won't be coming down here until France falls. Let's see about Canada and Ian. Let's see. Yeah, he's still only doing his one training. No, just as I said that, he's got 5 divisions spawning here, and these are infantry. But I think these will be the ones that will become tanks later on.
I mean, if we look at the support divisions there, it's looking very, very tanky. Yeah. So this is not going to be infantry for very long.
Yeah, this is actually an illegal division at the moment because they're at combat width 2, but they won't be fighting. This is just a macro thing.
Yeah, I guess the rule is if they see combat, we're going to see people shout about it, but we're not going to tell on anyone at this point.
Yeah, we do have some allied players that we still haven't presented. So one of them is the unfortunate Poland, and on Poland we have Andreas, and Andreas has been with the community for since probably close to the beginning, I think. He's a solid player, but he was the unfortunate Spanish player who lost the Spanish Civil War. So right now he has a bad track record, and hopefully he will do a good job as Poland. Poland, of course, will fall almost instantly, and then they will become a government in exile in London. They do get some planes early on that are quite a number of planes. I think like 500 planes or something.
Poland, to be honest, like if you are watching this from an outside perspective and are not that into Hygge Gaming or their finest bra mod, you might think, oh, who would want to play Poland, right? Because they're just going to get capitulated. But they have very good government in exile mechanics, and being a government in exile with that potential, they can really show up on a lot of places. You never expect the Polish, right?
Yeah.
And also, once or if the Eastern Front shifts, they can take back their territory, and then they can start to punch quite heavily. So Poland has the potential of becoming a very dangerous country later on, but in the beginning they will obviously fall to the onslaught of Soviet and German troops.
Yeah, and this is quite a common defensive array we see here, situated around the center of Poland. Quite a bit weighted towards the south, so he's expecting a heavy invasion from the Balkan Bros. We see here mountaineers in the mountains and so on. So yeah,
we have seen some Poland players trying to make a play. Like at least pretty much all of the later games, we have seen Poland players trying to like para-drop Hungary or making a quick invasion towards Danzig or going to Romania or so on. And I guess, I mean, it's a bit boring being Poland at this point because you're going to fall, so you might as well do something. But it has not succeeded as of yet. I guess Königsberg fell once to Poland, but they swiftly got retaken by the Germans. But technically, I guess a Poland player could capitulate the Hungarians at least. But
they could technically, but we've never seen it.
Yeah, it's quite easy if you just place one guy in Budapest. Then
so we have a comment here in the chat. The acronym usually used for government in exile is GIE.
Right.
Guy? I don't know. Yeah, we try to be accessible here in the Hygge community, so even for new players, they should know what we're talking about. So we'll probably continue saying government in exile, even though it's a mouthful. We usually see the Polish player going for Marines or that kind of thing, because you can get quite a few special forces up, and you can really make a difference where it needs to be made. So we'll see what Andreas does with Poland in this game.
Yeah.
So I think the only two countries we still have left are Mexico and Brazil. And yeah, why not start with Mexico? Let's just have a quick look at the China war. Yeah, they're closing out the pocket.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Chinese capitulation rather soon. This is probably the third wave mobilized, and they did a smart thing there because, as was speculated in the chat here by Wendy, the Western China, since all of the supply emanates from the capital, if you keep Nanjing in Chinese hands for some time, that means you can really push inland because they will not be able to supply the front lines. Now when they have taken Nanjing, the supplies will come from Chongqing, and that will be harder then to push inland. So
very true, very true. Yeah, but they seem to be doing just fine. Having a look at the losses, they have lost like 100k just recently, but
yeah, I think still. They might. Some Japanese infantry division have probably paid with their life here. I think the losses are slightly a bit too high to be only frontline losses, but it's a very successful Sino-Japanese war nonetheless.
Yeah. So moving back on Mexico. Let's see. On Mexico we have Skoginge, and yeah, Skoginge has been with the community since forever, almost, you could say. And Mexico is like the United States and Brazil. They are late to join the war, and they are late bloomers, so to speak.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, basically, like at least Brazil, but also Mexico, in a sense, is a bit like the India of the Americas, because they have a lot of manpower but a weak industry. So the Allied, the Allies, even if you count the Cominterns especially, you are going to have a lot of manpower. Like the Brazilians have millions of men to put in the field, basically, but few military factories and a lot of debuffs early on and so on. So.
Yeah. And looking at his production, just infantry stuff, basically, some special forces stuff, but not much of it. He of course doesn't have many military factories, just 5 right now as a place. So, and he's not doing the one division training thing, which is probably a bit of a mistake tactically. He has a bunch of these smaller
yeah, that's
here.
Probably not so good. I mean, you lose a lot to attrition, especially if you are Mexico, for example. If you miss out on one division training on one of the larger countries, that might be good. But I mean, if you're a country which has a lot of manpower but a bit less industry, you really want to be one division training, because when you are drilling your troops, you lose weapons, equipment to attrition, and it can take a while to reproduce that if you do it a lot.
Yeah, we'll definitely check in on Skoginge later on Mexico. And we have Night Round joining us in the chat. Nice to see you, Night Round. And
cheers to you.
He says it's nice to have the classic duo on comms. So yeah,
it's
nice to be here.
Yeah, it's nice to be back.
Night Round, of course, is one of our regulars. Never misses a stream, almost, I think. So, and I think the last player we have to present... Oh, I think we have Mongolia still left as well. But other than that, Brazil. And on Brazil, we have Simon. And Simon, he's been with the community for at least a year now, I think. Still one of our newer players. And he's, of course, playing Brazil, which is, as we said, one of the late bloomers. He is doing the one division training tactics, so you see him here with just one division gathering up some EXP.
Yeah, he could have filled it out more, I suppose.
Yeah, that's probably the meta. And he seems to be going for... Now, look at this. Are these Marines?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Like
Margaritas. That's not a Spanish drink. They should have been caipirinha. I mean, a Brazilian drink. They should have been caipirinhas or something.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, this is well thought out. I mean, Brazil is one of those countries that can do a lot of marine stuff.
You should probably have some artillery, but they are probably to join in later on. But they, as you can see, he's got 3 rows and an extra one of Marines here, which means he won't be having the usual amount of Marines, artillery. If we compare to the British Marines here, where do we have them here? You can see here they have 2 full rows of artillery and anti-tank. So
yeah, indeed. And Nitron said here, anyone watching the Dankus HOI tournament, if you enjoy HOI MP, I'd highly recommend checking out QF4. The game from last night, it was a high-level game.
Yeah, we're actually boycotting that tournament because we got kicked out in round 1. So we got our asses handed to us in the first round against the Bakoan gang. Very painful. So do not watch Dankus's tournament.
Yeah. On the other hand, we would be very happy to welcome Dankus back for our events. It has been fun playing with him.
Yeah, for sure. And he actually joined our live event, so we got to meet him in person.
Yeah, I remember when we had Berg on Hof. He was streaming from the dinner as well.
Yeah.
I was holding a big speech about how far we've come and our production value and everything, and then I watched it on stream.
Yeah, he was like streaming everything.
Yeah, it's good. He knows social media, you know.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, having a look back at the Chinese war, they are steadily advancing inland, and now it's just a matter of getting those victory points. Let's see here at the surrender limit. Okay, so they need 10% more. 10% more to capitulate China, so we should see this wrapping up in a couple of months or so.
Yeah, we have a comment here from Thomas5302 that he lurks a bit while his baby is sleeping and is doing some cleaning meanwhile, and he will be probably back in the game next time. So welcome back to you, and thanks for joining us today.
On holiday in France. Whereabouts in France are you, Thomas? I was down in the south of France a couple of years ago, close to Montpellier, so somewhere down here. Very beautiful down in the south of France, or in the rest of France as well, I suppose. So we have one more player to present, which we haven't presented, which is the Mongolian player.
Indeed.
And this is Seth. And Seth is playing only the third game with the community. And last time he played France, where he did really well. He held out. I mean, it wasn't the strongest Germany we've ever seen, but he held out for a long time. He almost encircled a bunch of Italian troops down in North Africa, and he had a really good playing. And even after the capitulation, of course, he also played very well. So it'll be interesting to see him as an addition to the already quite strong Soviet team.
Yeah, I mean, Mongolia is one of those countries that can punch well above their weight as well, because we have seen games basically decided by fast-moving Mongolian rocket artillery on the front that is not expected from the German side.
Yeah.
And that can really hurt. Like, if you have an infantry line, and the tanks are somewhere, and the Soviets' tanks are there as well, and then suddenly you see like an offensive from Mongolian fast-moving rocket artillery in another part of the theater, when the front is long and you only have 2 players on Germany, that can really hurt them. Yeah.
And they do have the Force Ghost of Genghis Khan, which is a really good general. So
yeah, check about press the general down there.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, if you press there. Oh no, no Force Ghost.
See it now for some reason, but we'll definitely see him later on, I think.
Indeed.
And if we have a look here, he is building trucks. So it's sort of like Bulgaria. You usually see them going for motorized infantry.
Heavy anti-air.
Heavy anti-air, yeah.
That's a new one.
That's interesting because aren't they quite slow?
I would imagine so, right?
Or maybe it's just a support company.
Yeah, it's possible.
Here we go. Oh, look, he's using the Cyrillic letters and everything.
Tankovaye
divisie. Tankovaye divisie.
Tank division.
Tank division. Oh, and look at this. He's going for
medium
tanks.
It is indeed a tank division.
It is indeed, and here's the motorized heavy anti-air. Okay, so this is
this is going to punch quite hard.
Yeah.
This is a big division.
Yeah, so the only question is, how many of them will he be able to get out?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a greedy division. He won't be able to field that many of them, but I mean, once they square up against the German tanks, they're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think so too. And the only question is, how many of them will he be able to get out? That's it. So Arian says China has already lost the mainland. Well, already. It's not super early and it's not super late, but yeah, they are losing, of course. And it's AI China. They are meant to lose, and we have a strong Japan. It looked a bit precarious. At the beginning,
I mean, at this time, Japan is not in much of a hurry, so to speak. this has been a very successful China war for Japan, I would say. And we have seen some China wars not going so well in the latest couple of games, but I mean, the Japanese can be quite proud of their performance here, I feel.
Yeah.
And this is going to set them up for good potential later on.
Let's see if we have time later on to get Ivan for an interview. Maybe during the lunch break even. Right now you can see the losses here. They're up to almost 300k, not too bad, and almost 5 million Chinese. So yeah, these are good numbers. Good numbers, to say the least. Yes, actually was saying the cast is trying to mess with the divisions. Yeah, we can't really control anything as the observer, and I just want to see the.
We have had some problems though, because if the cast is tagged into a country that capitulates, then we have to rejoin.
Oh right,
so that's something that we need to remember, because that has happened before. Like you're tagged into France, for example. France capitulates, and then you have to wait and rejoin.
Yeah, so we are in May 1939, and if you know your history, that means World War II is getting closer. And as soon as Germany does the ultimatum on Poland, that means we're going for the lunch break, and then we kick off.
And they have some focuses left. They still haven't taken the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, for example.
Yeah.
The treaty with the USSR is still, because they probably want to go that first, right? So they get the research slot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so still a bit off is the war, and also no Finnish Winter War.
I guess the Finnish Winter War, you have to Danziger War has to be finished, right, before you can start the Winter War.
Ah, right. That might be it.
Because I think that's the next step in Soviet expansionism, so to speak.
Yeah, and where do we have it? Do you know where the? This is a huge.
Yeah, it's Baltic security, right?
Baltic security. Let's find this one.
Yeah, there.
Claims in Baltic. Just gonna. There we go.
Yeah, so you have first you gobble up the Baltics, then you have Baltic security, and after the Finnish Winter War, you also get the claims of Bessarabia. And basically, you can be embroiled in quite a lot of wars as the Soviet quite early.
Yeah, you could have your 2 mini wars.
Yeah, because if the Finns hold out and you do the Finnish Winter War, then you do Bessarabia. Romania does not give up Bessarabia, and they hold out. Then you can have a lot of troops tied down, really. But yeah, we've never seen that happen though, because every time that Romania has refused Bessarabia, the Soviets have basically always won the Winter War.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to see 2 Winter Wars, so to speak.
Yeah. Oh, nice. We have someone else here who speaks Russian, or at least knows the Cyrillic alphabet. Da, Tsankovye Divisie. Oh, good.
Yes.
Thank you, Esteban.
Esteban division.
Esteban doesn't sound too Eastern though.
Esteban, more Spanish, right?
Or somewhere around here. Yeah. Maybe we'll see. Oh, yeah, Thomas was in Béziers, very close to Montpellier. Yeah, so that's very close to where I was. It's beautiful country down there.
Yeah, and, I mean, the Riviera is very nice. I've been to Nice myself.
Oh, yeah.
I saw the carnival there when I was younger.
It's nice, right?
Yeah, indeed, very nice. I remember it was very nice, and that was like the first carnival, right? Because the carnivals in Brazil is the ones that are famous today, but the first carnivals was in the south of France, I think.
Oh, there you go.
We also went to Avignon. Speaking of Europa Universalis, that was where they had the anti-pope.
Right. It's somewhere around here, I think.
Because when the popes were fighting about who was gonna be pope, then you had one pope in Avignon and one pope in Rome.
Yeah. And yeah, I think they actually had Avignon for quite a while.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not a big thing in Hearts of Iron though. We'll get a message here.
Yeah. Let's see. Today you can visit Avignon's one of the biggest theater festivals in Europe.
Oh, there you go.
Oh well.
Well, actually, our technician Casual, he used to study in France. He used to be one of the world's most accomplished air acrobats before he messed up his shoulders. So he knows France.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it is. It is. He's got one of those Forrest Gump lives, you know, where he has a bunch of cool backstories, and you wonder how he had time for it all. Look at this beautiful spiral defense of Pontus. I'm really hoping they keep to this.
And Wendy is speculating here in the chat that if Japan has even a few divisions with maintenance support companies, they will likely get a lot of infantry weapons when they eliminate the enemy pockets, and that's that's actually an interesting
look at this experience.
I mean, this is going to be very dangerous for like the Raj and the islands.
They don't seem to have
no
those.
maintenance support though, not on the Marines at least, maybe on the infantry.
There is actually a guide about this on YouTube that Bob has made, and if you actually oh, look at this, China capitulated.
Hey, they have a maintenance support company here, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Anyways, Boppus has made a guide on this, and if you optimize, you can get like 130% equipment captured, which means you actually capture more equipment than the enemy actually has. So be sure to check that out on the YouTube.
Yeah, you can create guns out of thin air, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So China has finished off in mid-39, and this is quite good for the Asia axis, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the China war, it was very risky. I have to say, I am not entirely convinced that this is a good thing to do every time if you can't execute it correctly, but it has really panned out in Japan's favor, and this is very much setting them out for a successful continuation. Especially, Japan is a snowball country, right? You get the Tora buff, and you are going to command the Pacific in the beginning. And if
maybe
you
could explain that buff for people who don't know it.
So basically, once the Pacific, when you have the outbreak of the Pacific War, then Japan is on the offensive, right? So you get a lot of, or rather, the Americans get a lot of debuffs. They can't really do much against the Japanese in the beginning. Then that debuff will end after a while. So Japan gets like a window of possible aggression that can really set them up for a very good game later on. And we have seen Japanese players taking good advantage of this, but more Japanese players that have not taken good advantage of this, I would say. That they get the debuff, and then there is a lull in the fighting. They don't really island hop, they don't really utilize it, and then it gets removed, and then you can't really island hop anymore. So the Japanese have a lot of potential here, I feel, with this very successful China war, if they manage to capitalize on it. And also if they manage to control their Manchukuan and Siamese allies to hold the line against Raj.
Okay, so we have two very good comments here. One from Esteban, he's saying, it's okay, I'm a Soviet agent from Mexico. Which means he's probably the one going after Trotsky.
Yeah. Trotsky is dead now, but he survived 2 assassination attempts.
Okay, so Esteban, you have to do better next time. And another comment from Uzi on Twitch, saying if you do maintenance, you have you lose less guns to attrition as well, which is very true. Which is usually the reason you take that company.
I mean, these have basically, if you check the logistics of the Japanese player here, for example. I mean, this surplus of infantry equipment, we have 100k infantry equipment in surplus.
Yeah.
So basically, every man that they can field is going to have an abundance of both guns and squad weapons, horse equipment.
Yeah.
Even artillery is quite a big surplus.
Yeah.
The trucks, though, looking quite bad.
Yeah. Okay, so he's got to build a few trucks, but he has guns galore, and he already has 1.4 million men in the field, which means quite a huge army. But the question is, of course, how do you capitalize on it? Because they won't do any good here in China, and you can't throw everything at the Raj. So you have to open bridgeheads in as many places as possible, basically.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, Japan is one of these countries. If they feel like
what is this?
What happened now?
Is this the spy agency?
If you take up the spy network again and remove it, maybe.
This is... I've never seen this one. Okay.
There, we could.
That's weird.
But the thing is, Japan is one of those countries. If you are, for example, if you were the Soviets and suddenly had a surplus of 100,000 guns, that would be huge on the front line. But for Japan, it's really about this coordinated octopus of naval invasions and the success of those. 100,000 men is not going to do something on Iwo Jima.
No.
But
no, very true.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at El Alamein, the array of forces here, and here we see the Canadians have showed up. So Ian with his Canadians, there are 4 of these, and 4 of the South Africans. It's quite curious that we haven't seen the tanks yet from Badger.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. We have a question in the chat here. It's interesting to see what Japan will do, USA or Dutch East Indies and Australia or even Roche. What would you guys recommend and what would be your considerations? Well, I mean, the thing is that you do want to utilize the Tora buff. You want to do the island hopping. But if you are going to utilize your manpower and gun advantage, perhaps the Dutch East Indies is good, because I mean, there the troops is going to make a difference, because you have some tiles, you have some spaces for them to move.
I think the key word was what you said before, what we call the Japanese octopus. Like, you want to do as many naval invasions as you can at the same time, as soon as the war breaks out, and then never stop, basically. Just keep going, and you want all of the Asia axis to do it. You want Manchukuo doing naval invasions, you want Siam doing naval invasions, and both the Japanese just microing, because the more places you can attack, the better, because there are so many undefended territories here where you can just grab territory.
Yeah, but that would be my basic considerations. Like, what would you recommend? I would say, why not both? Because they have the Marines and they have the equipment to have the octopus and the Marines prepared. So they are obviously going to do the regular naval invasions. But now they also have the equipment and the troops to do like big frontline fighting in Indonesia and Australia. So there is nothing really stopping Japan from doing both at this point. And if both of those endeavors are successful, then it's going to hurt across the world for the Allies.
Definitely. One key factor is usually Singapore. You, according to our rules, you have to take Singapore before you're allowed to naval invade the Raj. And it's always a question if the Allies even bother to protect Singapore. We don't have a British Malaya player right now, so that's usually their main focus, protecting Singapore. Otherwise, they get capitulated. But the Allies can choose to protect Singapore, and if they do, that's a key target for the Japanese. If they don't, then basically everything is open, so you can attack wherever you want to. And it's basically about finding the weak spots. The US Navy will probably stay out of your hair as long as Tora is active. So, that's what I would say.
Yeah. It will be interesting to see how it pans out. We have Uzi here. If you license German panzer chiefs, you have a range to day 1 invade California. Yeah, we'll see. I haven't seen anything to the likes of that, but I think that would technically not be against the rules.
No,
if someone done it, it would probably be included in the rules next time.
I love it. No, I think that's fine. I mean, the US they usually don't bother defending mainland USA too much, but I mean, force them to. I love it.
And we have a question from our technician if he can go to the bathroom, and indeed he can, because now we have Poland refusing the German ultimatum for Danzig in order to close the corridor between Poland and Germany, which means that we are going to have a pause and we are going to have a lunch break for us casters, and also for you out there if you are in the correct time zone. But we will be back.
Let's you have joined the Allies. Okay, so there we have the war declaration. So we're just gonna get word for how long the lunch break is for, so we can give you that information, and then we will go on a break and get some food. And the Czech beer is heavily attacking my bladder as well. So
yeah, indeed.
Let's see. We'll also see if we can get maybe an interview during the lunch break first. But
we'll see. Probably they want to have lunch as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Usually we get to snag a player during the lunch break, and right now it would be nice to have. Okay, so we do have a player ready for interview.
We do.
He says 5 minutes, so I guess we'll hang out for a few more minutes, and then we have an interview coming. Saxeliv is saying elephants, and I do think we will be seeing elephants, because
I would imagine so. Can you see it in the production?
Custodes. Okay, so this is a Warhammer 40k reference.
But do we? I mean, do you produce elephants? Do you put military factories on elephants, or how does elephants work? I'm not.
Yeah, it's a battalion. But right now, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, these are all Warhammer references, right? So so far, straight up infantry from Rosen here on the Raj.
I don't see any elephants.
I do not see any elephants either. Or are they maybe? No, you don't produce them here.
No.
It's like cavalry, for example. But maybe it's a focus. Elephant.
Elephants for the modern age.
Okay, so let's have a look. Add technology, elephants. Okay, so he needs to take this focus, and he hasn't done it yet. Okay, so we're getting word now that we have Ivan on the line. Ivan, can you hear us? We're not hearing anyone at the moment. Ivan? Hello, hello. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello?
Yeah, we're not hearing him right now. These interviews are always tricky to set up. We're trying to set it up right now. But Ivan, of course, is the main controller of Japan. He's got a co-op called Iverson, and they just finished a quite successful China war. They chose to go for the small Manchu, but not too small. I think they optimized the font size here on the map, so you can see this Manchu is still pretty beefy. His font is actually bigger than the Empire of Japan, so maybe that was a treaty with the puppet of Japan. Got the northern part of China there. So we'll see. Like I said before, I saw Ivan sent me a bunch of plans, very worked out. Now I'm hearing something. Hello, Ivan, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Hopefully the stream can hear you as well. Congratulations on a very successful China war.
Yes, it worked out quite all right. I was a little bit nervous about it.
Yeah, we were quite nervous as well. It looked a bit touch and go there at the moment. You were snaking like crazy from southern China there. Was this something that you practiced a bunch beforehand?
Yeah, you really have to snake really hard. I mean, like, sure, I probably could have filled in the back a little bit, but the thing is you have to snake really hard from the south before they fortify the position. So I managed to get to like Wuhan, which is really good.
Yeah.
And that was kind of my goal, to get up to Wuhan.
Yeah.
And then it's just a matter of linking up the troops from the north. And since we took Hainan as well,
yeah,
the whole West China was out of supply because they had no valid supply route.
Oh, because they didn't have any ports.
Yes, exactly.
Ah, right.
So that was the plan, and I was thinking that'll make it a little bit easier for us. They'll attrition a bit, they'll be weaker in combat, and we can just get more stuff done like that. We didn't get our last collab. Unfortunately, like, it reset after the rehost.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes away the automatically repeat button.
Aha, I didn't know.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, we got the 4 collabs.
Yeah, 4 is still quite a lot.
Yes.
So that's fine. And you were quite fast as well. I mean, we've seen a lot later China wars. It may not been the fastest, but still it was nice and swift and not too many losses.
Yeah, and I mean, I did build some civs as well. I guess if you go on mills immediately, maybe it helps you be a little bit faster. But I built civs for about a year. So they'll help me scale now, I'm thinking.
Right. Sorry, Victor, go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed you had maintenance companies in your divisions.
Yes.
And you have captured a lot of guns, we can see logistically. Do you have any plans to capitalize on this successful China war? What are your next goals?
Well, we're gonna... I mean, like... one thing I'm hoping to do is to kill the UK fleet to get revenge from last game.
Yeah, you played Italy last game, and he sucked your fleet.
Yes. So one of my plans is to try to get at the UK fleet.
Where are you hoping to find them?
I'm hoping to find him in the West Indian Ocean.
Ah, I see.
Yes, I think he will come there. If we launch on India, I think he will come there with his fleet, and might be able to shoot him down.
Interesting.
I'm
Yeah,
making
we're
a
go-
quite powerful fleet. It has 6 super heavies and 6 carriers.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it's going to be quite powerful, and then the rest is going to be late game cruisers, light cruisers. So I think that will be a very powerful fleet. It might come out a little bit late. I'm spamming out dockyards right now,
Yeah.
but it should be pretty strong fleet, I think. And the way I'm going to use it is I'll put it on strike force, and I'll have like a fleet that only have spotting, like there's just spotting cruisers, and I'll put those on never engage, and they'll just find the enemy fleet for me, and my main fleet can go out and strike force them. That's my plan on how to engage them.
I see. Are you allowed to put your fleets on never engage? Probably on top of
I
the
believe
rules.
it's I believe it's fine. I mean, you're not allowed to put main fleets on never engage, but I mean, you should be. We had a rule like that before, but it should be allowed, since if you put your main fleet on never engage, it removes all the naval supremacy. I think that was the issue. You're not allowed to just put supremacy. So I don't think
we
there's
see
an
here
issue.
on the map that you're working your way down towards Indonesia. Is that's your first target then, right? Before you start the island hopping?
Yeah, I think so. I might actually leave the islands for a while. I'm not sure if I'm going for them straight away. Maybe I'll grab like 1 or 2, like Guam and Wake, maybe.
Yeah.
I kind of want to get at India before he gets too strong.
Right. Yeah, we were talking before. Rosen is a formidable opponent playing the British Raj. What's your plan for taking him on?
Well, I hope to like naval invade all his ports, so they can't send reinforcements, and then hopefully he'll collapse from within. I haven't seen what he's building yet. I'm guessing he's building elephants, but I'm not sure.
You're saying all his ports? You're meaning even the western ports?
Yeah, I will try. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
And then I'll have my fleet up there as well and raiding. And I mean, it depends a little bit on how it goes in Africa for the Axis as well. If they've pushed out Africa completely, there might be both Canadian and SAF tanks in India, and then we might hold off on it a little bit.
Yeah. So a Raj first strategy, basically.
Yeah, maybe grab the rubber islands first, and then Raj. Yeah.
Interesting. So I saw earlier you sent me a wall of text with all of your battle plans. Have you you've made complete plans for both Manchu and Siam and so on?
No, I let them decide a little bit on their own. I gave advice to Siam that he can actually build elephants. That was new to me, but I saw it in his focus tree, and I thought that might be fun for him to build elephants.
Yeah, we did see last game how strong elephants can be.
Yes, and it might be good to have like Siam with a proper good like elephants on that Burma line and stuff, because they have really good modifiers. They have no negatives in mountain, only movement bonus in mountain. And then they have attack bonus in jungle and on cities, I believe. So they have like super good modifiers.
Interesting.
On your point of the maintenance, by the way, Victor. So during my test run, I didn't have maintenance on, and I noticed I attritioned also maybe like something like 35k infantry equipment. And I checked it now, and I've only attritioned like barely anything. I mean, maybe it's now because the war is over, I can't see it, but I barely attritioned any infantry equipment at all with the maintenance company on. So I really think
you had like 200k total losses, I think, which is not much at all.
Yeah, so it was really nice to put the maintenance company in.
Nice. Well, we're gonna let you go to eat lunch, and we have to eat lunch here as well in the studio. We're only
Cool.
human. Any last remarks?
Not really. It's all right.
I have one question from the chat here. Love the strat, but I have fuel concerns for Japan and also convoy escort concerns. Do you have any ideas on how to counter that?
Well, first of all, my main fleet will be good at killing subs since it has 6 carriers. And I also have refitted all my starting destroyers. They will just be convoy escorting. And I can search for subs with my spotting fleet. They have really good sub detection. and my main fleet can go out and strike force them, I believe.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
it might work. I'll also get bombers and try to bomb his subs down. So that's my plan against subs.
Well, it sounds like you have thought everything through, and congratulations on a very successful China war, and
Thank
good
you.
luck in the further war effort. And
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the interview.
Yeah, we're always happy to see someone punch Rosen in the nose. So yeah, I'm.
Yeah,
rooting
I mean,
for
it's
it.
a little bit scary. I know
Yeah.
he's a very good player, and it might just end up that we end up losing a lot in Raj. But we'll have to see how it plays out.
Yeah, definitely. Well, happy lunch, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. So that was Ivan, the main controller of Japan, who just finished a successful China war. And with that, we will go on our lunch break, and we will be back at 2:10 Central European time. So that is just a little less than 40 minutes from now. So just take a break, get a beer, get some food, whatever you need, and be back for the stream.
Yeah, indeed, and thank you so far, and we are looking forward to an exciting war going on here. A lot of new meta plays, a lot of interesting things. Raj first, we have Heavy Tank UK, and we're going to see an interesting game, I am sure. Also elephants.
Elephants. We promise elephants.
Yeah.
Okay, take care and see you in a bit.
I think the UK needs to do a response.
5 things you really need to know to improve your micro. Some
I
of
will
the
show you 3 things you might not know about radars.
overrun! 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 Yes!
No, no. No, I didn't know this.
Yeah, the US Navy is moving steadily.
Maybe some engagement. This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
All of a sudden, I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
Set up the map mode underneath the manager.
Yeah, maybe we before we
I'm
say
too
what the
excited.
outcome was of the plan, maybe we should
2.2 million casualties and the meeting war. It has been a while, so
yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting.
So, welcome back to this Hygge Grand game, an Indifferent task force, the 1st of June, and we have just finished our lunch break. We had a bit of a microwaved pasta. It was okay.
yeah, very good. Not too much of a calorie surplus for the good man in the casting booth here, but very nice, very tasty. And now we have another beer poured up, and we are ready for the continuation of the war. Because war has just been declared in Europe, the peace have not held, and Poland is about to be invaded by Germany from one side and also Soviets from the other side. Is the volume better? We have moved the mic closer to us.
Yeah, let us know in the chat if you think the volume is better. It's next on the list of things to buy for the Hygge Gaming. A couple of proper small microphones that we can wear instead. That will probably make the sound levels better.
Yeah, I think we did it once on one bag of HOI4. I think we had wireless mics that they bought from Timbro or something.
Yeah, exactly. But we're gonna buy our own. And here the game has started right away. Yeah. And let's have a look at the how the German volume is great. We hear it. Excellent.
Yeah,
Thank
awesome.
you, John.
Thank you.
So we see here now the Germans are pushing in straight into Poland, and they shouldn't be facing much resistance.
Yeah, I mean, no shenanigans this time. Poland has not tried some paradrops or some invasion of Hungary or something. Just
look at
regular.
this.
We see German armor moving already to France. France have actually planned something here. We see French light armor moving up to the Maginot line.
Yeah, let's have a look here. They're not moving yet, but something made Falk blink, and he instantly moved at least half of his tank force over to the west.
Yeah, I think that
all of them.
I do think that Falk has indeed seen the amassment of French armor on the Maginot line, and he's not one to be caught off guard by these types of shenanigans from the French player, but it's a good eye from Falk. I mean, a lot of players would not notice this.
Yeah,
but here he instantly sees that, okay, French armor on the Maginot, I'm not taking any risks here, and Poland will fall anyway.
Yeah, this is Gideon's revenge. Gideon, who lost almost all his volunteer forces in Spain, trying to push into Germany, but now the German tanks are here. So this will slow down the push into Poland, but...
I mean, with this superiority in tanks, I don't think they even need to go around the Maginot. I think they can just push straight through the Maginot line, and that's it. So, because historically, as you may know, the Germans went through the Ardennes, through Belgium and the Low Countries. They will obviously do that at some point here as well, but
right now they are on the defensive. They do have the staff office plan to be able to plan an attack quicker, but right now they're not planning anything, it looks like. So we'll see what happens there. Let's have a look at Poland again, and Poland is smaller.
Yeah, we have a question. The map is frozen. Yup, we're looking at the Chinese front, it says in the chat.
Okay.
Which is worrisome. Why is that?
Yes, we will definitely look at that. The map is not frozen on our screen, so
no, we are looking at a surrounded Poland at this point.
Yeah, we'll try to let you know what's going on while our technician is trying to figure out what's going on. This is a bit weird. Maybe we have to reset. Maybe put us in full screen in the meantime.
Yeah, we will try to rectify this as soon as possible.
Yeah, so what's going on anyways is Warsaw just fell, and Poland is down to a small ring of defense south of Warsaw. In the meantime, in the west, nothing is going on. Guidon on France tried to push in with light tanks into Germany proper, but all of the German assault guns, all 7 of them, have moved to the west and are now planning an attack into France. So we're trying to get the map up and running.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird. We don't usually see this issue. We are working on it. Maybe we need to reconnect the thingy, connecting the game computer to the streaming computer. But we'll see.
We might. We could try to just pull out the HDMI cable and put it back again. But maybe that will fuck something up. No, you do that.
Yeah. So.
Or maybe I can do that. Yeah, okay.
Okay, now we're working. We're up and running. Okay, as you can see, the Balkan Bros from the south, they took a big responsibility here in defeating Poland. And yeah, of course.
Yeah, basically the amassment of French armor on the Maginot Line kind of scared Falk a bit. So he moved the German armor back to the French front, so he does not get pushed by the French. But we'll see if that is enough. And the Balkan Bros have stepped up and taken care of Poland. But looking over at the Western Front, I think France is actually... France is on the offensive. They have taken... France is taking Saarbrücken here.
Yeah, Guidon is actually pushing into Germany right now. He's pushing the German tanks back.
That's an
with
impressive
his French
showing.
light tanks. And this is, yeah, this is really impressive of Guidon.
Yeah, definitely. I think... yeah, it's correct. It's working now.
Okay, so that's Poland gone. Poland held out for a while, and now all of these Axis troops that you see here on screen, they will be moving over to the west to fight Guidon.
Yeah.
Because Guidon is threatening.
Yeah, it was like this was a good move from France. I mean, they are winning at the Maginot. It's hard to argue with that. Eventually, I don't think it will avail them much. If they don't encircle any German armor or German infantry, it won't give them any tactical advantage in the long run. But I mean, it's a good showing from France after losing all his divisions in the Spanish Civil War.
And at least it's giving Falkensnistan a scare there on Germany. Oh my God, he's trying to push in, and yeah, so they have stopped the push for now. And as you can see, all is quiet on the Western Front, at least at the moment. France has chosen not to move into Belgium to defend, but on the other hand, Belgium has not been invaded, so they can't really move in.
We have the Winter War has broken out. Finland has also gone fascist. So we might see an Axis Finland here. It's a bit different if you go lone wolf or if you go Axis. In Finland, it's not the same as Spain, but it does come with some different capabilities.
Yeah, so Dom Grady, as we said before, he's a new player in the community. It's his first time playing, and he's facing an experienced lineup on the Soviets with Pontus, Mossberg, and Boppus.
He has covered his front somewhat well, though. I mean, this is basically how I would put up my troops. Perhaps you don't need to be on that side of the lake particularly, but I mean, otherwise, he has managed to get his infantry out. He is covering the front, so
yeah,
solid showing from Finland. No mistakes on the macro, at least.
He's relinquishing northern Finland, but this is fine. The most important thing for him right now is to conserve the Finnish troops. And here we see the main thrust of the Soviet
he is
advance.
holding this two Finnish infantry is holding against 4 Soviet mountaineers. And this we might see, because if these 4 mountaineers had been experienced mountaineers from the Spanish Civil War, the fight might have looked differently. So yeah, we'll see how Finland performs here.
Yeah, because the mountaineers of Soviets in Spain, they were, of course, exterminated.
He can be attacked from 2 ways in this tile, though. I mean, he probably could have made a slightly more optimized battle line, I suppose. You don't want to be able to get attacked in your vulnerable tiles from 2 directions and so on, but so far so good for Finland, I would say. If that tile breaks, obviously he will have to retreat back, and he will have to hold another line. He doesn't want to get encircled, but as long as he retreats in a good manner here, I wouldn't push that though.
He just lost this tile and is trying to take it back immediately, but now he stopped.
Yeah, this can unravel quickly if he's not careful, but if he places up a 2-tile line here, he could probably be able to hold it, because the Soviets are now out of organization as well. He will reach there first and the Soviets will not be able to push it, so looking somewhat solid for the Finns. We don't want to miss anything here, it can go pretty quickly, but looking at the Finns' defense here, you get so much buffs from the Finnish. We have here like these Soviet troops, 5 tanks pushing across the river and not able to pierce 320 with infantry divisions from Finland, so it's a big boons.
Germany is declaring war on the Low Countries and pushing into the Netherlands and Belgium, and they will probably not hold. That's not how it usually goes, but look at this. Britain is here.
Yeah, Britain has sent garrisons to Belgium, and France have performed quite strongly, I would say. I was thinking that the Germans were going to roll through the Maginot, but they didn't, and the French held the Maginot, even pushed out the tile or two, so good showing from France.
So
not so much.
There goes the Netherlands, and that's Michael moving over to the East Indies, and this was of course expected, and I don't think he even defended Holland proper. But this is interesting from France and Britain. They are defending Belgium, and this
they want to defend in Belgium, not in France proper. Interesting choice, because I mean you get some core defense bonuses and so on in France, but they are trying to do a defense in depth here, and that might delay the Germans some.
We saw Seth doing this in the last game where he played France, and to great success as well. He managed to stop the German advance right here in Belgium, because of course here in the urban tiles and the forest tiles you don't have to contend with the plains that you have in France, so it's good for defending against German armor. But here we see them pushing.
It's not looking too good for the French now, though. I mean, we will see some sort of Dunkirk situation here, I would imagine.
It even looks like the British Marines are here.
Oh, well, that's
the Badger
a
is
gamble.
sending his best troops in here.
Badger is indeed sending his best troops, and I mean that's a gamble, because if you lose them, that's going to suck for the continuation of the war effort. But I mean they are holding here. Antwerpen will be very hard to take across a river with the British Marines there, so there is a thought behind it. And if they manage to encircle like just the German armor division or some German infantry, if they're able to kill that in the invasion, they should be rather satisfied with that outcome, I would say.
Luxembourg falls, that unfortunate micronation, and the Germans are stopped here for now, and they are repositioning their armor further south to
we
see
can
if
see
they can
France
exploit.
actually trying to push them out as well of Namur. It's not going too well. I mean, it is green though. They might be able to. It's a bit back and forth, but
It's the
by
same,
no means is Germany rolling over France at this point.
It's the same light tanks that we saw earlier trying to push into Germany from the Maginot Line, and they might be able to dislodge the Axis troops here.
I mean,
We
there
can
are no
see
tanks there, so
the Bulgarians are here and the Romanians are here, but the Brits have chosen their line of defense, and this is where they want to hold. The Germans will try to break through down further south, though, at the historic place close to Sedan.
And at some point also the Italians will come.
Yeah, the Italians usually join up a bit later. There is a line of defense down here, though, in the mountains, so we'll see how that goes.
Have a look over at Finland again. I want to see if they've collapsed yet. No, this is... Oh, green bubbles towards Leningrad.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it was the other way.
Yeah, they have been pushed back a bit. Let's have a quick look at the losses.
They are holding out. I mean, this is a solid Finnish winter war so far. I mean, they probably at this point they've lost. They have a breakthrough in the line, so they won't win it at this point. So we'll have to take the white piece at some point. But looking good, I would say.
They will probably lose some territory, but that's usually what you expect. The important thing is not to lose any Finnish troops, because the Finnish troops are arguably the strongest infantry in the game. So every Finn counts. And
they don't have the manpower either.
Yeah,
I remember. Also, the Finnish troops, since they are, you get these special companies like the ski infantry and the ski support company. It works very well in mountains and hills during the cold season. And we've seen Finnish troops doing a lot of work down in Iran during the winter and so on in the continuation war. So they can really
we might see a breakthrough here in the French lines at last. It's the the Bulgarians? No, Hungarians.
Yeah, Hungarian armor is pushing through at Sedan, and once this line unravels, I think that will be it. if it unravels, though, I mean, it's not like they're cutting like a knife through butter here, the Germans.
No, and they do have a second line of defense, and the French light tanks are coming up here to reinforce. So we'll see. They still haven't broken through the main line, and
they are cycling in reinforcement. They are really trying to hold this. I mean, the French.
Yeah, and even trying a counterattack here.
Yeah, there is no giving up from the French, and that bubble is looking green for the French as well.
That's scary. Interesting.
And I mean, you don't want, if the Hungarians get their armor killed in France, that's going to hurt them badly. But I think now we see the Germans actually.
Yeah. No one getting killed just yet on the Axis side, and
yeah,
there
and
we go. We have a
fall of it
small
there.
breakthrough, and can they exploit it though? Yeah,
They should be able to capitalize on this, I think. I mean, these troops are in a wild retreat, and you have the tanks. As soon as they cross the river and make a bridgehead, it's going to be hard for them. But
we see Gideon here trying to pin the Germans right back with the light tanks, but of course they can't dislodge them. So
yeah, and in turn they lose their organization now. So now they have to be careful here. You can see the German tanks are trying to take these French light tanks out of the game. But
another French counterattack, and this one is actually green.
Yeah.
It's a cocky play from Gideon here on France, I think, with these light tanks. They're doing good.
Yeah, it definitely
good work.
is. I mean, they are able to dislodge that German bridgehead, and yeah, front is still stuck at the river. So
this might be bad though, because if you have a look at this tile here, you don't have any defense in depth going this way.
Yeah, they could encircle. If they encircle the Maginot, I think that's good game. And you see red bubbles here, and the Germans will retreat, but they will not retreat quickly enough for the French taste, I am afraid. But we will see where this ends up. But we see a 19 here, so they're about to lose quite soon. They're desperately trying to be the first one to win this battle, because if they push the German tanks back before the French retreat, then they get the bridgehead back, but otherwise they might get encircled. So
yeah, there we go. Another tile falling to the German advance, and now the road lies open somewhat.
They did lose the bridgehead though, so
yeah, heavy fighting here on the Western Front. And there's still some French troops here in the back lines to hold, but not very thick ones.
Yeah,
look
we have Thomas in chat saying he needs to take some troops from the Maginot. That's probably a good idea. I mean, Maginot, the whole thing about the Maginot is that there is a lot of forts, right?
Yeah.
And it's mountains. It's very hard to take. So there is really no reason to have like these huge stacks of 6 and 8 infantry. On the Maginot Front, they would do much better work defending against the Germans in the forests.
Still trying to counterattack, which of course means you lose your entrenchment. It could be a good idea if you actually win, but I'm not sure if that's the right thing to do right now. But yeah, so the Germans are advancing, but not as quickly as Folk and Snistan would have liked, I think. Let's have a look back in Finland.
Yeah, the north is given up, but the front have not moved a lot to the Soviets' favor. If we have a look at losses now, I mean 103. This is if the Finns actually hold out.
Winter War Finland. Let's see.
Let's check the conditions there. There.
I can't.
Okay, scroll down. There, declare victory against the Soviets.
Right there.
So 350,000 casualties. Or controlling Leningrad, and they will not be able to take Leningrad. Will probably be able to say so much. But looking at the development of the losses now, we might be looking at a Finnish Winter War victory if he holds this on.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a slog if he wants to pull that off, but he is holding the line right now, and the line is shorter than it was before. So maybe.
Yeah, we will see. We will see indeed. Also, we had like one time one of the Finnish Winter Wars I won back in the day. It was that the Soviets pushed with a big stack from Leningrad, and they failed the push, so they had no org. And then you can just march towards Leningrad. So that's a mistake that the Soviets sometimes make, because they think like, oh, you're 2 tiles away. But
right, how much aviation did the Allies manage to make? That's a very good point, Esteban. We haven't looked really at the air war. Just having a look at the...
It's looking green for the Allies over pretty much everything.
Yeah, this is good for the Allies, because the Germans are supposed to at least have some advantage now. Let's
the aviation is looking heavily in the Allied favor. Look, see
if we can look at the...
click this one.
So
That's a lot of planes at this point.
2K fighters from the UK and the Germans 1,600 fighters. So the Allies do seem to have the advantage right now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe Poland even has some fighters up.
122.
No, they haven't taken that focus. I think.
I mean, at this point, as the Axis, you want to dominate the air war.
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah, at
if
least
the
locally,
allies,
I mean,
if the allies have more air late game, that's one thing. But green air zones for the allies across the whole of Europe, February 1940 is not a good sign for the Axis.
this is rough, but as you can see here, a major development. The Kingdom of Italy has joined the war, and that means France is threatened in the south and as well in North Africa.
Yeah.
And let's see here. Okay, so the
El Alamein is about to break out, I would imagine. Then let's see.
no, I think they will. I think they will chill out until the Germans get here. But right now, they are fighting the French, and it looks like the French have gotten even more help from the Brits to garrison these ports, because of course French North Africa is now open for the taking. Doesn't look like Sticky is taking advantage of these this huge open area here.
Doesn't seem so, no.
He is trying to push across the French border though, but
Do see slight success towards Nice, but not as much as the Axis would want. I mean, this.
yeah. Guidon is really holding well. I think he's fighting really well as France.
France is doing very well. I mean, slowly but surely the Axis are making their way in here. You can see that the Germans have managed to get their bridgehead at Sedan back, but I mean there is a big defense in depth here. There's a lot of French troops that are holding bridges and airfields,
and you can see again the tanks move back over here over to Belgium, and now trying to find another inroad here. So I think Folk is getting frustrated now.
Yeah,
this is not the quick success that he would like.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Germans would have definitely liked this to go better. Now they have a 2-tile bridgehead over the Seine, and I mean at some point, but the air game. I think they are losing a lot to the air game.
Yeah. If they had green air, they would probably would have pushed through right now. Let's see. Are they bombing? No, it's red even without any fighters here. That's a bit weird.
Yeah.
No.
But I mean, this is a walkover, Victor. You need to micro your planes better because, I mean, here you have the real planes, but that's 2,000 fighters from the Allies in the Benelux. That's an impressive showing.
Yeah, and right now the German advance has stalled. And look at this, Snistan's Sturmvogel paratroopers. They're having to fight on the French lines.
Yeah, they do not want that. And you see one of the tiles here on the bridgehead actually getting lost, and I don't think the paratroopers will be able to hold the second one. So we will see where that ends up. Yeah.
Sticky taking Cyprus. Nothing strange there, because I don't think Badger has even bothered to defend Cyprus. I don't think he's even... No, he's not even defending Malta. Malta has fallen.
That's interesting, though. They could have put something there.
He could, but that's not his current meta. He doesn't like the convoys getting raided and so on. So he prefers just to let it go. He will hold Gibraltar, though.
Yeah, Gibraltar is well reinforced.
But Sticky could be taking advantage of this even more. He could be moving into French North Africa, and he's not. But this is the main show right now, and look at this. Guidon again with the counterattacks. The green bubble. And
this is a tough France, and the longer this goes on, the longer they have air domination, and the longer they're able to send in English troops, the harder it will be for Germany to actually punch through. And
now he popped the cipher as well.
I wonder what he's trying.
And look at this. The Germans are so frustrated with their armor divisions. They're like, go back to training. You have to be practicing more. So you can see the tank divisions right now. They're training.
So that's a mistake.
They won't be attacking right now. I think they just they realized they're too weak to do anything, and they're not fully trained. They're not regulars yet. So this is interesting. Guidon so far doing a great job, of course with the support of Badger. Even here in the south, Italy is not breaking through.
But they will
slightly.
Quite soon. And there is no defense in depth here either, so we might see the slightly ahistorical result of Italy bailing the Germans out in France.
And this is what we saw the last time when... Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we have the white piece. There is a victory for the Soviets. No surprise there. Check the But it seems like the Finns have kept all their divisions, 24 infantry divisions left, and it's a good performance from Finland.
Definitely. So the first game for our Finnish player, but a good showing for him so far.
There, Dom Grady.
Dom Grady, right. Sorry, I forgot the name.
Yeah, welcome to the community, and an impressive performance to be able to not get encircled when you are up against 3 quite experienced Soviet players.
Definitely, and he will have his chance for revenge later on in the continuation war, but back to the Western Front, where the main action is happening
indeed,
right now.
this is a very interesting... I mean, the bridgeheads in Sedan is the same now as it was half a year ago.
Yeah. And let's see, the German tanks,
they are working their way through the low countries, though. They are slowly but steadily churning in, but...
They've stopped their training now, at least.
Yeah,
and
that's always something.
Where will they go now? They are regrouping. All of them are
And
here.
they have a plan here for their panzer divisions, I'm sure.
Okay. Someone is pinging. Antwerp, Brussels. We have to take Antwerp and Brussels, but look at this. The Brits have stacked it with garrisons.
Yeah, I would say that it's probably not the easiest part to run 4 full-width tank divisions into Antwerp at this point, but to each their own, I suppose. They are blinking on another tile there, south of Charleroi. Probably a better idea, to be honest.
And that Bessarabia war never happened.
Romania ceded Bessarabia to the Soviets, so the Soviets' territorial demands have been granted. Basically, they got.
Canada has conducted a naval invasion. What is this? Okay, so Ian on Canada is actually naval invading Germany proper.
Okay,
that's sneaky. It's just a militia.
Yeah, I mean this is that's going to get dislodged by this infantry here, and that will be the end of this, but
still annoying.
Still annoying, daring. I mean, the Allies are showing that they're not content with being on the back foot while the Axis just run through everything. They are biting back.
Deadly commandos. I wonder if he has the possibility, what do you call them, floating harbors, so he can retreat, or if they will just die.
I think that one is paying with his life.
Yeah,
but,
Okay, so that was deadly commando, deadly at least for the commandos themselves.
Yeah, I mean it's not that nice to throw that away at that point.
Yeah, but
it was annoying, but yeah, something else going on here. Then again, you saw that now the Hungarian troops happen to be there, so yeah.
That's another Canadian, or is it the same? That's weird. Okay. Anyways, looks like... Oh, look at this!
We have a German encirclement. The bridges at Sedan actually turned into...
And let's have a look at the losses now.
Yeah,
the Germans are losing some troops here. And most of these losses you see on the Allied side are, of course, Poland's. So if you compare France to Germany, this is...
very, very convincing play by France here. They didn't get the German armor, obviously. That's the really good prize for them. But I mean, even encircling 3 or 4 German infantry divisions and still holding France at this point is very impressive.
Yeah, as I was saying when the Finnish Winter War ended, the last time we saw France doing this good defense, what the Axis did was they moved all the armor and stuff down to the Italian front, and I think that's what they should do right now, because they won't be getting through here easily, at least. Look at this.
Yeah, they are just chugging everything at one tile here.
Yeah.
We'll see if it works out for them, but I mean, it probably won't. At this point, the Allies have been able to reinforce for so long, so... Another naval invasion from Canada in order to catch the Germans off guard a bit, but it seems like it's...
Yeah, not seeing it right now, but that's sneaky of... here it is. Okay, so maybe it bounced.
Yeah, I think it bounced.
And he's letting go now. He is, of course, focusing on his tanks. And they are actually moving up.
Yeah, we do see a push.
They're thinking, guys, we're doing well in France. Why don't we go on the offensive in Africa? And
that might be smart, actually. I mean, the Germans are probably quite preoccupied with microing France at this point. If the Allies manages to secure some sort of breakthrough here, that could be potentially very dangerous.
What I'm missing, though, are the British tanks. Maybe he actually did not go for the tanks that we thought he would. Let's see.
He's still building Matilda
he's producing
tanks.
Matildas, and he has them in the stockpile, but he still hasn't built any...
He is holding on to them for some reason. He probably has a plan here.
Yeah, he hasn't trained anything, hasn't even made the division template. Let's have a look.
And now we see an allied push here. They are going to break through the line here. The Italians are desperately trying to cycle in some reinforcements here, but this is going to be quite challenging to hold for the Italian players here.
Yeah, this is scary.
Yeah, this is very scary indeed. Meanwhile, France is not going as expected at all for the Axis here. We still see...
France is restored.
Yeah, pretty much all the cores of France is restored. Only Belgium has fallen and Germany has lost like 4 divisions or so. The Italians are having some success in the mountains though, and the defense is significantly weaker down there, so we might see something down there. We have
Remmerfors is reinforcing with his Hungarian tanks down in the south here.
Yeah, indeed, that might make the difference on the southern front there. We have Cure saying GG game or what, and no, it's definitely not a GG game, but we have seen Axis successes thus far. We saw an Axis victory quite handily in the Spanish Civil War. We have seen good Axis plays, but now it's looking firmly like the Allies are capturing the momentum here. Tobruk has fallen. A lot of Italian infantry has been overrun here, or they escaped by harbor, but North Africa is not looking favorably for the Axis at this point, and France definitely is not either. So
yeah, Matthias on South Africa and Ian on Canada are really pushing through here in
and I mean, these 8, they are not going to get out. So we're going to see a lot of dead Italians here as well.
And there's no reinforcements to be had. I mean,
the Tobruk garrison got out. They are probably evacuating. They are coming back to fight this another day, and North Africa has fallen quite handily into the Allied hands. And France is
we were talking about the showdown in El Alamein, but there won't be a showdown in El Alamein now because North Africa will be firmly in Allied hands.
Yeah, and as Cure said here, compared to France, Africa, that is completely
irrelevant.
Look at this. Oh, indeed. Yeah, this is looking very, very, very bad.
Oh my! Guidon's hero light tanks, they're actually encircling German troops on
I mean, this is looking like a disaster for the Axis at this point. I don't see how do they take France at this point.
This is a disaster for the Axis.
This infantry, you don't get those back. I mean, that's not losses that you want to take. This is like, I mean, it's not until a bit into Barbarossa when you want to see this losses.
We see the reason here, though. It's because the Germans have moved their tanks down to the south, like I said.
The Germans have moved down to the south, and.
But at the same time, though, Guidon is capitalizing, and now he holds the what do you call it, the Wilhelm line. He's taken German clay and trading it out for a bit of...
The Italians, though, have broken through here, and the Germans have run down their tanks here south. I mean, but they can't greed too much here, because if the Germans actually get armor encircled, then they're in. I mean, if they...
look at this.
Oh, no. This is not looking good.
They managed to get him out.
I mean...
This is a very volatile situation. We have the French light armor fighting against the German.
Yeah, the French have such an infantry advantage as well. They're really filling up the lines with all of these troops. The Germans are snaking in, but this is the first German real breakthrough of the French war, so they're probably happy with that. Meanwhile, North Africa has been completely lost due to German, German inability to be there, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, they can't do anything, so... It was a strategically sound move to pull out of North Africa, but of course they do not want to have to do that.
No, definitely.
It's very bad for the Axis
fighting,
at this point.
And Guidon is having a hell of a game.
Yeah, Guidon is playing his heart out here. This is an amazing performance by him. We have not seen a France of this caliber in a very, very long time, and it's still not over by any means.
There's still some German assault guns up here in the north, but they're not even attempting a push. This is where the main push is.
Yeah, this is a bit of a danger here.
Now the French have managed to get some reinforcements down south.
We do see an encirclement here, though. Yeah, they managed to get out, but just by a hair. They still might get encircled here with one armor division. If they start losing armor, it's very, very bad.
Looks like
they got out.
We may see some Italians getting beat here.
Yeah.
One of the Italian Marines, no.
An Italian infantry division you could probably do without, but if they lose even one armor division here, the Germans, that's going to set them back.
Yeah. And the French push them back in the south as well. Oh my god. This is not looking good. I think the Allies are salivating at this point.
Yeah. As is said in the chat here, the French are fighting back. Yes, indeed, the French are fighting back a lot. They're fighting back with success, and they're fighting back with good execution, good tanks, good divisions. I mean, this is a very, very well performed front.
Yeah. Look at this. They're being pushed back. He's taking back the lost territories.
They have stabilized the southern line as well. They've given up the Riviera pretty much, Marseille and Nice. But you see the French here, they're executing it so perfectly. They're doing tactical retreats, holding river lines, not hurrying at all. They are sitting there behind the river, pushing the German bridgeheads out and stabilizing and looking for opportunities. And
looks like he's transferring some of these light tanks back to the north. He's responding to some encroachments here.
Here you see German railway guns moving up to the front here, but not making a difference as of now. But
yeah, he's still holding without even the light tanks. I think he's looking for avenues of attack here again.
Yeah, I mean, if he was able to take out the German railway gun, that would be a good price for France. We're closing in on July of 1940. They would really like to see France fallen now. They had plans for Norway. They had plans for everything, but nothing can really spring into action until they taken out France.
Yeah, definitely. This is a hard blow to Falk's self-esteem, I think, and to his reputation even. I mean, what is he doing? Oh, look at this! They're taking Berlin!
What the hell is happening? Yeah, this is... I mean, they will get cleared out of here, but this is very bad for Germany because all the supply emanates from Berlin. So now the supply lines will get messed up in France.
These are just the British home guards run out to troll the Axis and disturb them somewhat.
And I mean, this is it interrupts focuses, it disrupts, it reduces war support, it disrupts a lot of things. Like taking Berlin, yes, of course, it's a meme, they will just get driven out, but it does so much. People, they have to look over there, they have to run them out.
Yeah.
They obviously have to take it back, the supply gets messed up, like so much like wrenches in the works here for just these British home guards. And I mean, they will die, but they are dying for a good cause.
Definitely. So we had a question about the French production and the German production, and right now we are looking at the French production. And as you can see, there is an emphasis on these Hero light tanks that he's building quite a lot of. Also a good amount of infantry equipment, of course, because the French army is mostly or all these are garrisons, and these are garrisons, and that's the main line. And then you have these Hero light tanks who are doing all the work, and they've already managed to kill. Let's have a look here. Yeah, look at this. This is a lot of losses.
Yeah, I mean, the 337 Germans, also the Italians. I mean, if you're Italy, you don't want to lose 212,000 men to...
No.
But that's mostly not in France, though. That's probably the encirclement. That's the encirclement in North Africa.
He's breaking through.
Indeed, he is.
Gidon is really playing his heart out with these light tanks.
Yeah, they are doing the Lord's work here. These light tanks have saved pretty much the entirety of France with their different pushes, small encirclements, and just altogether very good tactical execution. They're at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and they are where the Germans aren't. So right now you can see there on the top of the screen that Germany is trying to break through the French lines in the north, and at the same time France is pushing here down in the south. Right now it seems to have been shored up by Remmerfors's medium tanks from Hungary, though, so the situation is stable. But as the Axis, you don't want stable right now. You want to be winning, you want to be steamrolling, you want to have the initiative, and right now they do not have the initiative. They are being naval invaded in Germany. They lost control of Berlin.
They've lost Berlin.
They've lost North Africa. Yeah,
North Africa is basically a walkover for the Germans at this point. This is, I don't see. We do see a red bubble down here by the river. We might see some German bridgehead being made, but I mean the French light tanks are just so close. Obviously, the Italian full-stacked Marines are going to be able to cross the river against French infantry, but how are they going to capitalize on that with 2 infantry divisions behind them? Probably not.
Trotsky survives. I thought he was dead.
Yeah, he got assassinated before. But
Esteban, you have to step it up.
Yeah, we rehosted though, so he's probably got resurrected again.
I don't see the German assault guns right now. I wonder where they are.
They are trying for to push. I mean, it is a bit of a like the definitions of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
Yeah.
They need to stop running all the German heavy armor into this tile south of Charleroi. It has not worked yet.
Yeah.
It's not going to work. They need to do like either some Ardennes offensive, get it down to the south.
He's trying. There are 8 of them now compared to the 7 that he had previously.
Yeah, he is stacking up a lot of armor here, the Germans. I mean, at some point, this will probably break. But by the looks of things now, it's not. But they have like a railway gun and 8 units of German armor. Yeah. Now look.
I think we probably have to consult the rules. I mean, what are the rules? When does France have to surrender? Is it in 41? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. Maybe we could. We could ask in the Steam chat, gentleman communication channel.
We will see if it's needed though, because they have. They had a red bubble there, and they have made a little bridgehead.
Yeah, it's not more than they had before though.
No, it is indeed not. They are planning here. Yeah, now they are going straight into Charleroi, getting the airfield out of the game. Yeah, slowly but surely. The defense stats on this divisions from Great Britain and France is insane.
It's a green bubble for the Germans, but not convincingly so.
Yeah, not by a lot. And now they have, I mean, what have they paid for with, I mean, it's railway guns, 8 armor to take a small little Belgian town.
Yeah. Looking at this, they finally have green air over the Low Countries, though. So that's
and that's probably what's making the difference. But then they have red air in the south.
Yeah, they seem to be only able to have local superiority. Yeah. And as you can see here, the French are once again pushing out the Axis advance down here.
Yeah, I guess they are binding up a lot of troops in the south here. Let's see.
Let's have a look at the losses again.
Yeah, it's still looking bad for Germany, but they have stabilized a bit. We haven't seen any like major encirclements and stuff going the wrong way for Germany now, but I mean they do not want this, right? No,
definitely not. It'll be interesting to see how they can recover from this. I would have expected a much quicker.
Now it's a red bubble on Charleroi as well, so that push is not going to succeed by the looks of it now.
I think the key up here in Belgium is this heavy engagement from Badger on the UK. We usually don't see the UK being this daring, because when you're this far inland, if the Germans were to cut through and cut you off, you can lose all your troops. So this is probably the key factor.
Also, right? I mean, the Germans, they're just keeping running their head into the wall here. They should probably try something like bombing out the Maginot, play it a little bit slow. They are so set on we're going to blitzkrieg France. They can't really. They tunnel vision on that strategy basically. They need to do something new. They need to do something else. I mean, this is obviously not working.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think they have a bunch of bombers. So what could they really do? They're not breaking through in the north. They're not breaking through in the south. This is it's a stalemate right now, and Guidon might get the medal for this. He's really doing good. He's holding out longer than Seth did the last time, the last France player.
Yeah, we do see Charleroi is empty now, and we will see if the Germans
they're being
manage to move into it.
Pinned down.
They are being pinned down, and this is from the French perspective. So red bubbles means good for the Axis. I have a question in the chat. What mods do you use? And this is just standard, their finest bra, and some Hygge HOI modifications. So this is no mod shenanigans. This is just very, very well played from France.
And this mod is it's geared towards multiplayer. So the Hygge mod based on their finest.
They did take Charleroi though now, and with that, the airfield that gives superiority to the allies in this theater of war has fallen, and very, very slowly the Germans are making some inroads into France.
Yeah, and looking at the date now, it says 1940, but I feel it's more like 1914, because this looks like World War I. This is really slow.
Yeah, indeed, and the Axis cannot be happy with this. But now they have, now at least they have a 2-tile bridgehead with heavy armor. support of railway guns, local air superiority. Belgium is capitulating somewhat soon. If they manage to get a lot of British troops in exchange for this taking so long, they have a bit of a consolation prize, I would say.
Yeah.
Because
so this is this harbor here in Flandern. That's the area of evacuation for the Brits.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Axis are trying to take out Belgium first, just to get rid of these British troops, probably.
And that's what we said, that like they need to think out something new. The Brits committed so heavily to holding this defense, and if the Axis actually managed to encircle them, not having them get Dunkirk out of there, and instead actually killing all these British troops, then I wouldn't say it's worth it. This is still an Axis disaster by all means, but if they do that, then at least they get some sort of victory back, because if
look at this. So the Brits are trying to evacuate, but this is getting close.
So like if the Brits actually manage to evacuate, then it's a decisive Axis victory in the French war.
Things
if
are
they
getting
don't,
dangerous now.
Yeah,
the Brits are still here in Brussels and Antwerp, and they need to get out.
Yeah, they definitely do. I don't know if they will. They are trying. They are getting intercepted here, the fleet, and that's the harbor.
Do they still have a port?
No, they don't, I think. Or maybe Antwerp is a port.
Yeah, Antwerp is a port, so that's okay. But they need to get out of Brussels now, I think.
Yeah, we have a question about a quick look on the rest of the world. We will do that quite soon, because it looks exactly the same.
Yeah, it's a decisive moment right now.
This is the only war going on at this point. North Africa has been completely lost by the Axis due to them not being able to focus down there at all, due to the Axis victories in France. We'll see here if they manage to clear out this Brits. This is a dangerous situation for the British troops.
They are holding Antwerp with a lot of troops, though, so it looks like they're comfortable just sitting here at the moment. But the Marines have evacuated, I think.
Yeah, and they are binding up a lot of German troops here, but they will be able to escape.
Let's have a look.
China is dead. We saw a very decisive, fast effort from the Japanese. So that is the silver lining for the Axis here, is that the Japanese seem to be doing very well. This is obviously a complete Axis disaster, especially if the Brits manage to escape. But
if they don't,
in the Pacific, the Axis is doing somewhat well. We do see red bubbles here for the Allies, and we do see Belgium has fallen. So
almost. The Brits are still not letting go of Belgium, so Brussels and Antwerp still stands, and as long as Antwerp is there, they have a port to get out of.
Yeah, and the thing is that really the Germans have they have lost a lot of infantry. They got like 4 of them encircled, and the Italians lost like 8 infantry divisions in North Africa. So once they hold Brussels, they bind up a lot of Axis troops, because obviously they can't really.
They can't push into France with this in their back.
Yeah, I mean they can't leave it there. They need to clear it out, and the Brits can just give it up whenever they want.
Yeah, so we have a question from Mike the Mandalorian in chat, if they get a debuff for losing Africa, and no, they don't. But strategically, it's still a disaster, because now the Axis have to protect all of their soft underbelly down here.
Yeah, and if they want to take it back, they need to do naval invasions, and they need to run like really far in order to get it back. And
and first they have to kill France, which they are not doing.
No. They do have a little bit bigger breakthrough here. The French have moved up a lot of troops in order to save Belgium and in order to save the British troops there. So there is no defense in depth here. So the Italians are able to snake a bit, but not to the degree that they want.
So we have a question here from Trotsky's attempted assassin Esteban, if there are any static AAs built. And that's a good question. Not seeing anything on the... well, here we go.
Yeah, quite a lot on the Maginot Line. Looking at this pocket up here, they are actually expanding out the tile or two. The tile that was earlier captured by the Germans have now been captured back by the Allies.
Yeah.
They are getting run out of Brussels, though. I do think the Germans are not going for an encirclement here. They just want to push them out of Brussels, so they have to retreat by harbor, because.
And they are.
Yeah.
So there goes Brussels. Let's see if...
I wonder how daring he is at this point.
And there Belgium surrenders, but there are still British troops here, but they are evacuating as soon as they can.
Yeah, I think they will actually the Germans might be a bit too fast for them. Yeah, 1 or 2.
Yeah, he lost a couple of divisions there, I think.
Totally worth it, though.
and the Allies.
85k losses for that hole is definitely worth it.
Yeah.
Major well played by the United Kingdom and France here. Incredible coordination, incredible execution, and stellar performance in the defense of France.
Maybe a little late in the evacuation. I would have preferred to
a
evacuate
little late
before the surrender.
They could have, if they had evacuated slightly before the surrender, they would not even have 85k losses. They would have basically 0, and that would obviously be preferable. But on the grand scale of things, very, very impressive Allied showing here in France. Now the Germans are closing in on Paris, though, and the British troops have evacuated. So I do think that we will actually see Germany taking over here and actually being able to capitulate France, but it has cost them dearly.
We are almost in 1941, which is that's really, really late. And France now stands alone, but they are still fighting the good fight all on their lonesome. Let's have a look at the air situation. It's over northern France. It's still yellow, so it's even Steven. And in the south, they are actually holding the air advantage, and now they're pushing the Hungarians back. So the south is once again secure from the French perspective, and so this is the main thrust of the German advance now up here in the north. And when the Germans focus all their assault guns, all their forces in one place, they should be able to push through. There are no Brits anymore helping them, the French, so they are all alone. And the Germans now are pushing north of Paris. The French lines are falling slowly, but there's no clear breakthrough. Look at this. Volk is pushing all his assault guns into this small little salient here, and he wants to get a breakthrough. He wants to be able to snake towards the French victory points, do huge encirclements and whatnot. Right now it's not going super fast.
We do see they're trying to push out here. They have not given up by any means. They are trying to counter up here with some of the Hero light tanks, and they are working. They have stabilized the southern front. Yeah.
So up in the furthest north, we will see a pocket here of French. I wonder if they will bother to evacuate by sea towards some other port, or if they were just lost. It looks like we are frozen right now. We're not paused, but the game is not progressing. Is it the autosave?
Yeah, it seems like it.
Slow autosave. Oh, I think I need another beer, Victor. This is intense. Could you casual? Thank you, sir. So our technician is not just the technician, he's also our bartender, and he brings us the beers so we can keep speaking to you and keep covering the action. It seems I've never seen an autosave as slow as this one, so we must have some kind of issues, right?
I would imagine so. I'm not sure what will happen, but I mean, at this point, we can't really re-host now. This is too exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, so to recap, North Africa has fallen to the Allies, firmly in Allied hands. Let's see if we can still click around a bit. So all they have to do now is garrison these ports, and then they can prepare for an early D-Day, and they can start harassing the Germans and the Axis from the get-go.
Thank you.
Cheers. We had a question from Arian.
We're running again.
We are running again. So we had a question from Arian if the Japs have attacked India yet, and they have not. The war in the east has not yet kicked off. But at this point, the Euro Axis are probably telling the guys in the east, guys, we need some relief. So please put some pressure on the Allies for us. But that would also mean bringing the United States into the game. So yeah, who knows? Maybe it's sort of a ±0.
Yeah, we see Dunkirk and all of those troops out there have fallen. Look at the losses again and see if the Germans have been able to get anything back here. Not really. The French have lost 220k, obviously, but that's to be expected.
Yeah.
We still see no large losses. The Irish are probably a bit sad, though.
Yeah, the Irish, which is AI controlled.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but
Yeah, well,
but this is quite a lot of Axis losses this
Yeah.
early on. German losses.
39k Indians, so the Indians have lost 1 or 2 divisions probably. We do see they're pushing out again from Antwerpen here. Something is going on.
Look at this. The Germans have 950k in the field, and they've already lost 400k. So they've lost
Yeah.
a third of their army, basically. So that's significant. And this is very much thanks to Gidon and his amazing stellar mobile defense with his light tanks, as well as Badger helping him out defending Belgium. Right now, though, it's just Gidon, and he's being slowly pushed back by the Germans, but he's already done more than enough.
We have Saxolive here saying that I'd imagine that they will go for a late barb now, not only due to lost troops, but production has been used for maintaining divisions rather than storing them and enlarging the German army. And that's probably a correct analysis, I would say. Like, a lot of the German war plans have been significantly delayed by this. They had plans to... They probably wanted to have paratroopers in Narvik by now. And
they wanted to own Egypt by now.
Yeah. And also, yeah, I mean, we didn't really consider it, but the thing is that due to this French holding, this means that they had to give up North Africa without a fight. Because even if they lose North Africa, they want to take something with them, right? They want to kill some tanks, exhaust some equipment, bind up some allied troops. But now they lost North Africa with just infantry walking, basically.
Yeah, and they have so much on the to-do list. They want to take Denmark and Norway, they want to take Yugoslavia, they want to take Greece. So they still have a lot to do, and France has not even fallen yet. Now we do see, though, this is what it usually looks like in the first couple of weeks of the war, where the Germans have broken through in the north, they're encircling Paris slowly, and the French lines are crumbling. But
Yeah.
Gidon does not have to be ashamed. He's done a stellar job of defending France.
Yeah, I mean, this has gone entirely in France's favor. They couldn't have hoped for a better defense of France, even though they are falling now. We do see two
F's in the chat for 2 of these hero light tank divisions.
We do see the French light tanks here actually paying with their lives for what they have done.
Look at
to
this.
them. No?
They're actually pushing back the spearhead here a bit.
They are.
But a couple of them are falling right here, yeah.
Yeah, and these French light tanks have done an incredible job here for the Allied war effort, definitely.
And this will be the fall of Paris. That won't be the end of France right away. France, they don't have a very big surrender limit. Let's see if we can find...
Yeah, they are down there. A bit up. Third French Republic.
Yeah, right. Look at this. So they'll need to lose...
once they break, like take Orléans and Troyes and these places, then they will surrender. But yeah, very good performance by France, indeed.
Yeah,
And
a great showing by Gidon,
yeah.
who's such a new player in the community as well. So good on him. So the question is now, where do the Axis turn after this? How do they turn the tide even?
Yeah, I mean, they would have wanted to go North Africa, right? Steamroll France, go North Africa, go Norway. North Africa is obviously done. They can't do that now.
I mean, they could try naval invasions, but what do they have to do it with? Let's have a look at Italy. They do have some Marines, right? I don't see... Are these Marines? The ninja sword guys? No. What about these guys?
I think you need to click the thing, no?
Okay, so they do have submarines.
Yeah.
This could be used. What about Romania, which looks very small right now?
Yeah, the problem is that they need to actually naval invade North Africa as well. They can't just walk there anymore.
Yeah. So this is Oscar Eriksson. He also has a few Marines, like 4 Marines. So they could potentially do a naval invasion on North Africa.
Another hero tank dying. Up north.
Yeah, and down here maybe as well. So no, he's still fighting. Okay, so the northern line is collapsing, and this should be the end of France in just a moment. So yeah, there we go. France has capitulated. He now goes into exile, and his base will be down here. Interesting. So right now,
Yeah, France has fallen, and it has fallen though to great cost on the Axis side.
Definitely.
It's definitely an allied win.
Yeah, definitely an interesting turn of events. We haven't seen a game quite like this in a while. I mean, we were quite dominant as the Allies in the last game in North Africa and so on, but we never managed to take all of North Africa this early on. So that's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how they capitalize on it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. This is interesting. I wonder if they go for Norway now, or if they go for Balkan.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on the Germans and see where they go. So here are the here's the main fighting force, the assault guns, and right now they're just hanging out close to Coburg. Probably a bit of consolidating to do right after the capitulation. Yeah, it would be great with an interview with Guidon on France. He probably doesn't have too much to say.
We have a question from Kay here. What mods do you use? Calm down.
Oh, yeah.
We're using their finest bra, which is the go-to multiplayer mod for.
Actually, we're using the Hygge mod.
Yeah, we're using the Hygge mod, which is a version of that one fitted to our community. So the backbone is basically their finest bra.
Definitely.
Then we have made some modifications. For example, we have playable Greece.
Oh right, yeah, we do. Not this time though.
No, that's true.
Speaking of Greece, both Greece and Yugoslavia are still standing, of course, due to France's strong performance right now. We have really slow autosaves for some reason. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, the autosaves have been a bit buggy. I don't know why.
So each the first of every month, it's going to be a bit of a pause. It looks like someone is pinging down here. Okay, defend this island zone. Maybe there's some
raiding going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's have a look from the German perspective. If the yeah, you can see here the German submarines are out raiding in force.
Yeah, definitely.
And there are some convoys being sunk here. I mean, if you can't beat France on land, you will have to go for the convoys instead. The defenseless poor shipping marine.
Yeah, they're thinking some Australian convoys there, it seems like.
Maybe we can see from the focuses where they intend to... Oh, look at this. They're actually fighting in the English Channel. Do you think they might be going for sea line? That would be
yeah, that would be interesting. They have red air though, so...
Yeah, they're not committing too many fighters. No, they're actually just bombing. They're just bombing a bit in Germany. They are fighting a bit in the Channel, but not too much. I'm curious what's going on. Oh, look at this. We have some planes over Gibraltar. But Gibraltar is very heavily defended right now.
Yeah, definitely. That is not going to be easy to take by any means.
He stacked it. Can we see some... are there any naval invasions? Someone is pinging something down here. Oh, someone is... looks like...
Stuff is going down in Africa.
The Italians are coming raiding down here. That's sneaky, I guess. So the Axis have lost the head-on fight in a lot of theaters, so they're trying some underhanded tactics to get back at the Allies. And yeah, here we see the invasion of Yugoslavia being planned. Probably a smart move.
Yeah, they are going to clear out the Balkans now.
Yeah.
Then probably Greece, and I would imagine at some point they prepare for North Africa. They want the oil at least.
Yeah. If the UK is feeling up for it... Oh, look. A naval invasion on Antwerp. What's going on?
Yeah, it seems like they've tried to naval invade Antwerp, but it must have bounced.
That's weird. Anyways, if the UK is feeling up for it, one strategy is to go help Greece, because Greece has some really nice defendable terrain, and you can hold on for quite a while, especially now that they control all of North Africa. They can afford to do such adventures. Still nothing going on with... look at this.
Yeah, they have planned an invasion of Denmark at least.
So that means okay. So we have
Yeah, we have the French
Guidon.
player for an interview here.
okay. Guidon, can you hear us? Not yet, but maybe. Yeah. Guidon?
Hello.
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 Can you hear us?
Hello.
Guidon? Hello. We heard him for just a while, but now
Wait, give me a second.
yeah. He says, "Give me a second." We will give him a second. He's giving the allies quite a few seconds already.
Yeah, indeed.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, we'll see if we manage to get Guidon in here for an interview, or he is in here, but he can't hear us at this point, it seems.
So I'm not going to say what the Germans are planning right now, just in case Guidon hears us. But the allies, they may be planning to help Greece out. That could be a viable strategy.
Yeah, I mean, they have the resources at this point, right?
They are pinging furiously here. Somebody protect us against these German raiding submarines. Guidon?
Hello?
Hello? Monsieur?
Yeah, we will see.
We hear him typing now and then.
Yeah.
This is the excitement of live Hearts of Iron streaming. We'll see what happens. So it looks like the Brits are stacking quite a lot on the home islands. Nothing arrayed really up towards the north to help Norway. We'll see what happens there. Not going to say what I'm seeing on the screen right now, just in case Guidon hears us.
Yeah.
And there we go, the war declaration on Yugoslavia. And Yugoslavia stands alone, and they are facing the might of the Axis war machine all on their lonesome, and they will be carved up. Yeah, I can say that much. They will be carved up and split up between the Axis. Let's see how much Sticky on Italy takes for himself and how much he leaves for the Axis miners. Hello, hello, Guidon. Yeah, nothing just yet.
Yeah, we will see.
Okay, we'll keep going, and if we manage to reach Guidon, we'll get him for an interview, because he made a proper good showing there.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Yeah, having a look here, you can see what the Germans are preparing. We both have naval invasions and airborne invasions planned. Norge means Norway in Swedish, and yeah, Folkensnistan are Swedish players, of course. So yeah.
Yeah, they are definitely trying out. I mean, this is the plan they had from the start. This is what they wanted to be executing probably a year ago or so. But better late than never, and we'll see how it pans out. Here we see the British main fleet meeting some submarines.
Yeah, not a fair fight, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's interesting that the British main fleet is moving around outside Norway. They are probably wising up to what the Germans are planning to do next here.
Yeah, and there goes Yugoslavia. So Yugoslavia is taken right now, and right now everything seems to belong to Italy. But I think we'll be seeing some huge chunks of it go to the Balkan miners here.
Yeah, some sort of division probably over there. And Greece is probably next on the chopping block. We have a speculation in chat here that Wendy is a bit surprised here that the Allies have neither attempted to retake Cyprus nor Malta. And yeah, that's true. They probably could have, because that was a tactical move from the beginning, because they didn't want to defend Malta or Cyprus, because if they are having troops there, that means that those troops are going to need supplies, right? And then they can get raided in the Mediterranean. But at the moment, they can't get raided in the Mediterranean, since the entirety of North Africa was lost by the Axis. So
well, they could get raided, but they could also get supported now from North Africa, because they do have air bases in North Africa.
And there we see the German war declaration on.
We weren't even able to.
Denmark capitulated in like a second, basically. Historically correct. But we see also the Germans landing here in Oslo. They did manage to paradrop Oslo. The Brits, it seems, or no, the Norwegian AI is trying to drive them out.
But will the Brits come and help? That's the big question. We see Canada is moving with their weird marine divisions north, but he seems to be the only one. Oh, look at this. No, those are Norwegians.
Yeah, the Norwegians are moving up towards Narvik. But there is only Norwegian troops here at this point. The Germans have landed. We do see naval fighting going on here. 2 big fleets clashing outside of the east and North Sea. It will be interesting to see how that naval engagement pans out. Can we see the results there?
Yeah, it looks like the Germans disengaged and just lost a destroyer and a couple of subs. But they were using their main fleet there for a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. So I'm guessing the Balkan Bros right now are arraying their troops towards Greece. And
they definitely are.
I feel this is a bit of a missed opportunity from the Allies if they neither help Norway nor Greece, because they've taken North Africa. They've stalled the Axis for so long. If they hold out a bit in southern Greece and in northern Norway, for example, they can really put the spanner in the works for the Axis and really delay the Barbarossa even more. We're in May 41, and sometimes we see Barbarossa beginning at this point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Allies have won majorly in both North Africa and France, but they need to capitalize on that as well in order to keep the Germans on the back foot and keep the initiative. But as of now, the invasion of Norway is probably not going as well as Germany would have hoped either.
I think, not great, but not. Yeah, there seem to be very out of supply here. Not enough supplies getting through for some reason. We spoke to Snistan, the co-op of Germany earlier, and he said the plan was from Oslo to go up to Trondheim, and there we go. They took Trondheim, and Norway immediately capitulates. And some Norwegian troops are trying to get back, but Norway is in German hands.
That plan worked out to as the Germans had expected, at least. Yeah. So the Norway and Denmark campaign was an Axis success in the regards that they wanted.
Look at this. This is a naval invasion planned by the UK. Okay, so now I'm hearing myself in my headset.
I'm hearing you as well.
1 2 1 2. Okay, never mind.
I will mute it there.
Oh, we have Gidon? No.
We're good.
I'm good?
Yeah, we're good. Well,
okay,
small silver lining for the Axis here. Definitely.
So this is...
We have
this is something planned at least. That's not it. That's not it. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, we have... This is a big marine group going up to Norway.
So they are helping Norway just a bit later than we would have expected.
Yeah, they should have helped Norway slightly earlier.
Yeah.
Because now it's in German hands. But they will go up there too.
That probably means Greece won't get any help though.
Yeah, that's probably true. And also perhaps a tactical misstep. We do see...
Romania is taking Crete, and Greece is falling handily right now. No help from the other allies there.
Yeah, we have a question here. The good units of both French and the British are tanks, and what they are not good at, and what are the terrains of Norway and Greece. Yeah, I mean, obviously you can't really run those tanks up in the Norwegian mountains, so that's a good point.
But you don't really need good units. I mean, if you just park a bunch of garrison units in the mountains, they will give a world of hurt to the Axis troops for very cheap. And if it goes bad, you can always just evacuate them. So I still think Greece is a good theater for the Allies if you have the opportunity, and I think they did. But yeah, we'll see. Still no naval invasion firing off. This is a bit overkill for Northern Norway.
Yeah, I would say so. They are committing too much to this.
Because having a look at the German forces in Norway. Yeah, these are the paratroopers, and I don't think he even has anything in northern Norway. No.
No, but they are running out to Narvik now.
Yeah, he's moving up a bit, but
it looks like Germany might actually be able to keep the whole of Norway at this point. It's usually they lose Narvik, but we'll see if
they will. They will lose.
Yeah,
Norway.
if they go 8 Marines, then they will obviously lose Narvik. But
so we'll see. There goes Greece, and okay, so. I said they had a big to-do list, and they've checked off those boxes on the to-do list.
Yeah, we'll have to give it. We have to hand it to the Axis here that they at least, even though they got kicked in the nose in France, they have managed to pretty much check off what they needed to do after that. Now they got Norway, they got Denmark, they got the Balkans, they got Greece. So basically, they are where they would have wanted to be a year ago.
Yeah,
which is obviously later than they would have wanted, but it's still moving in the right direction for them.
Yeah, and having a look here at the east, I bet the war in the east is about to kick off. And here we see this Japanese octopus we were talking about. They are preparing a bunch of naval invasions, and they're going straight for the heart of Michael's Dutch East Indies.
If the German invasion was going bad, I think that this Japan, with all this equipment, with all these advantages that they got from their very well executed China war, is really going to go well for them. They can do all of these octopus invasions down on the bigger islands, the island hopping. Japan is looking to be one of the heavy hitters in the Axis now.
Yeah, and before, right after the China war, he had over 100k in reserve. Now it's down to 5k. So, and here you see why.
I would say that Japan is going to be fielding more and better troops than Germany.
And these little goblin-faced units are called aggro. Let's have a look at their rocket artillery.
Yeah, this is going to hurt all the divisions that they come across, definitely.
Yeah, they're heavy-hitting divisions for sure. Let's have a look at India and Rosen's Raj to see what's going on. They will be getting some help from New Zealand. So it looks like New Zealand, which we were talking about before. It was Joseph, right?
Yeah, I think it was Joseph, yeah.
Yeah, Joseph, a new player. He seems to be going for Matildas, which is the British heavy tank. Let's have a look here. Yeah, he's got 4 of them. And these are the templates. Okay, so they're light tanks. But still, it's nice as the Raj to have a bit of support. And as we heard from Ivan, the Japanese player earlier, he plans to invade all the Indian ports. And while there is some defense in the ports, it's not super heavy. And if they do manage to land, it's really nice to have this quick response force in the Kiwi tanks here. It looks like Rosen is opting for a quite defensive stance in these mountains back here, leaving Burma for the taking. Yeah. Okay, so we have an interview now.
Try again.
Gideon, are you with us? I can hear myself right now.
Hello?
Oh yes, I can hear you guys.
Oh. Yeah, you can hear us. Nice.
Great.
I can also hear myself, which is a bit annoying, but never mind. So Gideon, you made a really good defense of France just now.
Yeah. That went pretty well.
You must be feeling pretty pleased with yourself.
Yeah, I think I was lucky in a way because I did light tanks that actually had armor, and I think Germany did assault guns that don't have piercing.
Yeah, but they must have been able to pierce you, right?
I think he added TDs at some point, but I think before that he couldn't pierce me.
Oh, wow.
So I was kind of lucky in that regard.
Okay.
And I also had like quite a bit of hardness, so his assault guns didn't really do that much damage to me, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was just lucky. If he did medium tanks, normal ones, I probably wouldn't have held that long.
Yeah, but you held for as long as we've seen a France hold for a long time, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the UK and Dutch player were also doing like lots of work. They were holding like the urban tiles, which is really important because I think the assault guns do have some really good bonuses against urban tiles, and the UK holding those was really nice.
Yeah, he really committed a lot of troops to holding Belgium there, and
True.
that was a good thing. But also, you were attacked in the south, and there you held on your own. Oh, looks like we crashed right now, so maybe we can get the full screen. I don't know if you crashed as well, but at least
I think it's
did.
a hot. Ah, okay. For me, it's a hot join. But yeah. Capitulate me from there as if I don't have enough units. And by the time they started pushing there, I think I was able to like deploy new units, new infantry, and then just have like 5 infantry divisions per tile there.
Right, you were going for mostly garrison troops aside from
Yeah,
your light tanks.
Yeah, exactly. They're like quite a bit cheaper, and I think the only thing they really lack is like soft and hard attack. And in this case, you know, my infantry isn't gonna have any like stats anyways, or like any soft attack, for example. So I can also just go for the cheaper option.
Right. So now that you've capitulated and moved down to Africa, what's your plan now?
I'm actually not really sure. I think initially the plan would have been that we retake Africa with like mountaineers that I have, but you know, since we already have all of that, that's kind of not really a thing anymore. So we're I probably need like a year to train like divisions, because you know you do lose every division when you capitulate, or like most divisions. So I'll probably need quite a while to train divisions, and then afterwards, maybe if the UK wins the Navy war against Italy, we might invade like Sicily or Sardinia, stuff like that. Maybe I can help there, or like if Raj needs support, I can go there.
But still, you're going with mountaineers, sir?
Yeah, exactly. Like usually it's the mod makes it pretty hard that you do tanks in the mainland and then you swap to an infantry build once you cap. But I think I will still do it anyways, or like I'm still doing it anyways, because I think we actually do have enough tanks already. Like South Africa has 8 tanks, Canada has 7 tanks right now. So me having just like a few really good special forces, I think might be more impact at the moment.
Yeah. Even New Zealand is going for tanks.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think it's actually nice to do like mountaineers. Also really fun to play with.
Yeah. Let's see here. I am hearing an echo as well. But how do you feel that you are able to capitalize on these things? Because now you have a lot of resources free since you held so good. What's the next move?
Yeah, I mean, I think mostly me holding isn't actually gonna buff me that much, because you know I won't have. I mean, I do have my factories back now, but after I capitulate, I do lose all of my factories because Vichy France starts with like Central Africa, for example. But now I do have that back, but I don't think this actually buffs me, but I think it's really bad for the Germany player, because you know he would lack like 50 civs and 30 mils for a year because he didn't capitulate me.
Yeah, definitely.
And also he obviously lost a lot of equipment and manpower. That's obviously also a thing.
We also have a question from the chat here that do you know why the Allies didn't help Greece, for example? Because you would have been able to free up a lot for that. Did you have any considerations for that?
We didn't actually specifically talk about it. I think a big issue is usually in these games is that, you know, there's one British player and he's already busy microing in Belgium, and he also has to take care of the air war. So he probably didn't really have the micro capacity to also open up a new front in Greece, especially if we can get raided, etc. So I think we just left it open for that reason. I'm also not sure if the UK did have enough divisions to send there, but maybe he did. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, we're actually watching him invade northern Norway right now, so that's where his focus was, I suppose.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that could also be a thing. Fair enough.
So, how do we pronounce your name, by the way? Gidon?
Yes, that's right.
That's good enough. Okay, good.
Yes, definitely.
Nice. Well, thank you for the interview, and good luck with the rest of the game, and really good job holding France as long as you did.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Goodbye and good luck.
Take care. So that was Guidon, who made a heroic job holding out in France for as long as he did. Definitely heroic. And
very, very impressive showing from France, definitely.
Yeah. And as he said, he will be going for Mountaineers now. And no longer retaking France, because you won't have to, because you already hold France.
Yeah, it was so interesting to hear, because everything throws a wrench in the plans, because obviously the axes were like, oh, we would have wanted to go Denmark, Norway, we wanted to go Balkans before this year, and you can't do that because you're stuck in France. But as well for the French player, he's like, oh, I plan to take back North Africa with my Mountaineers. And then you realize, well, there is no North Africa to take, right?
Yeah. So it looks like I said it was overkill with 8 Marines, but those 8 Marines...
Yeah, they didn't even land, actually.
No, they weren't enough. So now they're heading back with their tail between their legs, back to the British Isles, and Norway remains under...
Yeah, probably the first, since the outbreak of the war, probably the first real spanner in the works.
Look at this. Ian trolling again. He's made a paradrop in Picardy. It's like he has 1 Marine division, 1 paratrooper division, just to annoy the Axis maximally.
He did take Berlin, though. You have to give him that.
I think that was actually Badger's
right.
home guard. And that's the end of that. But a nice troll, Ian. Good on you for that. And it looks like the
things
war
are
in Asia
happening
has been
in Asia.
kicking off.
Let's see how the Japanese fares. They have pretty much landed all of their naval invasions so far. Nothing have bounced. Nothing is being kicked out. All of these Japanese troops are just pouring in now. They've landed next to Singapore even.
Look at this. The Allies are actually trying to hold Singapore, but their lines are crumbling. And
Singapore is just getting walked into by this infantry division here.
And Japan is landing outside the ports and in their backs.
That is a dangerous.
The United States is here with some Marines trying to defend, and maybe they will be able to get out through Singapore. But look at this. They are attacking strongly right now.
Yeah, I mean, the entire Malayan peninsula here is just falling quickly to the Japanese. Look down and zoom out a bit so we can see Indonesia as well. All of these landings that the Japanese have done have been successful pretty much.
So Michael's new capital down in Batavia is being threatened, and this won't be able to hold it.
No, I would doubt so. Batavia has fallen to the Japanese, and we might see a second capitulation of the Netherlands here. This is an impressive showing by the Japanese player. This is, they have really been able to capitalize on this very good China war. Singapore is holding, now it fell, and...
there goes British Malaya,
Yeah, that's British Malaya. Netherlands are soon to fall. Then they can focus on the island hopping.
This US Marine is going to die as well.
Yeah, and then now once they have Singapore also, they can do the naval invasions of India. And
so this is the good news that the Axis were waiting for. Finally, they're actually making headway, and they are progressing ahead of schedule, so to speak.
Yeah, this is definitely going very well for the Axis in the Pacific here. Everything is pretty much executed to perfection at this point, and I mean this is quite hard to do as well. You need to coordinate all of these different naval invasions, keep an eye on all the divisions. So an impressive showing from the Japanese player through and through here. And we have, if the UK player was smart, he took a look at the combat bubble information screen to find out why the Germans put up a strong defense against the attempt at a British sea invasion into Narvik. And
interesting point.
Yeah, definitely. Like the information from the combat bubbles can be more than you think.
And immediately after landing in Batavia, he's already planning a new naval invasion towards some.
They are going. He's going all the way to Hawaii, right? Look at that arrow.
Yeah, he said he was not going to focus on the islands, but now that these landings went so well, immediately he's focusing on the next thing. Yeah. And this is what you want to do as Japan, because right now he's got this buff that we were talking about before. Let's see, there we have it. Tora, Tora, Tora.
I mean, this is an amazing buff. Naval damage, naval defense, port strikes, naval invasion speed 50%. And if you also have the invader trait on your general, you can pretty much plan invasions like this, and you just go and
Yeah, they plan quicker than you click, basically. And look at this, even an invasion plan here on northern part of Australia.
Yeah, the Japanese player is just blazing through the allies in the Pacific Ocean, and this is really like the ability to be able to recognize your advantages early and turn it into tactical advantages is really a key element as a good HOI player.
Let's see. It looks like Bot, who's playing Manchu, he's going for tanks. I saw some Manchu tanks heading over there down towards Singapore.
Yeah.
As you can see, his army is not huge, but that's because he's going quality over quantity. And now they're heading over to the Raj border.
Yeah.
Raj, of course, is not even here to defend. He's further back, so we'll see how that goes when that showdown comes. He still has some Marines, though, which is a good idea, because you want as many players as possible to micro these naval invasions. And as you can see, he's taking Sulawesi now.
I wonder how the capitulation limit is. I think that we will see the Dutch East Indies gone rather soon.
Oh, I hope not. Michael is such a nice player, and he...
obviously they are capitulated.
Oh, that's... Okay.
Has he moved... has he done a focus?
I'm not sure. Dutch East Indies. I'm not seeing them. Okay.
It doesn't seem like it.
He seems to be still alive, though.
Yeah, he is still alive. At least he is that.
But the frontline troops are not looking very strong at all. I mean, look at these. They're out of supply, out of equipment, out of morale. Yeah, they're doing really bad, actually. Let's have a look at from his point of view. Does he have anything left to fight with? These guys...
basically nothing. Like, these 27 divisions, they are nothing...
They're getting routed. And, Michael might not be long for this world.
Yeah, and as Wendy said here, or not Wendy, it was Saxelive on Twitch that said that they really need the Pacific buffs as well, the Axis in Europe, because they're basically guaranteed to be harassed by Allied invasions while doing Barbarossa, right?
Yeah, very true.
By the looks of things, they're looking to do small, like, troll D-days in order to just harass them. And you see all of these naval invasions, it's so beautiful. They're just being planned as they go. They're planning more naval invasions, executing them in a timely manner. It's well played by Japan.
Definitely. And what is the response, though, from Yuri and August on the US? Let's have a look. So, they do have some troops. Oh, they're holding the Philippines. That's an interesting choice.
They are indeed, and nothing has really threatened the Philippines yet. There were a Japanese naval invasion that bounced just now, but otherwise, not that much focus on the Philippines. Hawaii is still in American hands, obviously.
But not a huge defense force here either.
I mean, this could be invaded. If the Japanese succeed with all their island hopping, will Hawaii be able to stand?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot of these small armies with a different general on each. This is a bit unorthodox, I think. You usually have bigger armies split up over many islands, but he's got like one army for each island. I'm not sure that's the correct decision, but we'll find out. Let's see now. Okay, British Iraq joined. So the Brits have joined against the Asia Axis, and I don't think the Euro Axis are doing much right now.
They're probably planning at some point we will have a Barbarossa, obviously, but it's probably not coming anytime soon.
No naval invasions being planned. They're probably just planning for Barbarossa. Not really moving their troops over, though.
Yeah, I think you're tagged into Poland.
I'm tagged into Poland. That's a good... Oh, look at this!
They are doing stuff.
Okay, so Snistan, who is the devil on Folk's shoulder, is saying, we should try a sea lion. We should try a sea lion right now. They're weak. So that's what they're gonna do. Mostly just right now, if you have a look, they do have the channel.
Have green air. They can actually do a paradrop on Portsmouth, and also at some point we are going to see the Spanish enter, and then we have the continuation war.
They're trying. They're actually trying. And look at this. All of the assault guns are here. The Romanians are here. Everyone's here. They want to do a sea lion, and this could really change the game. This could really switch the roles completely.
Yeah, if they succeed, it can...
Yeah. And
it's a very risky move.
Yeah, so it won't be an early Barbarossa should have already started, if you look historically. And in the meantime, the Brits are attacking northern Norway, so he doesn't seem to be suspecting anything, because otherwise these guys would be defending southern England, I guess. But yeah, let's see
I
what
wonder
happens.
when you see the air superiority is flipping a bit.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, they need green in both zones, but yeah, there we are. They're going to execute it now, I imagine.
Green. Will they go? That's the question. Let's see if we can see.
And they need navy as well.
Okay, so we see the Romanians are here. The Italians don't seem to be here. Are they not invited? The rest are hanging back. Okay, so here are most of the Italians, but not the Italian Marines. But they're hanging back a bit, ready to reinforce if they are to make a landing. But so far,
they have everything they need basically, so they can click it now.
I love that they're trying this though. It was quite some time ago we saw a successful sea line. Let's have a look at the defenses here in England, and
not too much to write home about, to be honest.
What are these templates? Okay, so these are good. He's got some proper divisions, but these guys with the caps, they are proper shit. They won't be able to hold anything. But he's got some proper divisions defending, and his Marines are of course up in Scotland still. Over here. But they're busy invading Norway and failing. Okay, so let's go back to the Asia real quick, see what's going on here. The Asia axis have reached the Rosh border, and we see the first clashes here. Yeah,
they are trying to push through this line here in the mountains. So far, a bit of a stalemate, I would say. Or, well, it's a red bubble from the Allied side, so actually the Ratakonosin Kingdom is making some headway here.
Yeah, and it's Båt's tanks that are the Manchu tanks that are leading the way.
We are paused at the moment, though. Something is happening.
Yeah, very true. Let's see. Not sure what's going on.
And the Japanese have paradropped Sumatra.
Yeah. So they're using paradrops as well. That's sneaky. The naval invasions are not enough for the Japanese. Let's have a look how far they've gotten. Looks like they have an invasion plan for Wake, but it's not taken yet, and Guam as well. The invasion is actually on the way, and they have 9 Marines headed towards Guam. And yeah, Guam is out of supply. It's quite defended, but yeah, look at that. The supply and the morale organization there is not really tip-top. So
yeah, we get information here that we have a bug in the game where a bunch of troops are stuck in the same tile for Folk.
Ah, that's why we're paused. So
on the border, let's see if we can see it.
That's not what you want. Okay, so we're going for a rehost, it looks like. We'll see if that happens, but it looks like we're going for a rehost. Maybe we could get someone for an interview while we rehost.
Yeah, possibly.
Who would be interesting to get? If you have any proposals from the chat, let us know if there's anyone in particular you'd like us to speak to, and we'll try to make it happen. We didn't get Finland, did we?
I don't think we have.
Finland would be an interesting choice. He's not doing too much right now, I think. He won't be joining the war until Barbarossa starts, and yeah, there's no Barbarossa happening anytime soon. And there we lost the server, so we're going for a quick rehost. Exciting game, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very, very interested to see what happens with this Barbarossa.
I'm very interested to see what happens to this Sea Lion.
Yeah, Sea Lion, I mean. Barbarossa, I know is going to happen.
There's no Barbarossa. Okay, so we have to check our output in Video Ninja. I'm gonna do
I have muted my mic, and I have muted
and you're muted. Right, we should check this one.
Right.
No audio source. Do you have an audio source? If you do,
no, I have muted both, so it should. Or well, I have the sources, but I have. Oh no.
Audio source, no audio source. Yeah, that shouldn't be it.
It should work. Let's see. Do we hear? Say something, Pete.
Okay, I'm talking now, but I can still hear an echo. Yeah, I still hear myself, which is weird.
I don't hear you, so it works
maybe
for me
I should vote. I should do the. There we go. So there. Much better. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Okay, now we shouldn't get the echo anymore.
Okay, so now it should work. Nice. Well, we fixed that, I guess.
So we are waiting for the rehost, and if you're just joining us, this is a Hygge HOI grand game. What was the title again?
An Indifferent Task Force.
An Indifferent Task Force, and just an aside when it comes to the titles, it's Badger, our general secretary. He comes up with these titles, and they're usually connected to some World War II operation of some sort. So if you manage to guess what an Indifferent Task Force refers to, I mean, you might get a prize. Who knows? But there is usually a thought behind it, but I never managed to figure it out.
Let's see here.
Oh, do we have Finland already?
Let's try then.
Hello.
Hello there. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you doing?
Perfect. I am doing well. I'm doing well. It's a fun game so far.
So this is Dom?
Yes, exactly.
And is this your first game with the community?
Exactly. First game.
Really nice to have you here. And it looks like you did a really good job in the Finnish Winter War there.
Thank you. I am happy about it. I am very frustrated that they broke through in the north when I didn't do the multi-tactics there because I forgot. But other than that, I'm happy.
Yeah, because you didn't lose too many troops, did you?
Nah, I don't think I lost any. I lost 50k manpower, but that's it.
Yeah, that's fine. That's completely fine. Victor here is an avid Finland player, so he
yeah, I think your performance was very good, and it's looking good for the continuation war as well. And
thank you.
What are your plans for the continuation war, though? Do you have anything up your sleeve?
Yes, I have some paratroopers actually who are going to be the city busters with 8 width of heavy arty. And hopefully I'll be able to take Leningrad with that.
Ah, that's interesting.
Or it's a huge waste of my IC. Who knows? We will see.
So we have some questions to you from the chat. They want to know about your background a bit, and they want to know if you are building a Finnish carrier.
That's a very good idea actually with the Finnish carrier. I'm gonna start doing that immediately when I get back. My background. You mean like on other community servers or?
No, I don't know. Just a short introduction. Share whatever you want.
I don't know. I play a bit of HOI on other servers. Tommel, for example, is one of them.
Okay, so you're not a complete beginner.
No, I'm not completely new, but I played a lot for like 3 months now, but I haven't really played much TFP before that.
Ah, right.
So I'm still learning.
Okay, so paratroopers for city busters. So you won't actually be throwing them out of planes. You'll just use them for their urban warfare bonus.
Exactly. I think they get the current ones I have get a 50% bonus on what is it called, like Metropolis or whatever.
Yeah.
So I have 5 of them I think ready.
Okay.
And it will be fun.
So we might see Leningrad changing names quite soon.
I
as soon as
really hope so.
Are you a bit worried about the pace of the General Access Advance, though?
Yes, a little bit maybe. It took a little bit too much time to go through France, I guess. Not really the plan. But if I understand it correctly, we seem to be trading very well in the air at least. So it's not impossible.
That's nice. And from what it looks like from the studio perspective, it looks like the rest of the Axis are very keen on invading the British Isles. What are your thoughts on that?
Extremely based if it works. That's my answer.
We agree completely.
We have a question from the chat here. Does Finland really have 8 tanks? Do you have 8 tanks?
No comment. Won't deny it either.
Well, then the economy game must have gone quite well for you.
Of course. The secret Finnish tanks are coming.
we usually see Finland building bicycles, but not tanks very often.
Same thing. In Finland, it's the same thing.
Okay. Well, really nice to have you with us in the community. Welcome to the community, and really well done in the Finnish Winter War, and good luck in the continuation war, which I hope will kick off sometime in the future.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, take care. Take care.
Bye.
He seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, indeed.
Good addition.
We have Saxo Liv saying, "Oh, it was Finland, not South Africa." Lol.
Yeah. So I'm still waiting for them to host the game.
Yeah.
Are they maybe restarting their computer?
Yeah, maybe. I guess the autosave bug would be nice to get rid of as well. Now we actually have managed to work out how to not get the echo as well, so the interviewers are flowing.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was actually
very nice.
Very nice. And it was a fault on our end, not our beautiful technician.
Yeah, definitely. We forgot to click something.
Yeah. So we are still waiting for the rehost. I'm really keen. I really hope they pull off the Sea Lion. It probably won't happen, but never say never. I mean, they did seem to have air superiority, and according to Dom here, they were trading favorably in the air. And if they keep trading favorably and they have the air superiority, that should be.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they're trading favorably, then they might still do it. Like, even if the Sea Lion, if they don't kick it off or something happens, like, as long as they're trading favorably, they're not in a hurry to do anything, basically. They can wait for the opportune moment, they can spy a bit, go around with some boats. Then again, the longer they wait, the longer someone might discover what they're up to, because, I mean, at some point, if the British Navy moves along the coast, they're going to see some Marines stacked, and suddenly they realize that both air zones are red, and some spy finds out some, like...
Yeah. I wonder if we should try to get an interview with Badger without mentioning the Sea Lion, in case he hasn't noticed it, while we are rehosting. It could take a bit of a while, so let's see if we could make that happen. Let's just
now we're almost back in the game.
Yeah, we are in the game and waiting for the rest of the players to join, but we still have like 15 players who need to join.
But it's interesting, like, we can see that the Axis are getting back into the game here, because usually it's the other way around, right? The Axis dominate, they run through France, they dominate maybe even North Africa and so on, and then eventually something happens, someone gets encircled, the Allies' war machine starts kicking off, and they are clawing their way back into the game. Now we've seen a bit of the other way around, right? The Axis were getting completely kicked in France, and they were behind in the air game, and a lot of things were not really speaking to their favor. But now, especially the Pacific theater Axis have really showed their strength here, and everything is going in Japan's favor right now, it seems, as it usually does during Tora, but still. Yeah, and I mean, we looked a bit at the Americans, and they didn't seem to have any like clear plan of counterattack. It would be nice to get Badger for an interview if he has the time. We'll see, but maybe a quick one. But yeah, they lost some troops in Singapore, one of the Marine divisions, and right now they're mostly on the defensive, which they should be, but it doesn't seem either like they have a clear plan for a counteroffensive either. We still have Mexico and Brazil who haven't really joined the war yet. Maybe they've joined the war, but they haven't really joined the fighting yet. And the Allies are having a hard time of it in Asia right now. Yeah, definitely, and we'll see how it ends up. Because I mean, the late Barbarossa as well means that the Soviets will have time to build up quite a lot. Yeah, and also that will mean a significantly later D-Day. So in that case, maybe the United States might be able to get some islands back to reduce the impact of the buff and so on. So, I mean, a lot of things can still happen. Yeah. But both theaters kind of work with each other there, because the Axis performance in France can really... Oh, I see the Badger on screen. Well. Let's see if we can hear us. Badger. Mushroom. Old internet meme. Only millennials will understand. Hello, Badger. Can you hear us? Badger, hello.
I can.
Okay.
Hello.
How are you doing? You having a grand old time of it so far?
Yeah, I don't think anyone missed how fun I had in Belgium.
No. We definitely saw that. We also saw that you didn't have quite as much fun in northern Norway.
No, I accidentally executed a naval invasion, and then I realized that he actually defended it and had submarines on the way. So I just had to sail back. So
yeah, we missed the submarines. We saw he had some garrison troops there, but your Marines looked quite formidable, so we were quite surprised that they bounced back.
No, yeah, they got intercepted by like some really crappy submarines, so they didn't take any real damage. They just like ended up attacking one at a time, kind of. So yeah, I'll try to do it properly.
So we have a question here. How stressed is the Badger from scale 1 to 5?
How stressed? So 5 is the highest.
Yeah.
So a 2 maybe.
A 2, okay. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all.
We were thinking the France game was so impressive. So like, what is your plan to capitalize on that success? Because you basically won North Africa on walkover, considering you were holding France.
Yeah, so the plan is, or I mean, the game plan is to do a like attack in Finland if we can get a landing in Norway and build that up. So it's going to be me, Poland, and Mexico to do that, like a Operation Moomin. If I can get a landing, I kind of I was too busy microing in France, so I missed the whole Norway campaign. So I was supposed to take the Narvik ports before they took it, but I missed it. But
what do you mean? They didn't attack Norway before France fell?
No, they did it like after or during, but I missed it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
So
another question: where are the Matildas? They're in your stockpile.
Yes. No, yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, it's only the starting Matildas, but I renamed all my medium tanks Matildas.
Okay.
And then I gave them to South Africa. So I then list him 1,300 Crusader tanks.
Right.
That explains a lot. We have been praising his macro game.
No, but he had a good macro game because, to be honest, I lend leased him 300 by the start of the game, and then I forgot to send the rest to him. So then, right after the Battle of France, I sent him 1,000 more. So yeah, because I was refitting them with the 39 gun. That was why I didn't send everything at once.
Okay. But, right now, though, the South Africans and Canadians, after taking North Africa, they have nothing to do. Where do you plan to deploy those guys?
So they are all leaving for Raj right now because Manchurian tanks are quite annoying, and elephants. So all of the allied miners will go to India right now.
Yeah.
Because that's the real threat. I mean, right now Martin is trying to kind of like, I can see the frustration with all his like Focke-Wulfs over southern England right now, taking it out on me after the Battle of France. So he's trying to like bully me now with his air force, but I'm not worried. As long as he can't paradrop me, I'm not worried.
But couldn't he paradrop you though if both air zones are green?
No, I think he needs 80 or 70% air superiority.
Okay.
So I don't think he will get that, even though he has more fighters than me.
Okay, well,
It's
interesting.
okay.
I see the game is starting now again, so we won't hold you. But any final words?
I mean, hopefully we can do a proper lend lease to the Soviets once Barb kicks off. The US is then built like on lend lease build. So and the Soviets.
Oh, you mean like in 1943?
No, like quite quick, I think.
No, I mean the Barbarossa. It seems to be very, very delayed.
Oh, they're not even planning? Oh, you can't tell me that. But
no,
okay.
I can't tell you that. But
no, but it's gonna be a 42-1. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a 42-1 for sure.
Okay.
So now they're just gonna try to be bullies to me for another, half a year, and then they would go in March probably.
Right.
But I'm having a good old time. I have too much units, to be honest, to micro anything. So I'm just like enjoying myself with the naval game right now. I'm trying to find and sink the Italian fleet, but he like slipped away from me in Eastern Med. So I will try to find him because right now, of the looks of it, I will probably sink him in one go if I find him.
Right.
So,
just speaking of the Navy game, before we lose you, because you're the Navy guy. So it seems like there was some Axis raiding in the Atlantic and so on. Do you have that under wraps, or is it still a problem?
No, it would never really been a problem. They are annoying, but they're not really doing any damage. We're screening them off fairly well. So like no concern of the raiding game so far. They did some damage early on because they raided us in gaps in the escorts.
Yeah.
But now I closed those gaps, so now it's primarily Cape Verde plane, but I'm mopping that up. But it takes some time.
Yeah,
because
we're looking at your naval map right now, and it looks very green.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not really concerned. But as soon as Tora is over, I will probably have a go at the Japanese fleet as well.
Oh.
So let's see if I can sink that one. That would be a good scalp.
I don't know if I'm saying too much, but that probably wouldn't displease the Japanese. He's also looking forward to a showdown with the Badger.
All right, I'm happy to oblige. So
Okay.
let's see if we can find him.
See if you can let us know if we're missing a major naval engagement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Take care. The game's starting. Good luck.
Take care. Thank you.
So
yeah, he seemed confident.
He seems confident, which he should. That was the Badger, and he's losing some ships in the channel.
Yeah, but he seemed kind of chill about it. Obviously, he was not really scared of a sea lion at all.
No, he's not controlling the channel, but he is contesting Southern England, and
yeah, I mean,
look at this.
Yeah, I mean, he probably shouldn't be too cocky. It's enough with a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that's all they need, and they're not just trying to annoy him; they're trying to kill him. I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. Like he's like, they are going to try to bully me for a couple of months, and they are not. They are trying to capitulate him.
No, oh, no! It looks like Martin is like, I'm calling it. We're leaving. And where is he going? Oh, he's going down to the south. Okay, so the Axis are shifting their focus.
Yeah,
and you can see here, Sticky is preparing a couple of naval invasions towards North Africa. So they will give a go at North Africa again before Barbarossa. Yeah. So no Barbarossa in the cards just
well,
yet.
I mean, they probably have the time, but the thing is, if they want to do a 42 Barb, if they get stuck in North Africa, I mean, that could go slower than they expected.
Yeah.
Then that might easily turn into either a retreat where they might lose troops or a 43 Barbarossa.
I think this is the end of Michael in the east here. Michael playing the Dutch East Indies. He still has some troops. I wonder why he hasn't capitulated yet.
Yeah, but he already is capitulated, right? He hasn't taken the focus to move his capital to the Dutch East Indies, so he can't get capitulated again.
It seems to be here right now.
Yeah.
Hollandia.
Because I think he's already capitulated.
But yeah, Michael is not having such a stellar game as he did last time. He's got, I think, this Skull division here. That's probably his strongest division. No, it's not. He doesn't really have any strong divisions. He's just, look at this. Yeah. He's fighting a losing battle. Let's have a look at Australia. Australia so far has not been touched by the winds of war.
Yeah, they are moving up a bit to reinforce the islands here.
I think they've lost their stronger divisions.
Yeah, they are.
These are just the garrison divisions.
This is less than what they would have, so they have lost some, probably in Malaya, I would imagine, around Singapore.
Probably died in the Battle of Singapore, which is quite worrying for the Allies. But as you heard from the Badger, both South Africa and Canada are moving east to help out, and New Zealand is here, of course, as well. Let's see how it goes here on the battle on the Burma line. I really need to urinate, so I will give you the controls for a moment.
I can take control of this. No, we lost the pillow. It's fine. Well, let's see here. I will sit in the middle so I can control everything here. And as we see here, we have some movement at the Raj front. Some pushes being made from both directions. It's red bubbles though for the Allies here. The Ratakonosin Kingdom is still performing rather well. Tagging over to Japan, we see that they have planned naval invasions because, as the rules stipulate, once you have taken Singapore, you are allowed to naval invade the Raj. So they have naval invasions planned of both this island here in Ceylon and also behind the Indian lines here, as well as an invasion of Wake Island. So Japan is really making the best out of this situation, where they have been able to control the seas, they have been able to have a good China war, and they have a lot of resources to play with at this point. And looking over at the air game here, we see it is green for Japan in the zones where they want it, but it is red over the Indian front here, which is not a good thing for their ability to push across the mountains. But in order to dislodge this, they will probably need a naval invasion anyway. And we have a question here from Saxeliv. Has the Raj beefed up their port defenses? And they have not, I would say. They have Calcutta here. They have some garrisons, but perhaps like a lesser naval invasion would bounce here. But So they have thought correctly, but I don't know if it's enough at this point. Let's see. Like we have quite a few people assigned to this. This is only 3 divisions though, so this is probably going to bounce. Here we have 4 divisions assigned. I don't know how beefy they are. They are from the Ratakonosin Kingdom, so if we check out these marine templates, yeah, probably this might bounce as well. The garrisons might actually be enough considering everything, but it remains to be seen because the Axis are actually not making any significant advances over the border here. Looking over at the islands, we see that Japan has taken control of pretty much everything except Wake Island, and then I suppose that Hawaii and Johnston Atoll and Midway are next on the menu, but I don't know how long the Tora 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 buff is going to remain. It has probably... it will be removed the 4th of February 1942, so if they want to strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, they need to do it now. We have Saxeliv here saying that something is worried about this, that Japan said that they don't have any convoy defense plan, just trying to kill them with the main fleet. And that's a lot of sea zone for the main fleet and the subs that can be produced in masses, and those 200 convoys wouldn't last long under mass harassment. And that is probably a correct analysis, but looking at the convoys here, you can see the number was steadily decreasing there for a while, and yeah, it's moving down quite quickly, those convoys, and they are needed for these raids here. They are just losing convoys left and right basically at sea here. They are producing them quite a lot though as well. But as we said before, all the Japanese supply emanates from the capital here, so they really need the convoys in order to be able to secure a victory in India. And now my colleague has returned with another beer. Very nice, thank you.
I am back. What did I miss?
Nothing much. I was talking about the naval invasion plans of India here, because we see that due to capturing Singapore, they have actually started planning some naval invasions here. But the thing is that India has actually garrisoned most of the ports that they are trying to invade. I don't know if it will be enough though. It's going to be close, I imagine.
Looking at the front here, the South Africans are here now, or Mutapa as they like to call themselves now. They are on the front, but it's not the front being attacked per se. It's probably the rest of India. Let's have a look at those naval invasions again. Yeah. So they will start with Ceylon, or Sri Lanka as it's sometimes called, and now Mexico joins the war. Let's have a look at Mexico actually, what they are doing. So Mexico is played by Skoginge, and
I'm gonna move away some of these bottles so I see the map.
Oh, might as well. Mexico is played by Skoginge, and yeah, they're still chilling out in Mexico, but they are moving out now. And where are they shipping out to? Let's have a look. All the way over to the British Isles, and yeah, the dream that was Sea Lion never happened, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean they did plan it for real though. They really wanted that. It was not just a bullying tactics. They actually had an idea there.
I can imagine the Axis Discord there, like Snistan being like, let's go for it, and Folk being like, no, let's go conservative.
Things are happening.
So this is what they planned instead, and here the German tanks are leading the advance. It's the same old medium assault guns that we saw having such a problem with it in France earlier, but here they are unopposed as of now.
I mean, the tanks are moving so fast that the paradrops are kind of useless.
Yeah, that's
because
very true.
They planned all of these paradrops, and suddenly the tanks have just advanced past where they were supposed to land.
Yeah, very true.
I mean, that's not a big issue, but they probably could have gone even for more. They should have dropped them at like Alexandria or something.
Yeah, and he just cancelled them. Yeah. I wonder if they do paradrops from here though, down here, they could do some damage. Let's have a look at the British defenses here, and it's looking quite sparse.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a very big defense in North Africa. I don't know.
Luckily, Ian is still here with his armored divisions, so we're gonna have an armored showdown in El Alamein just a couple of years late.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, it will be interesting to see, because it's not many armored divisions. It's basically like 4 or so armored divisions on either side. So it's really going to come down to who, like the rock paper scissors, of who has the best divisions here, because there is no overrun, no tactics. They're just going to go head to head, and the best division and the best general is just going to win.
Yeah.
And then there is no defense in depth on either side.
So right now the Axis, both in Europe and in Asia, they are attacking the Allies on all fronts, and since Barbarossa is so delayed, the Axis are just focused on the Allies, and the Allies are now scrambling to face this threat. We see here Guidon with his French troops heading over to Eastern Africa. Let's see.
Yeah, we are paused because...
it looks like the AI fucked up the fleet for
yeah, the AI
US.
mixed up the entire US fleet, so...
Let's have a look at this AI beauty. It doesn't look too bad, I mean...
Yeah, it's probably rehost time.
Oh, yeah, we lost the server. So if we want an interview, who would we want, Victor?
Well, I'm not sure at this point. What do we have? Basically,
maybe Michael on Holland.
Yeah, have we spoken to the Raj yet?
No, we haven't. But
yeah,
let's see if we can get him. Let's see if we can get Rosen on the Raj. That would be interesting. He will probably have a lot to do once the server gets back up. But before then, it could be an interesting thing. So quite a few rehosts now in quite short a while. Stability is in question. Maybe someone has the Axis armor pack enabled or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
So we're trying to get back in the game. Looks at least as if the Axis are taking back the original parts of North Africa that was controlled by the Axis, and yeah, there'll probably be.
Now there are 2 games. Probably the one that says starting.
Yeah. The Axis, I mean the Allies will probably be scrambling to defend at this juncture, because they are attacked on many different fronts. The South Africans are off in British Raj trying to defend, and they're about to get naval invaded.
And another interesting thing is, the more you delay the Barbarossa, the closer you get. I mean, the shorter is the window in which the Asia axis cannot help. Yeah. Because if you do a Barbarossa in 1931, then it's basically like 3-4 years away until the Japanese and Manchukuo can invade the Soviets from the east.
Yeah.
But if you do a Barbarossa late 42 and also captured parts of the Raj, then you don't need to. It's basically like a year or a half. Now we have the Raj here.
Oh, we have Rosen here from the Raj. Hello, Rosen, can you hear us? Rosen, can you hear us?
Hello?
We can't hear him.
Evan, can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Well,
amazing.
So how is your game so far?
Awful. Everything is wrong. Nah, it's not that bad. I just have no equipment. So.
Do you have elephants though?
No.
How come
nerfed,
not? Because they got nerfed. Okay, there's the answer. Because you seemed really impressed with the elephants last time, and I was like, okay.
Last time one of our users went into the TFB development Discord and complained about them, so they got completely nerfed. So.
Oh, boo! Do you want to name names?
Oh, it was Ivan, the Japan main currently.
but Siam seems to be going elephants though.
They're still good. They're just not as good as they were last time.
Okay, we're still a bit disappointed. We were expecting to see elephants from you.
I can still build them. There is an opportunity.
Okay, there's still time. There's still hope. So, how is the push going from the Axis onto your eastern front? Do you feel threatened?
Very, because there's a lot of tanks, there's elephants, there's infantry, and I just don't have enough. But I'm not too worried about naval landings yet.
Yeah.
Because I have quite a lot on ports with anti-tank as well, so hopefully it's fine.
Right, and you have been you've gotten reinforced by both the Kiwis and the South Africans now, so maybe you feel a bit more stable.
It should be fine. It's just basically waiting for Tora to finish, and then it should be relatively okay.
Yeah. So we did see though the Axis in Europe are landing in Africa again. So
the Canadians the Canadians have already left to go deal with it, so I'm not worried. So,
yeah, the Canadians are all there, or did they bring anything to India as well?
They had 3 tanks in India, but they reached the front line and had to turn around. So
okay.
But
So,
we're already doing like an offensive in the north of India with New Zealand's light tanks. So we're about, well, before what's happened to the US happened, we were doing an offensive. So
what do you mean? What happened to the US?
basically a bug, like without going into details, the game broke. Like,
okay.
like
Speaking more broadly about the US, though, it seems like they were defending the Philippines quite heavily in the beginning. They lost at least one Marine division in the defense of Singapore, and yeah, they don't seem to have a big plan of re-offending the Axis. What are your thoughts?
I think because the original plan was always for my front essentially to be an anvil and everyone else to be the hammer. So the idea is that they throw everything at me trying to kill me, and hopefully we don't die. So
seems like
we'll see how that works. Like so far the plan's successful. I'm being attacked.
But so was the Dutch East Indies, and Michael there, he's just hanging on by a thread in Western Papua, but otherwise he seems pretty much dead.
Yeah, I think both Australia and the Dutch East Indies have had a bit of a mare going into the start of this, where they've been wiped out straight away.
Yeah, yeah. Australia also only has some garrison troops left. He lost all his good troops in the defense of Singapore, I believe.
I'm deciding to sit in my bunker and ignore all that stuff for now. Like,
you may be the anvil, but you're not the only anvil, and the other anvils have already gotten smashed. So
it seems to be that way, but I think we'll be okay.
Right,
like, it's not anything
I see
to
you
worry
making,
about yet.
You're making some inroads though into China.
Yeah,
at the border here.
Because they've not really built any air bases or logistics, and I did build strategic bombers to stop them from doing that. So we'll see how that works out as well.
Interesting.
Well, because I tried to raid the Siamese oil at the start, but I don't know if that's worked. I know I lost a lot of strategic bombers, but whether it blew it up, I don't know. So.
Well, we're going to get going here again, I think.
Okay. Well, it was good having a conversation.
Yeah,
good to talk to you.
Thank you for the interview, and good luck in the war.
Good luck.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Cheers. Yeah, so that was Rosen. He seemed pretty confident.
Yeah, it seemed so. He was in high spirits, and I mean, for good reason. To be quite honest, the Asia axis have done very well, but I would imagine that people that have a clear connection to the Europe axis is still quite confident.
Yeah.
I mean, in game time, it's quite far off, but it was not many hours ago when we were sitting here and France was still alive and everything was going the Allied way. Yeah, we'll see how it pans out now. I think the Axis have made a strong showing in getting back, especially if the North Africa front pans out, because even though Japan is doing well, we have yet to see a significant European Axis victory. Like, Norway obviously was a victory, but that was according to the plan. Balkans falling, no surprise there. So if they actually manage to win in North Africa, then we have the Euro Axis actually performing well. I would say they are still on a significant back foot.
Yeah, there are some interesting challenges ahead. The first of them being the Canadian tanks hanging out in El Alamein. Will the Axis just be able to smash through them, or will they get stuck on El Alamein? And if they get stuck, that means, okay, we didn't do it this time either. We have to go back to Europe to prepare for Barbarossa. If they manage to smash through, that could really make them a lot safer before.
Yeah, I mean, but they need to do it quickly. I'm looking at we have 1942 February. I'm seeing the date here behind the little camera handle. And I mean, if they want to do a Barbarossa in 42, they need to either win in North Africa quickly or retreat from North Africa. And if they go into North Africa and they decide to delay the Barbarossa another year just in order to slog it out, and they still lose, then it's very bad for them. So
I wonder though. So we saw in over in Asia, Japan is planning a naval invasion on Ceylon. Could they maybe go for a naval invasion on Africa before Raj even falls? And
maybe. I mean, technically,
I wonder how coordinated they are with the Euro Axis, because if they move together, maybe they could manage to trap some troops into Egypt or whatnot.
I mean, technically, the Japanese, if they beat the Raj quickly, they could invade from the south of the Suez. But by the looks of things now, like the German tanks are just advancing so fast that they will either have gotten beaten back or be in Cairo before the Japanese have even tried out their naval invasions.
Probably true. We'll see how this engagement goes. So we're back in the game. We're waiting for it to be unpaused, and here we see some naval invasions being planned. I think those are probably Italians. Yeah, Italians planning the naval invasions. And what do the ports looks like?
Yeah, this is not going to hold.
Oh, look at that. It's got very little organization, so we must move there just now. But they're not super strong. Yeah, that's not a lot of troops.
No, I wouldn't say so. And I mean, if those naval invasions succeed, then it doesn't really matter if the tanks don't.
Yeah.
And
they will have to fall back.
Also, if they land on Port Said, then they won't be able to blow up the Suez Canal, which is very good for Axis supply. Because if they blow up the Suez Canal, then everything has to go through the Horn of Africa, and that could be a world of hurt if people are raiding and naval engagement, and it takes longer and more convoys and stuff. But if the Axis actually sees control of the Suez Canal, then that could really help them, at least in defense of Europe, should it be needed.
Yeah, it seems like quite a few people in the Euro Axis are just hanging back and seeing what happens. Hungary, for example, they're still up in Europe. They're moving back up to the English Channel, still hoping for some kind of sea lion maybe. And also Bulgaria, having a look here, they're just hanging back at home. So they're not really helping at all. And
I mean, it's
these
not
are
really
usually what we see from Bulgaria.
I mean, they're good divisions, but I mean, at this point, is it really looking like a 42 Barbarossa?
I mean, they would have to go 42. That it would be crazy otherwise, I think.
Yeah, we have Wendy saying here in the YouTube chat that it's a dream game for the Soviet players since the German invasion of the Soviet Union has been delayed to 1942, and it definitely is in a way. If you tag over to the Soviets here, we can see that the defense is, I mean, it's nothing extraordinary, but it gets bigger by the day.
Yeah, and they've shored up their defenses, they've built all their forts, they've built all their tanks, they've executed all their officers, and they are ready to go. They've been ready for a while now.
The purge is going to be gone. Also, look at the factory count here, 628 factories. That is just increasing by the day, with Boppus on the macro. If we look at, we have a question here from Dylan, how's the Soviet versus German tank going? Yeah, we can check that out in the army, if we check the army overview there. The Soviets have
30 light tank divisions and 4 medium tank divisions. They also said before in the interview, Pontus did, that they were going for some heavy tanks as well. So
they're going to have a bit of everything.
Yeah, all according to plan. Germany, meanwhile, were at 3 medium tanks and 8 assault guns, the ones they began on. So
it's a clear tank advantage in ways of the Soviets.
Yeah, I mean there were light tanks, but still, a bunch of them.
But I guess like if you're Germany,
did you see that? That was a volunteer sent by Spain. Is Hygge checking out? Is he going volunteer, Spain?
Yeah, he has.
So he's going volunteer now, but does that mean he will always go volunteer, or can he join in later?
I'm not sure, but he might have chickened out considering how badly France went.
And he's not even going for Portugal.
Yeah, but
he should have gone for Portugal by now.
Yeah. I think he's going volunteer. I think he chickened out.
Okay, so bad show by Hygge here.
Yeah, very sad.
These Marines, on the other hand, quite beefy. Rocket artillery, always nice.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because, I mean, as a Germany that has not yet started Barbarossa, you want to have a tank advantage at the start of Barbarossa, right? When you do Barbarossa, you want the tank blitz just rolling over the Ukrainian plains, basically. But now the Soviets have considerably larger amount of tanks than the Germans. The war in the East hasn't even started yet. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out. Then again, you might win it on micro as well. If you get some encirclements, if you get momentum, then that can really shift the game.
And as so many times before, the game is often decided on the Eastern Front. I mean, if the Soviets lose, the Axis win, and if the Soviets win, the Axis lose.
Yeah.
So That's basically how it goes.
Yeah, sometimes we have seen games decided by. Sometimes game has been decided by D-Day. Sometimes it's been decided by Nuke. But I mean, this might be one of the rare games where we see the Pacific play a large part. If the Japanese continues to do very well in the Pacific, and we have a late barb, actually a Japanese invasion of Soviet Union is not that far off.
Yeah. So they are being contested.
Yeah, they are pushing now. They're trying to make inroads into India up here. One green bubble in the mountain, that's a bit of a weak spot. So
interesting.
Yeah, but they have the defense in depth again.
Yeah, they do have some defense in depth. But look at this.
Yeah, but now we're on the Indian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Oh.
But it's not as green as they would like it to be, probably.
Yeah, and some supply issues here, of course, for the Axis trying to push through these mountains.
Yeah, they're holding the town as well. I mean, it's so hard to break through this line. You really need to do it through naval invasions and yeah.
And we see Morton's Siamese elephants. They're doing their best.
Yeah, but, definitely. They are not doing so well against the New Zealanders there.
And apparently they were nerfed because of Ivan. That's what Rosen told us.
Yeah,
so.
The Japanese player really shot himself in the foot there by nerfing elephants, and then he's going to be the main controller of Japan next game. But he did include them in the plans. That was nice.
Let's have a look back in North Africa. Okay, so they've reached El Alamein now.
Yeah, the naval invasions have kicked off. Look over in...
and paradrops as well.
Let's see if this lands. That's going to be a world of hurt for the Allies. It does not seem to do.
Let's look from the British perspective.
Yeah, that is not going to land, it seems. And the thing is, like, once they've tried a naval invasion of Port Said and Tel Aviv, and both have bounced, then they are not going to put less garrisons there.
Yeah.
Right?
It looks like the French managed to reach here just in time. So Guidon, he put some troops both in Tel Aviv and Port Said.
Yeah, I would say that the French saved the day here again for the Allies, because if the French had not reached there in time, that would be hard for them. But the front has stabilized in El Alamein, and as we said before, this is exactly what the Axis do not want, right?
Yeah.
Because now they have tied up all these troops, and they need to do a Barbarossa in 1942. So what's going to happen? At some point, they're like, oh, we can't break through El Alamein, they've garrisoned the ports, oh, let's retreat again.
Yeah.
And they just used fuel and equipment for nothing.
There's no real infantry follow-up either from the Axis. I mean, it's just some Romanians down here, and they should be on the Eastern Front. They shouldn't be garrisoning North Africa. Where are the Italians? So we have some in Italy.
They are standing around, they're doing some island hopping.
Invasion. Those are the Marines.
Yeah, the thing is, like... As I said, you only get the element of surprise once, right?
Yeah.
Now they tried the naval invasion of the Egyptian and the Israeli coast, right? And if that doesn't work, then they will know it.
So Folk and Snistan are having some supply issues here by the border, so they can't really prepare a proper invasion of El Alamein.
Yeah.
So they're just hanging back, and still it looks like they might have given up since the naval invasions failed.
Yeah, we'll see. They are going to try something on Alexandria here. Look over at the defense side, see what they have there. I mean, that particular tile is a bit vulnerable.
And it's also close by the border. Okay,
They have green bubbles though now when they push. So if they push out the German tanks, then that naval invasion is not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, this is good play by Ian, because of course tanks are very good at offense and less good at defense. So them just pushing them back from the lines there, that's good. Yeah. Good play. You can't really get any planning bonus because you're not allowed.
Yeah, you don't want them standing next to you and planning an offensive. You just want to get them out of there and have them stand one tile back.
Yeah.
They have not reinforced Alexandria though.
There we get the naval invasion sound from.
Yeah, so they are getting information at least now that the Alexandria landing is coming.
But I can't see them going.
They haven't kicked it off yet, no, indeed.
So
they
it's
haven't.
both the Romanians and the Italians.
Yeah, this is a very beefy naval invasion, no doubt about that.
Out of supply here.
Out of supply, probably out of naval supremacy by the looks of things.
That's a lot of divisions to stand on one tile. 16 divisions, 17.
Yeah, and that's attrition 16. As well. They really want to kick this off at some point. And they're feeling the stress now. Now you see they've kicked off one naval invasion here. They need to coordinate, so they kick off the other one as well, because the Italians hasn't clicked yet.
Yeah, and these Romanians won't be able to do it by themselves.
Yeah, they need. This is a bit of a lack of coordination here, I think.
Yeah, if these Italians were here at the same time, they would be landed right now.
Yeah, they would have needed to click. They didn't click in time, and now we have the Romanians first. But it's turning green. I think they have clicked. We might not be able to see it because there is another landing operation on top of it. But no, they have not clicked.
They haven't prepared yet.
They haven't prepared yet. Missing communication from the Axis there.
And now
they're moving in the French troops to Alexandria, and that's that naval invasion. A bit of a bad communication there. If they had coordinated those attacks, they might have been able to do some work.
Look at
we
this!
See the Japanese landing though. This is a big naval invasion though. The Japanese are doing work for the Axis here. We have a question in the chat here. I'm very late. How did Badger's Navy go? Is he still the Navy guy? I would say he is still the Navy guy.
He is still
but
the
we have
Navy
not
guy.
seen a significant showdown on the high seas yet.
He said though he would go to the east to face Ivan's Navy, and right now Ivan's Navy is doing work on the Indians here, as you can see.
Yeah. So now probably he knows where Ivan's Navy is, right?
Yeah, he should know.
So I mean, at this point he could.
Yeah, Joseph's tanks here from New Zealand are doing quick work though.
Yeah, the New Zealand tanks are really pushing.
Do they still have any ports?
Yeah, they have. No, that's not the port, right?
Ouch! This could be expensive.
Yeah, this Japanese invasion might cost them a lot.
This could be really expensive for the Japanese. They're getting absolutely trounced, and as you can see, we have the red supply symbol on all of them. Ouch! This is painful.
This is very bad for Japan.
They are breaking through.
They have snake.
Oh, look at this! Morten's.
The elephant is actually making its way through here.
The Siamese
But we'll see if that snake holds. Will they be able to capitalize on it? I mean, it seems like the Japanese are quite busy down there, so it's a lot to micro for the Japanese player, but they're losing. This is bad for them. This is a lot of divisions.
Let's see if we can look at the losses before. 487, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of Japanese divisions that they're going to lose if they don't get them out somehow, which they can't at this point,
They don't have a port, yeah, they lost the port. This is so painful to watch.
Yeah, this is a significant loss for the Japanese. 12 divisions.
They are pushing back somewhat, but...
Yeah, if they lose 12 fully stacked divisions with equipment, that's pretty much the advantage of the China war gone in the jungles of South India.
Yeah, and Simon is here though, the Brazilian player Simon. He's here and he's helping. So, yeah, they will probably kill all these Japanese.
Yeah, this is looking. This invasion of Japan's naval invasion of India didn't really pan out as they was hoping, and this is bad for Japan. This is not a good sign at all for things that are to come.
Yeah, I can see 5 marine divisions here now. Does he have any naval invasion capacity left?
I mean, he has a lot of troops. He still has his fleet. He's still doing work, but that was a fail.
Yeah, really going all in here. Let's see. Here we come. Yeah. Okay, so 6 more of them going here.
Yeah, kudos to Japan though. They are just going all in with all of this risky plays. But it is, as we said before, like this very risky place, this very risky invasions without harbors and stuff. It works against AI China, but it only barely worked against AI China and against a player.
And I mean, look at these elephants.
Yeah, these elephants
are out of supply, and they're still. No, they were pushing them back, but now they're.
Yeah,
they're
but
holding.
let's see if they land in Bengal.
And they did.
If they break up this front and get into India, it could be worth 10 divisions, right?
Yeah.
If you lose those 10 divisions but win India, it's worth it, even though it was a bad call. So
he still doesn't have a port though, so he has to take Calcutta. He's not attacking the port just yet. He needs to move to the port. Come on, Rosen. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, they need to take. If they take Calcutta, they have a bit of a foothold, though. They have the port. It will be hard to drive them out.
Yeah, and here
and
they
come. So there they have Calcutta. They have their supplies.
And if they collapse this front, that's
the Indian line is looking to break in the north. Look at the south, though. I guess they're getting cleared out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean this is a sad situation for Japan, obviously, but
about 30 divisions.
Oh, they did invade the port there. They got to the port.
Oof, if they just managed to take this one.
if they actually get this.
They could save them.
I don't know if they... I mean, this...
They're holding.
This very, very daring Japanese invasions is really... I always say that they're failing, they're taking too much risks, but if they succeed, and they do, and
But Joseph's Kiwi tanks, they're the real MVP.
Yeah, they are going to. It's going to come down to a hair once again. But
yeah, they might be able to save them. Yeah, look, they seems like they were.
Yeah.
Oh, they saved 30 divisions down here.
They saved their 30 divisions.
This is a major moment.
Yeah, I'll be damned. Japan has really. Oh, they are reinforcing though. They are desperately trying to get this encirclement finished out, and the Japanese are in a race against time. They need to click. They need to click as well, and they are. They are indeed.
And maybe these guys should chill out for a bit because they're about to get.
Yeah, I mean,
encircled.
Once they run out of organization here, they're going to die. I mean, the Japanese, so daring play by the Japanese.
Counteroffensive by Ian here.
Yeah, counteroffensive. I don't think anything got encircled though, and this is. I mean, Japan has been doing this the entire game, basically. Like, maybe it fails this time, maybe it doesn't, but everything is just by a hair all the time.
Oh, they really need this tile.
Now it's green for India. They are holding it. Yeah, not this time, Japan, I'm afraid. Not this time.
So these 30 divisions, they seem doomed at the moment. And right now they're being thrown out from the port as well.
Yeah. Not this time.
Okay, so what we were saying before, 487k losses or something for Japan.
Yeah.
And let's have a look now.
Yeah.
1.2 million.
Yeah, it didn't pay off this time. I mean,
ouch. Japan lost more in this engagement than they did during the entire war.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Japanese, really, this game, they have done this like very, very risky plays on pretty much every front, and they have succeeded thus far, but it was doomed to fail eventually. Like, every time you do like this naval invasion with no harbor and 20 divisions, once again, had they succeeded, we would be like, oh, play of the game, so cool, very nice. but now it's just like, why did you do that, right?
Yeah. And in the north here, it's South Africa who is or Mutapa, Lolse, who is cleaning up this naval invasion. It looks like only green bubbles for the Allied side. Yeah. And the Siamese elephants are making work up in the mountains here, but they really need to get down here to help this little pocket.
We got support from the chat here, gave applause for us announcers, and thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much to all our patrons and all of you watching out there, of course. We are about to see the perhaps the conclusion of the Japanese adventures in India here.
And this should be the end of Tora Tora as well, right?
Yeah, Tora is gone in February, if I remember correctly, or if it's already gone.
It is gone.
It is gone, and the Japanese army is also somewhat gone. Calcutta has fallen; they have no harbor, and
all the Manchu tanks were down here.
Yeah,
as
and
well.
that's the Manchu tanks.
Did they evacuate those? Yeah, that's huge. If they just died. No, here they are.
No, they are.
He managed to evacuate them.
Yeah, they got out with some tanks, but the Japanese lost so much by this. They were going to capitalize on their advantages since the China War, since the island hopping, Tora. But this the naval invasions of India here has been a huge failure for Japan, and it has really turned the tide of the war in India. They will not be able to do anything with this, and we're still in for a late Barbarossa, and we have an Axis with a disadvantage in tanks, and it's looking grim for the Axis at the moment.
It's looking very grim for the Axis. And Lolse and Yusuf on Mutapa, South Africa, and New Zealand, they've really helped out India there. India was on the brink, really. And also Brazil, with Simon, he was there helping them in just the right moment. I mean, it was really down to the wire.
Yeah. I mean, if he saved those 30 divisions, got into the harbor, that would have been amazing for Japan. But once again, it's always these incredibly risky moves that comes down to the hair, and sometimes you fail if you take huge risks all the time.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look over in Europe or North Africa.
Yeah, North Africa is going firmly back in Allied hands.
Yeah, it looks like they realized, okay, we have to do a barb sometime, and so they've moved back. Let's see, do they still have all their armored forces? Here they are, the assault guns, and there are the paratroopers. Let's see, I thought they had some regular medium tanks as well.
Yeah, they had some.
Yeah.
Didn't Great Britain and the other guys have some plan for Finland?
They did. Let's have a look over here. No, nothing up in northern Norway right now. Maybe they were distracted by that North African adventure. I don't think they were expecting that late in the game. So that's interesting. Where are Badger's Marines? That could give an inkling to where he's going. Okay, so...
Yeah, they are still planning it.
That is still the plan. Oh, these guys deserve a medal. The second Ugandan colonials. Give those guys a medal already. Nothing yet. Okay.
That's Barbarossa.
Okay, so here we go. The big showdown on the Eastern Front. And on the Soviets, like we said before, we have Pontus as the main controller. He's never been the main controller of the Soviets before. I asked him before in the interview, and he said, I don't know if I've been, but if you've been the main controller, you would remember of the Soviets, because that's a stressful position to be. Yeah. He is, however, supported by both Mossberg and Boppus, and they are ready. They are ready for the Axis advance. So, as usual, they are arraying their defenses a bit further back along the rivers, letting the Axis take the not so useful territory over here, and giving them supply issues on the way, so they would have to build up railroads and whatnot.
Yeah. A smart move by the Soviets. They're not in a hurry here. They have big defenses. It's a late barb. As John Brother said here in the chat, the Axis were going to lose if they played it safe because of the French defense, so they might as well take a risky shot. And that's probably it. But I mean, the risky shot in the Pacific failed, and the thing is, that was pretty much the thing that that held them on, because a late barb, and if the Japanese had managed to kick out India, then you might see an invasion from the Japanese, pressure on both fronts on the Soviets, and a comeback for the Axis. But now I have a hard time seeing it, since Japan lost a big bunch of their army in India. Yeah. I don't know if the front is moving over there.
Oscar on Romania seems to be reconsidering. He's like, maybe we should just make peace, guys.
Yeah, he has not joined the war yet. The other miners have not joined the war yet. I think it's about time.
It's just Germany.
We are paused now in order for people to organize their stuff. We can have a look over in the Pacific, see if anything has happened in India, but it's not to the Japanese favor in India, looking at the...
Oh no, definitely not. And there's nothing going on towards Australia. No. And Michael was left alive, hanging by a thread. Let's see, can we see him here? Yeah, we should be able to see his troop. Okay, he's got one division.
Yeah.
Michael has one division, but that division is fighting on. He's fighting the big fight.
Yeah, he's just snaking back his lost territory.
He did have some over here before. I wonder what happened to it, but anyways, worthy pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. Oh, look at the US fleet.
Look at
someone
the US
says
fleet.
in the
That's
chat.
A good idea. So okay, so what do we have here? It looks like they've divided them equally. So Yuri is controlling this piece, and August is controlling this piece. So this is Yuri's fleet. It's the one in Bay of Bengal right now. Super heavy battleships, some carriers, some regular battleships. They're a bit battered, so...
Yeah, they are being engaged as well here.
Yeah. Is this... there are 3 combat results. Let's see. Here we go. Some... Oh. 19 destroyers.
The Japanese destroyers are getting sunk as well, so the American fleet is winning on the high seas. You have a question here. How can the Axis... Oh! Well,
the USS Pennsylvania has been sunk. That's something.
Yeah, I mean, the US flagship has been sunk indeed. But I mean...
Oh, look at that.
Oh, well. Yeah, it looks like the Japanese actually might be winning at sea.
Heavy... Oh, look, even more.
Yeah.
Heavy fighting here between the Japanese and the Americans.
Yeah, here we have...
but losses on both sides, though.
Yeah, definitely. But I would say it slightly favors the Japanese.
Oh, definitely.
This is definitely a Japanese victory. And the thing is, the Japanese, I mean, they have manpower and industry as well, so...
We lost the server, so we have to do a rehost. There we go. I don't know why, but that's what happens sometimes. So who do we want for an interview now?
Well...
maybe one of the Americans. Maybe, Yuri or August. Let's see if we can get one of those for an interview.
Let's. There we have one starting, probably it.
So if you're just joining us, this is a Hygge Gaming grand game, which we do about once a month. It's an historical multiplayer game. And yeah, right now the Axis are not doing too hot.
No, it's been going bad for them for pretty much the entire game. It was going good in the Pacific for a while, but now it's swung in the favor of the allies there as well. Still domination on the seas by Japan.
A comment here by Not a Weeb. Esports Japan Navy. Definitely Esports Japan Navy. They just had a really favorable engagement against the US Navy. The problem is though the US, they have the dockyards to rebuild their navy, and Japan just lost about 700,000 men in southern India and in the Bay of Bengal. So I think the Japanese will be stalled for a while now. And we heard earlier from the UK player that their navy was looking for the Japanese navy, and I think the Japanese navy will be in port now for a long time, just trying to gather strength again. So we'll see what happens. The Operation Barbarossa just kicked off, and that's usually the big showdown. That's usually where the game is decided, and we'll see how that pans out. So we're trying to get one of the American players on an interview. They had a less than favorable engagement in the Bay of Bengal. They had a hard time of it in the beginning of the Asia Pacific War, but they held the Philippines. They haven't lost all of their islands, and yeah, Japan is doing badly. So
yeah, I mean,
interesting to hear what they're doing
in the infantry. In the infantry side, Japan is doing badly. They did well before. They're still doing well at sea, but the thing is, the only thing that can save the Axis now is just very good play on the Eastern Front, I would say.
A comment here from Wendy. So far, Japan has missed the resource denial plan of conquering the rubber island of Ceylon. Actually, you're mistaken. They did take Ceylon. So Manchu controls Ceylon right now, and that was their stepping stone to invade southern India. But that's where they lost most of their
I mean, they got a bit cocky. That's the thing. They continued with these very risky moves, naval invasions with no harbor and those things. And eventually it didn't work. Like, at some point it won't. Yeah. They probably haven't bounced a naval invasion thus far, but then it happens and you lose.
Yeah, and I also think like the Asia Axis, they don't have a lot of anti-tank in their infantry, and they were facing both the South Africans and the New Zealand tanks in India, and they wreaked havoc because they didn't have any anti-tank, I think, and yeah, that could have been. I think that was decisive in the fighting there. So we're waiting for players to rejoin. We're trying to get either Yuri or August for an interview. They will probably be quite busy, but since we're re-hosting anyways,
and now we have the game coming up though. It's 31 players in.
And if you like what you see, you can support us by joining us on Patreon. You can either join as a free Patreon, which is good for us, and you get information when we're broadcasting anything and whatnot. Also, for today, it's the last day of our spring offensive. So if you become a Patreon today on the Stug 3 level, you will get free access to all of our Patreon exclusive guides for at least 1 week. And then you can just unsubscribe after that if you want to. Or you can consider supporting us by giving us some money each month. And that would be very
we have steadily increased our number of Patreons. I think we have quite a few now. We've been able to buy some nice stuff in order to increase the production quality and build a better community for all of you guys out there who likes watching these nerdy World War II games.
Yeah, and I think the next thing on the list is some proper microphones. Right now, this microphone has been serving
it's
us
hanging like I can't bring out my beer. This is a problem. So I take it up here and then it connects with the mic. So that's why I'm sitting like this all the time.
That's next on the list. Yeah, it's anyways, it's greatly appreciated. But even if you're just watching us as a regular viewer or whatnot, that's also very appreciated. And yeah, if you subscribe to YouTube and follow us on Twitch, that's also greatly appreciated, of course. And it's really nice to have so many of you with us from so diverse a spread geographically. We had Arian from India and Esteban from Mexico and was it Michael? Thomas? No. Thomas on vacation down in southern France, and Saxoliv, of course, our Finnish regular Mortal Vision. Yeah,
a lot of returning regulars. So that's very nice to see. And we will be continuing also with these grand games, and we also have our big physical LAN event once every year. Really looking forward to that, of course.
And that will be a great event. It will be in the beginning of September, I think, or maybe the end of September. We'll let you know if you follow us on our channels. You will see it. But that will be a great production and great entertainment.
And I mean, last time we had drone shots of the Axis and the Allied house.
Yeah.
I remember it was so cool. Like, oh, let's go to a view of the Axis house, and it was like a drone flying up. And
that was awesome. But I think the production value today is also quite top notch. I would
definitely.
Say. Not to pat ourselves on the back, but to pat our technician on the back. Casual, who's the technician for the first time, doing a great job.
Yeah, definitely. Technician work has been stellar, even though we fucked up with the echo on the interview.
Yeah.
Now the game is slowly starting up here. It seems like the Asia Axis have not really given up on India. Or no, there's no one assigned to that.
Yeah, let's have a look here. They're still trying to break through, of course. Up in the north, the elephants are fighting the good fight, but they are on the run.
Yeah, they...
Yeah, so since the game is starting, we won't be able to get the US on the line, but maybe later, we'll see. Maybe we could get the Holland player, because he's only controlling one division.
Yeah.
That would be fun to hear from Michael. He played Holland last game as well, and then he managed to hold on quite well. This time, not so much, but he's doing what he can. I think he's about to lose his last division, though.
Yeah, it's getting chased.
I think it's about to die, but still, it would be fun to hear from him. Meanwhile, though...
Yeah, I mean, Barbarossa is breaking out now, so we're going to see plenty of action once we unpause this game.
Yeah. And so the question is, of course, how do the Axis forces measure up to the Soviet forces, and what will the Allies do to alleviate the pressure on the Soviets?
As we said, like, the only thing that can really give an Axis comeback here is a very, very good performance in Barbarossa.
Yeah.
Because since it's a late Barbarossa, and since we have such a strong Allied performance from the Euro Axis, we are going to see quite a dangerous D-Day quite soon. So if the Soviets get pressured, they will be able to alleviate that pressure quite hastily. And I mean, at this point, it's really the Allies' game to lose. If they hold on, if they play it safe, if they execute everything properly, they will probably take home the victory here today. But things can happen. We will see how the German tanks square up, how the miners do, and if they can encircle like a critical number of Soviet tanks, it can go the other way quite quickly.
Yeah. And while we were talking about the strong Soviet lineup before, with Pontus and Mossberg and Boppus, the Axis lineup in Europe is also quite strong. You might not think it. You might not think it after the French invasion, but micro-wise, we have a really strong lineup. Falk and Snistan on Germany, of course, very strong micro players, both of them. And then with Remefors on Hungary, Oscar on Romania, they could turn this game around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have one of the strongest Germans we've seen in a long time. Obviously, they got a bit outmaneuvered in France, but
probably playing greedy as well. Probably being like, yeah, France won't be a problem. Let's just build.
Yeah, I mean, and as the French player said in our interview, it's a lot also due to I mean, how the rock paper scissors game went? Like, did they have enough piercing? Did they not have enough piercing? Also, very heavy commitment from Great Britain, and that's also one of those things. Like, once
we
they
seem
said,
to have one of the Americans.
No.
Holland. Yeah, Michael. Michael, can you hear us?
hello.
Michael. Michael. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get Michael on the line. Michael, of course, playing Holland. Okay, so here we see the first engagement between the Soviets and the Germans on the Eastern Front. The Soviet tanks are actually in front of the line, testing their luck a bit. Now, I think we're hearing
hello?
Michael.
Hey,
Michael.
you got me?
Yeah,
hey, how are we doing?
Yeah, we're doing good in the studio. How are you doing in the Dutch East Indies?
Not as good as I was doing last game.
That's what I was saying as well.
Although we are. I've got my one little garrison man, and he's just trying to take back Java here. They've left Surabaya open. Anyway.
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. You might actually be able to take back Surabaya, but I really thought you were about to lose him just now. Maybe it's just a matter of the Japanese player looking your way, and then he will be gone as well.
Yeah, exactly. That pause really didn't help me. Then they were a bit overwhelmed in India. But no, I think the Allied chat. I think we're still quietly confident about this one, I think.
Yeah. Do you still have any industrial capacity? Oh, you have 4 military factories. Maybe you could ask for something to control by someone, so you could actually do something more.
Yeah. I was letting it calm down a little bit. Everybody was a bit focused over there in India, and then the Philippines have turned up to help as well. So yeah, it's been an interesting game. I don't know. That's certainly that France battle was quite the thing.
France really held out there for quite a long time. So it looks now that the Japanese advance has been halted definitively, and now it's your turn to be on the offensive. How are you feeling about that?
I mean, it's I think kind of that we've been chipping away at them a bit everywhere, haven't we? And if we can just hold the Japanese there, take back India and push into Siam, and I think that should all be good. Keeping obviously an eye on this Barbarossa as well. This looks like it's
it just kicked off.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one there. So, we'll see how all that goes. But you guys are having a good time in the studio, though.
Yeah, we are definitely.
Yeah, it's a very fun game to watch. A lot of unexpected things have happened. Like I think the Allies, you did a stellar work in France with holding out so long.
Yeah, and it's a little strange for me to be on the other side of this screen. I'm so used to sat watching you two and the game from the other side. So it's
we're used to having you in the chat.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and also I keep just wanting to. I see that link on my phone, and I keep wanting to click it, and I've been very good. I've been very good not doing it.
Yeah, that's good to hear. It's an honor-based system here in the Hygge community.
Of course. Oh, there we go. I've managed to surround the Japanese.
You got to surround here on 2 Japanese divisions. But will you be able to close it though? Maybe with the help of the Philippine AI divisions.
Maybe we'll see. I don't think these 120 men in that garrison division are going to do much against them, but
maybe not.
We'll see.
But we are definitely rooting for you, Michael.
Yeah,
and
definitely. All the good luck to your one garrison division. I think we should go back to the Eastern Front now and see.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Good work as always, boys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good luck further.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Yeah,
so
he's still moving around.
That was Michael. As you can see, he's not giving up, and why should he? They are winning. But what's happening on the Eastern Front? Let's have a look.
No major encirclements happening, no major breakthroughs. Standard Eastern Front thus far. The German tanks going up against the Soviet tanks here. Red bubble for Germany, a bad sign, I would imagine. But that's quite a stack, though, of Soviet tanks. So you can't expect too much from it.
And they're keeping, the Soviets are quite aggressively placed. They have their tanks up in the front, even in front of the line like this. And right now it seems like the German tanks are not doing anything against these Soviet tanks. Right now it looks like Pontus et al. Are moving back their tanks a bit. taking refuge in the security of their infantry line. They seem to have gone away a bit from the spiral model from before.
Yeah, probably a wise move.
Yeah, probably nicer to have it more on a straight
the
line.
Finns didn't manage to paradrop Leningrad, it seems, either, so...
We weren't paradropping. He's using them to assault on the ground, he said.
Okay.
Let's see how those divisions looks like, actually. I don't think it's these ones. Maybe these ones? City Busters, yeah. Here they are.
Oh.
So these guys are down here by Leningrad, the City Busters. But so far they haven't been able to take Leningrad. He does have some supply issues, though. Needs to sort that out. But Dom seems to be a competent player on Finland. And right now his back seems secure. He hasn't really faced the Soviets' main line of defense, though. They're keeping back quite a bit, giving Finland a wide berth here. And
we are paused, though.
We are paused. The main fighting of the Eastern Front is happening here in the south. Right now it seems like the Axis have stopped for a bit, probably building up all that...
yeah, we have a hot join.
We do have a hot join. They're probably building up all the railroads and stuff in the Soviet territories that they just captured. So we'll probably see them chilling out for a bit until they have
the thing is that the Axis at this point, they can't really chill, right? I mean,
they can't chill for too long.
It's September 1942 and Kiev is still in Soviet hands. And I mean, at this point, once the D-Day comes, how will you be able to defend against that?
Yeah. We're gonna have a look if there is a D-Day coming. It seems like many of the allies are still engaged in Asia.
Yeah, the thing is that they don't really need a D-Day at this point. If the Soviets say like, oh, we've like lost the line at the Dnieper and Leningrad is in Finnish hands or so, then you have quite some time to prepare a D-Day.
Yeah. And they've retaken North Africa again, so that's always nice. And UK is still planning a naval invasion on northern Norway to put pressure on Finland from the north. He was going to do it together with Mexico and Poland, I think.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that pans out. The US have been pretty quiet so far, but this is like about the time when they start waking up, when they start being the real big boy. I just have to say this nickname is amazing. Kamala Sparris.
Yeah.
Sparris means asparagus in Swedish, so Kamala Asparagus basically.
Talking about football in the chat. Also, HOI4 win against Djurgården.
Ooh, that's nice.
Very nice.
That's nice. So just for your information, the studio is in down here in the south of Sweden, and Djurgården is one of the Stockholm teams, usually in the lead, but. We really love our own football club.
HOI4 best team, always high possession and pass security.
Toe kicks and bicycle kicks, nothing in between.
Let's see here. One more hot joining player. So to answer the question, what's the total number of players participating? Is it now 31? But
30, because we are.
Yeah, right. We count as one. Yeah.
So 30 players. A bit more of them on the Allied side, of course. There are more Allied countries, and so far quite an even game. But the Allies are dominant at the moment. They managed to beat back decisively the Japanese advance, the Japanese invasion of southern India. Japan losing 700,000 troops almost in one single go.
Yeah, and I mean India sounded a bit worried in the interview. Right? He was like, oh, the plan is I am the anvil, the others are the hammer, I'm just getting attacked, we'll see how it goes, but it went really well.
Yeah, it went exactly as he said, so he's probably sitting there really pleased right now.
It really panned out as he said as well, that he was the anvil and the other countries that helped him was the hammer.
Exactly.
Yeah, everything executed exactly to plan.
Yeah. We also spoke a bit with Michael, who played the Dutch East Indies. He had a rough time of it in the beginning of the war in the East. He's only controlling one garrison division right now, but he's managed to.
He is encircled now.
Oh yeah, he's encircled now. That's so sad.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping someone will give him some expeditionary troops or something so he can continue the fight because he's good for morale. Michael is.
Let's see. It's dying here.
It's really dying. Okay, so F's in the chat for Michael's army.
Yeah, that's the last of the Netherlands.
He encircled 2 Japanese divisions, but sometimes the...
And this garrison division in 1936, it says.
Yeah,
so it's been... Check the history.
It's even illegal.
Check the history tab.
It's 2 combat width. You're not even allowed to have 2 combat width.
Check the history tab of it.
Okay.
Click again.
Quickly.
History.
Yeah, look at all that.
Yeah.
Secured Surabaya, seized the airfields, but no more. But it looks like he just had another one spawn.
Yeah.
That's great.
Indeed.
Great news, but in a bad play.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, where is it? Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over here. Okay. He's still fighting, and he's not giving up. He's going to protect these islands. But never mind that. That's not what's going to decide this game. This is what's going to decide this game. And right now, the Soviets are pushing into
I mean, the
Poland.
Soviets pushing at this point is bad for Germany.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want the Soviets on the offensive in September, and they still control pretty much all of Ukraine, or at least everything to the east of Dnieper. It's
yeah. This looks like a complete stop for the Axis troops. Let's have a look. I think they're still probably repairing. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, they are building up
they're building railroads,
and,
but maybe they should put those in the top.
Yeah, I think they should prioritize them over this like stacks of military factories, and they need to repair stuff as well. It's some macro that needs to be done here.
Yeah, they need supplies to the front, and they need to get going because the clock is ticking. Because the Allies are unthreatened at the moment, and they will be bringing a D-Day upon their heads. So it looks like they might.
Yeah,
be able to take Kiev.
Looks like it might be falling though, and that gives them a supply hub close to the front.
See though, the Soviets are reinforcing a couple of Soviet medium tanks coming in, but that might not be enough. So this is good news for the Axis, that even if the Soviets bring all their A game, they can still be beat. That's encouraging.
Yeah. Then again, like they have some buffs right now when Barbarossa starts as well. Like once
that's true. That's
once
true.
Things start ticking, I mean this is closer than the Axis wants it, but. I mean, if they wouldn't have been able to like kick out the Soviets of Kiev at this point, then it would have been very, very hard for them to do anything in this game.
But the Soviet light tanks are harassing the German lines and creating havoc.
How is the Finns doing up north? Because
let's have a look.
The Soviets actually said quite explicitly that they were not going to try to attack Finland in the continuation war, and it seems like the lines have stabilized, but.
And as always with new players like Dom Grady here on Finland, you never know their strength, so they can always surprise when you try to balance the teams and whatnot. So this seems to be quite a strong player on Finland. So maybe the Soviets have underestimated him. We'll see if he manages to break through here in the north. If he can force them to divert strength from the south, that could be decisive.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's completely open basically down to Moscow. If they have no defense in depth up north, yeah, we'll see how it pans out. But at the moment, still heavily Allied favored at this point. They have done pretty much everything correctly. There have been no mistakes from the Allies. Like they lost quite a lot in the Pacific. The Japanese were on the offensive, but. There has not been any like the Allies. Okay, they did this and it went completely wrong. And they lost a lot of troops.
Maybe the Spanish Civil War, but that's
all
forgotten by now.
The Spanish Civil War, to be fair, yeah.
That's all forgotten by now. Let's see. So Pontus, we're talking about these horse divisions. Yeah, the semi-motorized divisions. So they have quite a mobile front line, which is nice because you can retreat quite handily if you need to. Let's see now. The Germans are pushing.
They are breaking across the river.
No, this is the Soviets.
All right.
So yeah, they're not breaking through the main line just yet, and this seems to be the only place really where.
And the Finns are not linking up either. They're not managing to push back the Finns though, so the Finns have stabilized in Soviet territory, so at least that's some sort of silver lining for the Axis. They are going to continue down the Dnieper and take Kherson and try to cross over the river over there perhaps, but...
They're being shadowed by the Soviet tanks on the other side of the border. So so far the Germans and the other Axis forces are completely unable to break through. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, we have a Mortal Vision saying it in the chat too, that this is way too slow for Barbarossa, and I would say so. It's way too slow for the Axis. They are steadily losing this game, and they're not going to turn it into a win at this pace. Something extraordinary needs to happen.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about the war in the Black Sea. Let's see here.
Yeah, there is something going on.
There is something going on, but it's just...
They are bombing the naval base at Sevastopol, but...
Is there anything? No, there's
they
nothing
are not
planned.
Doing anything with it.
Everything on the front. Yeah, these frontline divisions from the Soviets seem quite solid.
I think it was a bad idea of Spain to chicken out, actually. Oh no, they took Portugal now.
Okay.
Perhaps they didn't chicken out.
Let's have a look. So
they might be able to join when they want.
That's interesting that Portugal didn't join the Allies. That could have forced Spain into a war with the Allies, right?
Yeah. I have a question here. What would you guys do if you were the Axis in this situation? And I mean, that's a very hard question, to be honest. Like, there is not that much you can do if you're the Axis in this situation. You just have to win the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
You need to be able to find some opening, get a big encirclement of Soviet tanks, and unravel the front. Because if you don't take back momentum at this point, you're just going to lose by default. And the Japanese, perhaps, I mean, they could try some very daring naval invasion of California or whatever, but at this point...
They could probably kill Australia, because Australia lost most of their troops early on, so there are still a bunch of low-hanging fruit down here.
Yeah, they could get like Australia and New Zealand out of the game, I guess, but they really want to be working on India, I imagine, and
they are.
Indeed they are. They are clawing their way back here, and the Japanese have done an impressive showing. They've played very well this game. It's just that they've also played so incredibly risky plays that eventually it just doesn't work and they die. But
look at this.
But I mean,
21 Marines preparing another naval invasion on Calcutta. And
and they have performed well at sea as well, and I think the Brits were said that they were going to try to meet them at sea, but I don't think Badger really cares at this point. Like,
yeah, let's have a look a bit what Badger is doing. He's usually doing something. Okay, I'm gonna try to click correctly for once. Let's see. They were talking about. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, they are going into Norway.
So they are going to push Finland from the north. So the UK Marines are first on the scene, but he also said that Poland and Mexico will be joining. Let's see, Poland. I don't see Poland having any troops at all, actually. Is he going at Navy Poland straight up?
I don't see any either. So
what about Mexico?
Mexico has some troops.
Mexico's staying at home for now. No.
They are going over there. Mexico is invading Finland from the north. This is an interesting play, but I mean, Finland has nothing there, so why not, I suppose?
Yeah, I like this play, because Finland may have Space Marines, but they are not many. So if you can just manage to open a second front on Finland, that sort of neutralizes them completely.
Yeah, it takes some time. I mean, if you're going to walk to Helsinki from Narvik, though, I mean, the war will be over by then if nothing extraordinary happens.
Yeah, but still, they have to fall back to defend at some point.
Yeah, we do see actually the Germans have made some inroads here.
This is interesting. We have.
Do they manage to actually encircle 3 Soviet tanks here? That would actually be
a lot of light tanks and medium tanks in that pocket.
And they are getting out, but they are moving on to Poltava here.
This is scary. This is one single German tank moving here.
Yeah, I mean that is
And he's encircled himself now. Yeah, this is daring. This is really daring.
Yeah, will they be able to get him out? Oh, he is continuing to snake. Oh, that's really stupid.
I'm not sure. Maybe he can link up.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do this very daring
decisive.
place.
This is quite decisive, I think.
They have to do this incredibly daring place at this point, because otherwise they're just going to lose anyway. This is going to come down to the hair 14, 86, 89. If this one goes out, then we lose. Yeah, there. They broke him out in due time, and they got 2 Soviet light tanks.
And
Axis.
some infantry.
Yeah.
That was really on a knife's edge, but Germany pulled through.
Extremely close, but
so the first victory on the Eastern Front for the Germans, and
indeed they
they're
are
not
going to
stopping.
need. They're going to need a couple of those though.
They need to keep up the momentum now, keep up the attack, keep the Soviets on the back foot, because you don't want the Soviets to get comfortable. So you can see them now regrouping, preparing another attack, and they're not entrenched.
This breakthrough they need to capitalize on, and if they do, that might be some sort of turning point for the Axis. They have all these 5 tanks down here, and there is no real defense there.
Yeah, and there is no real defense in depth from the Soviets. I mean, these guys, that's nothing. This is nothing in the back, so they're keeping all their defenses on the front row. So if you manage to dislodge them with their entrenchment and whatnot, then you can really start doing work.
Yeah, and as we said, Germany has so strong micro players, so that's really what they want to use. But I mean, the Soviet tanks, there's just so many of them as well. Like now, the Soviet tanks are coming in en masse here, and
but they're getting beat. They're getting beat. Red bubbles here from the Soviet perspective. And the Germans are pushing in. This is the breakthrough that they were waiting for.
Yeah, this is indeed the breakthrough that they were waiting for. This is probably the only thing that can save the Axis war effort at this point.
Yeah.
A German breakthrough with big Soviet encirclements. Otherwise it's a done deal. But as of now, Axis taking the first real victory on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, and we have a game, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely definitely good for the game as well.
We do have a game, and they are still naval bombing Sevastopol. I don't know if they want to do anything with that, but
are they like port striking?
Yeah, probably there, but I don't know why. What it?
Let's see if we can see what the navy, the air actually looks like.
We can't because that's the bug, you know.
Yeah, it's the bug. So we can't really see what the air looks like. Let's have a look here.
There is big air superiority from the Axis.
Yeah, right.
So they have massive air superiority in Belarus. It's contested
here,
though.
Yeah.
But that's not where the fighting is.
But up in the north as well.
No, so it's yellow, green. But the area that is green is the area where they're making a push.
And in the south right now, they are making inroads. Let's look at the Soviet losses right now.
They are
550.
Yeah, they are clawing back. And then we have to consider also that of the German losses, a very, very big part of that is from
France.
From France.
Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely. So this is what you usually see, like the Soviets in a spot of trouble and asking the Allies, help, we need help. And what are the Allies doing? They are landing up in...
yeah, the Mexicans have crossed over to Lapland, so we see the first Mexican Marines crossing over into the Finnish north.
I think the drawback of sending Mexican Marines to the north of Norway and Finland is that they don't have cold acclimatization.
Yeah, they do not have cold acclimatization at all, basically, and it's a very long walk as well, so there is a lot of trouble to be had there.
Let's see what Dom does about it, though. He's got one division here is like that.
I think he's racing towards. He is realizing the same thing that the Germans do, that they need to get a big breakthrough, push the Soviets before it's too late, basically. And
he's being pushed back by the Soviets, actually.
Yeah, it's looking red bubble for Finland at this
surprising,
point.
Isn't it?
Yeah, he should reinforce them, I guess. But this is not Finnish core territory. That's the thing. Pretty much all of the Finnish defense buffs, what makes them Space Marines, is Finnish core defense with Mannerheim and stuff like that, and now he's quite deep into the Soviet woods.
And he's very close to Leningrad. He really wants to take this tile right there. But the main fighting is still here.
We have some snaking going on.
I'm going to take the German perspective. Let's see here. Okay, so they're being counterattacked right now.
Yeah, winter is setting in as well. We got the German push though, and a small German encirclement, but as we said, they are going to need more of those in order to win this. We'll see.
Yeah. When can winter offensive for Soviet start? Mortal Vision asks. That's a good question. Let's have a look. Do we have any? Oh, that's a lot of...
And now we see some encirclement being tried here. We have some Soviet snaking. If the Germans lose this tank, then it's going to be a sad day for them, but...
Oh, look at this. That's a lot of Soviet troops in a.
Yeah, I don't know if they're looking at them, but then again, they tunnel vision as well, right? Because they're looking here, like, oh, we got like 30 divisions encircled here, but yeah.
Yeah,
they have
German
managed
tanks,
to
the tanks are down here, but this is scary. Okay, so the Hungarians are up here.
Yeah, but the Soviets are trying to make an encirclement from. But it's still red bubble for the Soviets. They are getting pushed whenever they are being engaged.
Remefors here. He's got seven tanks. That's quite a lot for Hungary, and he could be the hero.
Yeah, if
he manages to close the pocket.
If Remefors gets this, that's a big Axis win on the Eastern Front. But they are wising up to it now. You see, they are starting to move out. But the Soviets are still a bit AFK here.
These guys are not moving. They should be moving out.
Yeah, they should definitely be retreating. There, they clicked. They are getting out as fast as they possibly can.
And no one is pinning them, no one is stopping them, so they'll probably get out.
I mean, everyone has so much to do at this point, so I guess... I wonder if they're going to try to move down to, like, Azerbaijan, or... Because if I was the Axis now, I would just go straight to Moscow. That's pretty much all you can...
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you just have to try the line, and wherever you can find a hole, you...
They are pinning them now, though. Let's see if they manage to encircle them. I think they might be.
Yeah,
we're paused, though. Something is happening.
Yeah, this is an interesting development here. So 17 divisions. That's a lot of Soviets. Last time we looked, we were at 500 something. They've lost 100k since then. Still not too alarming for the Soviets. You usually see them losing millions and millions of troops. And
now we see here Spain has actually joined the Axis proper.
Good, Yugis.
I mean,
the big balls play.
I mean, they need the big balls play at this point. I mean, they have gotten one encirclement. So
yeah, and look at this.
Yeah,
he's planning an attack on Gibraltar. He has to train them first though, and he's very alone.
Yeah, and it's a bit late, right?
It is very late.
Like, I mean, you get Gibraltar at this point. Like, yeah, we got Gibraltar. I suppose that's nice, but
yeah.
I mean, what?
Yeah,
what are you going to do with
lost the rest of North Africa? I wonder what Sticky is doing on Italy. Do he have no plans?
I don't know. He has a lot of troops at home.
He's got some on the Eastern Front. He's moving them. Okay,
he is going Gibraltar. I mean,
Gibraltar.
Yeah, now. I guess it's good to take Gibraltar.
These are the Marines, yeah. Okay, so...
And that's... I mean, we're going to count that as a little Axis victory, but that's not going to be the decisive move. Let's see here if they manage to get some encirclements. We're in Axis point of view now, so if this one lands...
Yep.
Oh...
3 medium tanks.
3 medium tanks. Ooh. Well, this is a...
Yep.
The Axis are making inroads, definitely.
They're doing good on the Eastern Front. They're doing good.
The German micro and also Hungarian micro and the coordination with the miners is very, very well executed by the Germans thus far.
Most of the infantry down here is Oscar's.
They did forget the tile there, though.
Ooh.
They got it.
Scary.
And they might counter-encircle as well.
Yeah, encirclements and counter-encirclements.
Oh yeah, they are countering this. I wonder if they are able to get it in time. No,
those guys were losing first.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is scary.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviet line is unraveling. Definitely high pressure.
Such a nightmare to be the Soviet player when you have Folk microing his tanks against you.
Yeah, I mean, the German strength is really showing now. It's like stubborn. I mean, Folk, he is like... the old guard, you know, he's played Hearts of Iron for a long time. He has a lot of games, very strong with the micro, and this is exactly what he wants, you know. German armor on the Eastern Front. That's the bread and butter. Nothing new, nothing special. Just good micro with German tanks on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, he was born on the Eastern Front, basically. Okay, no big encirclements there, but the Soviets are getting pushed back quite quickly. They're not able to get the entrenchment that they need, and they haven't really...
Can we check the tank numbers now to see where we are?
So we're down to 27
but they are producing them as well.
Yeah, 27 light and 9 mediums compared to the Germans. Let's have a look.
That's planes.
Oh, that's planes.
11
mediums.
11 mediums, 6 assault guns. And I mean, that just goes to show how far behind. Oh, yeah, I mean...
So 5 light tanks.
They are doing work. They are doing work here. The thing is, as we saw now, the Soviets, due to the late Barbarossa, due to the French valiant defense,
Oh,
The
they might be able
Germans-
to break them out.
Yeah, the Germans have such a disadvantage in total number of tanks, so they need like, I mean, this number of encirclement might be game winning in another game,
Yeah.
but now they need like 5, 6 more of them in
Yeah.
order to unravel the Soviet front. They cannot, if they get 1 encirclement against them,
Yeah.
they need like 5 encirclements on the Soviets. But
Yeah.
thus far, Axis doing well on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, it looks like the Soviets managed to get out of that encirclement just in time, and they are pulling back now. Let's have a look. They haven't really planned for a defense further back. I would really go for a second line of defense if I were them. Okay, let's see. Leningrad still holding. And
Yeah,
the
I would
Finns-
probably as well. I mean, the Finns are in dire straits, though. The Mexicans are moving down. They have set up a defensive line here, and I
Yeah.
doubt that the Mexican infantry will be able to break the Finns on their core territory.
But this also means that the Finns won't be breaking into the Soviets from the north because they have to defend themselves.
And the thing is also that the south of Ukraine is quite far from Moscow.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if they are doing some Gibraltar shenanigans here.
Okay, so they're still training, still preparing. Let's have a look from the Italian point of view. Yeah, still preparing.
Yeah.
Okay, so some ways off. Let's have a quick look over in Asia again, see what's going on over there. So I'm just gonna change the point of view here. There we go.
Nothing too exciting. It seems like it has stabilized, and
yeah, they are bogged down.
yeah, I wonder if they did that naval invasion in Calcutta with a lot of Marines and they died again, but they probably have wised up to those sort of plans, because they had a big naval invasion planned, but
Yeah.
that apparently didn't work out. But I don't think it killed off all the Marines.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see.
No, they're still there.
Here they are. Okay, so they're going for the killing blow towards Australia now.
Probably a good plan, I imagine. I mean,
Yeah.
there is no reason not to at this point.
And there's a lot of factories here in Australia. Why not get them into the Japanese coast prosperity sphere? And as you can see, there's not a lot defending. Like, none of these garrisons will hold anything. Where are the Australians are still on the Indian border here, and I think that's a mistake. They should be at home defending. I mean, it's boring to defend, but they're gonna die, and that means these guys on the border will be gone as well.
Yeah.
So these 11 garrisons holding all of this territory, they're about to fall. They're about to die. What about Joseph and New Zealand? He has all his tanks on New Zealand, and not one garrison on his home islands here. So that could be even a better target for Japan. I mean, you could take these islands for free, and then all the Kiwi tanks disappear from the line. So yeah, still a bit scary for the Asia axis. Looking at this though, what's this? Is this an early?
Some sort of D-Day try here.
Yeah, who is this attacking here? Let's have a look. Let's have a look from the US perspective. Is it them?
I'm not sure.
So the US, they're defending some islands. The US is definitely not out in force just yet. Yeah, look at this. They're in Iran with some troops. There is no D-Day coming from the US anytime soon.
How is the Eastern Front doing now? Have we seen any more?
Let's have a look. Soviet perspective. Okay. They're defending.
Yeah, we're paused now, so...
Let's see. Yeah, no big salients or pockets anywhere.
We have a question. How are the Japanese convoys?
Oh, look at this. Have they cut off this?
I don't think it was ever linked up, rather.
That might be it. Let's see. Yeah, no troops up here either. Japanese convoys. Okay, so let's have a look.
Not looking too good.
Yeah, that's bad. But 200 of them are used for naval invasion plans, and those are already spoken for, so to speak. And it looks like Manchu is also attacking. Or is it Manchu attacking? Looks like it's all Japan. Yeah. Yeah, Australia is going to die. But
yeah, definitely.
But New Zealand would be a better target, definitely, because they have the tanks. And this weakens India, strangely enough, because Australia and New Zealand, they're up here.
Yeah, that's true. If they capitulate New Zealand and Australia, that can be the way into India for the Japanese.
So there's no D-Day coming because Brazil, Australia, New Zealand, they're all in India, and Mexico and the UK is in Finland, and the US is really nowhere right now. I mean, they have. Let's have a look. Yuri has some stuff as well. These are just.
They're not in Europe, at least.
Just defensive divisions. No real offensive capabilities. They may be able to hold India and so on, but you won't see them attacking the home isles anytime soon. And I wonder if they're going for nukes or anything like that. Doesn't look like it.
Nothing yet.
Do they have anything down there? No, they haven't even started the nuclear research. So
that might be a bad choice though, because if the Axis gets nukes first, it just goes on for long then.
Yeah, let's see if they've actually bothered to do that.
No.
Them neither.
No nukes coming in from either side by the looks of things.
Okay, and the UK, any nukes? No.
Nope.
No. Okay, so no nukes as of yet. We are in March 1943, and this is still anyone's game.
It is. The Axis have been steadily losing, though. It's just that the Axis have done like 3 encirclements or so on the Eastern Front. So the Eastern Front has been heavily Axis favored so far. But I mean, as we said before, they need to do like 4, 5, 6 more of those encirclements before it can look like an Axis win.
Yeah. And this is an interesting point to see how Finland fares, because this is basically the D-Day right now.
Yeah.
The Mexicans and the Brits in the north of Finland. If they manage to take out Finland, that would really be
definitely.
That would be quite decisive, I think. That would take a lot of pressure off the Soviets. But there's no other D-Day coming.
No. Why are we paused, by the way?
Good question. No information as of yet. So Saxoliv asks if India still gets those juicy nuke bonuses to their research. That's a good question. Okay, well, I guess I'll have to check in here. Let's see, nuclear now. I don't know. Wasn't it smiling Buddha? Smiling? No. Okay. Sorry, Saxo, I can't find it. I thought, wasn't it South Africa that had something like that? Nuclear. Yeah. Okay, so they do have some nuclear research bonuses, and they're actually they could take it right now, but it doesn't look like they've been going for anything like that as of yet.
Indeed not.
No. But Lolse, he's had a good game with his tanks. He was the one killing most of the Japanese down in South India. So like 700,000 Japanese. Not a bad thing at all. This is still a scary force though, standing on the Indian border. And if they manage to knock out Australia and New Zealand, it could be definitely be on again. I think definitely take Papua New Guinea.
And the Philippines, they still haven't taken the Philippines.
Yeah, the US is still defending Philippines though, and have been for the entire game. But like I was saying, the US, they have no offensive capabilities at all. And look at this, even their garrisons are under strength. Are they overproducing? No, they do have some.
They're underproducing radio.
Yeah, and squad weapons. So a bit of irregularities maybe in the UK US macro. They've got 9K trucks in the bag, which is a bit unnecessary. 1,000 medium tanks. No troops being produced though. Interesting. Let's see how many tanks are Canada up to now. So they have. Are these the tank divisions as well? Yeah, so they have 7 tank divisions done, and they're down here. Where are they going? Where? Okay, so we lost the server. We're gonna have to do a rehost. These Canadian tanks are going a really strange route. They're going back to Canada. Look at the route they're taking. They're completely ignoring the Atlantic. Okay, we're gonna do a quick rehost. Let's see, maybe we could get Ian from Canada for an interview. That would be an interesting one. Or maybe, who else would be interesting? Mexico?
Yeah, perhaps Mexico. I want to hear about the Finland thing.
Skoginge on Mexico?
I need to go to the bathroom though.
Do it, man. Yeah, so we're just doing a rehost now again. And if you've ever played Hearts of Iron multiplayer with this many players, you know this is a regular occurrence. It's something that happens quite often. Anders is asking if you can see the USA's mill production. Definitely, we can have a look at that as soon as we start again. So we are in the lobby, and I am ready to start. Oh, but they haven't actually loaded up the game yet. So there's been really good engagement in the chat today, and I'm very happy to see you all joining us and talking to us. It's yeah, it's nice to have you here, and lots of people from very different parts of the world as well, which is always fun. Okay, so people are joining up right now. Just another quick rehost. Let's see. I can catch up on the chat a bit. Yeah, Wendy was saying Japan finally took Hong Kong in November 1942. Yeah, so a while ago. The Allies possibly had some extra submarine activity near Hong Kong due to that delay of a year or so by Japan in taking Hong Kong. Yeah, or maybe they just overlooked it. It's a small blip on the map, and quite easy to forget. I doubt that Badger on the UK even sent any submarines over there. We'll see though. But this is a decisive moment in the game, and it's quite an even game, I must say. A lot of times by this time the game is already decided, and I would say it's definitely not decided at this moment, because there's no real D-Day planned. Mexico and the UK have landed in northern Finland, which you don't see every day, and are pushing down, but who knows how that will go. But that's not game ending. That's not something that will help the Soviets all too much. And the Axis are steadily pushing into the Soviets. They get some encirclements now and then. No huge numbers still. There's still a lot left in the Soviet tank, but the Soviets also are quite. All their forces are arrayed on the border, on the front. So they are very susceptible to encirclements. They have no defense in depth, and as soon as the Axis break through, they can exploit that breakthrough and cause pain, basically. Okay, so I think we might have an interview with. Yeah, we could. Whoever we get, we can take. We're trying to set up an interview while we wait. So Canada or Mexico would be great, either of them. So Mexico, of course, being played by Skoginge, has landed in the north of Finland after Badger on the UK took the ports necessary, and he's pushing down towards towards Finland proper, so to speak. And Canada is being played by Ian, a very strong player who's so far hasn't lost any of his tanks. And they took North Africa, and then North Africa, at least the Italian part, was retaken, but then the Allies retook it again. And now he's evacuating his tanks, taking really the long way around, like he's going all the way around South Africa, up through the Panama Canal, and up to Canada again. And I'm a bit curious to what his plan is. There's probably a D-Day planned for somewhere in Europe, but I'm not sure where. Okay, so we have an interview here. Is it Ian? Is it Ian? Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
I'm chilling. I've been kind of doing nothing for the last little while, I'll be honest.
Yeah, since you won in Africa, there's not really been a theater for you to engage in. I mean, the other guys went off to India to fight and get glory, but you were stuck defending in North Africa, which you did.
Yeah.
But now, just before we got the crash, we saw that your tanks were redeploying and you were going the long way around, completely avoiding the Atlantic Ocean.
Yep.
Going around, going around South America, back to Canada. And where will it go after you go back to Canada?
To the UK. If you look in the Atlantic, I have built my own Marines because I'm just gonna, do something.
You're gonna do your own D-Day?
I'm gonna do my own little D-Day. But yeah, no, going to the UK. I've been convinced to not go the long way, to not go all the way around Brazil. If I lose tanks, I'll be upset. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
You don't want to lose those because you haven't lost any as of yet, right?
No, I haven't lost any of yet. And honestly, like the one time at El Ala that we ran into each other, the Germans didn't really have a chance.
No. They were trying to get up to the border, but you just pushed them back. They never got any planning bonus. Or anything.
Yeah.
So we've seen you already do a couple of trolley invasions. First we had a naval invasion on Germany, and then you did a paradrop in Picardy. Those were just to annoy them.
I didn't paradrop.
I'm pretty sure you did a paradrop.
I don't have Paris research. You can check. I promise.
Okay, so didn't we see a Canadian paradrop? Was that a naval invasion then?
Yeah, I've been. While we were doing nothing in Africa, I convinced the U.S. to make me some special forces gear in the pregame, and I just was commando raiding for for something to do and to be
fair
annoying.
Enough. But that first naval invasion, did you actually have floating harbors, or did you just sacrifice those poor men for nothing?
I forgot about them.
Okay.
Yeah. It was, some raid or something. I just forgot.
Fair enough.
No,
so,
I just straight up forgot them. That's all.
After your tanks reach the UK, where will you go?
We were just talking about that. I'm not sure. Spain is kind of the free one.
Free? In what way?
If you look at most of his divisions that we can see, they're like half equipped.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't really see anything right now. We're in the lobby, but we'll definitely have a look at that. So
I don't know if that's true across the board, but if you look around the divisions, particularly around Gibraltar, they are half equipped, and if those are his divisions around the place that we can see, I don't want to imagine what his other divisions look like.
Fair enough. So that's interesting.
So Spain's pretty likely.
So if you're invading Spain, where would you go?
I'm trying to remember which one is the biggest port. I think it's Lisbon is the biggest port.
Lisbon?
I think it's the biggest port. Whatever's the biggest port. I think I either have 12 or 14 tanks just chilling, waiting to do something. Right. So I need supply.
So you need all that supply from the big port.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the game is starting right now, but I feel we can still keep talking to you because you're not engaged.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing nothing. No, I am doing absolutely nothing. The last, hour and a half, it's been pretty nothing.
Yeah, but hopefully you will get your time to shine soon, because while the Soviets have made a steady defense, they are losing, albeit slowly. So they will be screaming for D-Day if they haven't already.
Yeah, they didn't scream for D-Day, but I'm like, oh, we're looking at D-Day. Like, okay, good. So I think that was... the other thing that might happen, I guess, for you guys to watch is SAF and France might be going to Sicily. They were talking about it when.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Yeah, they might be going for Sicily because at some point the UK killed a surface fleet of Italy. At some point, he didn't even notice it.
Okay.
He only saw the after report of the battle. He didn't notice it. So
yeah,
whatever happened there happened there.
I can see right now the South African tanks are evacuating India, declaring that everything is safe in the Far East. So okay, so they're going for Sicily. That's interesting. So
Yeah.
no real collected D-Day from the Allies. The US does not seem to be ready for a D-Day, from what we can tell.
No, the US co-op is having some issues. he's pretty drunk. I don't know how else to phrase it. He's pretty drunk. If you see some funny things from the US,
Oh, that's interesting. Is that
That's
August then?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm bad with names. I'm
yeah,
bad with
that's
names.
fine.
so-
That's fine. So we just got a question from our technician if he should set up an interview with the Piss Drunk USA, and I just nodded. So yeah, we should definitely.
Yeah,
do that.
we'll see once when we get him in. But
Yeah, that's
let's
good.
keep a watch on the Eastern Front, though. We see some bubbles here forming.
Yeah, that's.
I
good-
think
good
the
content.
Allies would much appreciate a break from it.
Oh, that's hilarious. I'm sure our stream would love to see it, though. Let's see here. Maybe Canada put a large number of sea zones in the North Atlantic Ocean onto cautious state. Yeah, you were really cautious about your
We need
tanks.
to keep an eye on the Eastern Front. Now.
Yeah, your
Stuff is happening.
Yeah, okay. So we have to let you go now, Ian. But best of luck to you in the D-Day, and we'll definitely cover the action there.
Indeed,
Will.
indeed.
Take care.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, so
That's an interesting turn of events.
Yeah. So he's piss drunk. Okay, that's interesting. I thought the
Yeah.
studio was always the drunkest of our streams. I'm not super drunk.
No, I am quite sober.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Yeah, and who knows when you've been talking for like 8 hours, like how
Yeah,
much
that's
how
true,
much
like
is being drunk and how much
Yeah, I
is just
mean,
like being.
I think you burn a lot of alcohol by talking a lot. Or maybe not. Let's
Maybe.
have a look a bit up the front. I was interested to see how that little bubble up there. Oh, now it's closed or not anymore.
Yeah, let's see. Where is the main thrust? It looks to be here in the
I
south.
mean, the Germans are still doing big work in the south. The Soviet lines are not holding. They are steadily pushing forward. They are getting encirclements as well. Look at this. Soviet 5 tanks here in dire straits once again. We will see, though, they might get a counter encirclement here on this one German tank there, but probably not.
Yeah, there have been some ballsy snaking from Falkensnistan on Germany. Like they've got like one tank heading out all alone into adventures into the east, but so far it's been working out for them. Let's have a look at the losses just quick. 1.5 million here.
Yeah, but I mean it's not the losses in manpower; it's the losses in tanks basically. That is. Oh,
Ooh.
this is going in the
that's
Axis
German
favor here.
German perspective, so they're not able to really do a surround, but
yeah, they are steadily working their way in behind anyway. Like if they pin this, if they get like just one tank, every little bit helps for the German war effort at this point.
And these are without supply as well.
Yeah, they are retreating back.
Yeah. So the Soviets are conserving their tanks for now, but they are losing ground.
Yeah, indeed they are. But as long as they do not get encircled, I mean, it's still heavily Axis or Allied favored in the long run, I would say. Then again, if the United States does not do a D-Day, we should have a quick look over at Australia as well to see if they get capped.
That's a good point. Yeah, and they are getting capped. Let's have a look.
They have landed at least.
Yeah, so
and all of the naval invasions are kicked off.
It looks like they have a lot up here in the north, which must mean they've abandoned the south. Yeah, and this is where all the bigger cities are, if you know Australia.
Yeah.
So this is bad news for Australia. I think we will see Australia capitulating quite soon because there's no one coming to help them.
Yeah.
The US is not coming, and look at this, New Zealand as well. And,
they are just going all in here.
Yeah, this is the only thing protecting New Zealand. This poor little division.
They
here in
should
Auckland.
click it though, so they don't bounce.
Yeah, they should definitely click this. Come on, Ivan Iverson, click this, click it now.
Now we click.
Here we go. Yeah, and this is the New Zealand perspective, so they're losing. So this could actually open the lock towards Raj as well.
Yeah, it's not entirely impossible. You see, they're making some probing pushes here.
Yeah, having a look here, the South Africans left because they're going to attack Sicily together with France apparently, and here you see a lot of Australian and New Zealand troops, or ANZAC as they are sometimes called. And if they get capitulated, all these troops will disappear. So that means the Indians will be left alone, and that's a scary prospect.
Indeed, it is. We have some naval invasions going on towards Italy here, though. The soft underbelly of Europe is about to get invaded, but we do have Italians defending there as well, though. I mean, Italy is not empty by any means.
Yeah, this is so the Americans are actually here. Let's have a look at what they have. What is this? All of them look like Garrison divisions, and they're greenhorns, fresh.
I mean, they are 30
Okay,
with, though.
30
I mean,
with.
You can invade with this.
Yeah, but they should definitely.
It's not the best in the
They
world,
should
and
definitely
they're not
train
trained.
these up, and they're not fully equipped. I'm a bit disappointed with Yuri in August. They should, but maybe it's because he's piss drunk. We'll see. Maybe we'll talk to him in a bit.
I would imagine so. Let's check out the Eastern Front. We have Germany still moving, still taking ground.
Yeah, so
I don't know if we probably didn't miss any encirclements or so on.
Look at this.
Oh, they are
This
making a
is,
move towards the oil fields. Look at the fuel on the perspective of the...
New Zealand has capitulated, and that means the islands are taken, but also there are no Kiwi troops on the line anymore. And you see all these Australian troops, they will soon be gone as well, because Australia is falling rapidly. So it's looking quite scary at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the Axis are making their way back into this game, which we did not think, but...
Fuel reserves from the Soviet perspective.
Yeah, I mean, once the Baku oil fields fall, this is going to go down.
Yeah, and they are pushing east.
If the paradrop is successful and they just move across the field, if the Soviets run out of fuel, it can really turn.
Yeah, but it looks like they've stopped in the south. They've moved back. Let's take the Axis perspective again. Let's have a look. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they've moved back. They're consolidating for a bit. I wonder why. So the German tanks here are left a bit on their lonesome, but they're moving back now as well. Maybe focusing.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a salient here. They have moved out of it though, but
they're careful. They're being careful.
And they need to be. The thing is that we said before, the Axis need to do very daring plays in order to win this, but they have clawed their way back somewhat. You have to give them that. And the Japanese, now they capped Australia, New Zealand, and if they make inroads to India, then the game with the US not really being prepared for a D-Day, then it might reduce the risk, the need for risk taking on the German part. Speaking of risk taking, though,
this is scary. What
very
do we have
scary
here?
for the Germans if this pocket
2
gets
medium
closed.
tanks and a bunch of infantry.
Yeah, and they are retreating inland, and this is bad for the Germans.
Right?
This
because
is definitely bad for the Germans.
These guys are not helping.
Yeah, this is not good for the German effort at all, indeed. And we see the Soviet tanks making moves around as well. This is very ouch for the Germans. Look at their total number of tanks now in the army overview there. That's they have 11 medium tanks. So they have started producing.
They lost 4 assault guns.
Yeah, and that's not good.
Definitely not.
And they might lose more as well. Then we have some counter encirclements here. But I mean, that's not a value trade from a German perspective.
No, but this could be though.
Yeah. Oh, there we are indeed.
Ouch!
Ouch! Big ouch on the counter.
And just like that, another million.
And look up again, because we might see a German encirclement. We might see Germans getting encircled up here as well.
Yeah.
Because once the Germans down south make their encirclements, then they look down there and they don't look up here.
And they have their assault guns up here, and they might, these are getting killed as well. Look at this, this is an encirclement as well. So they're losing all their assault guns. So while they're doing well in the south, they're doing very badly now in the middle here.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't want a tie on
Ouch.
You don't want a tie here on the Axis part, because I mean, this is to be counted as a Soviet victory.
Definitely.
Because I mean,
let's have a look now. 1 million German casualties, 2.6 million Soviet casualties, and as soon as this closes, we'll have a look again. This is blows and counter blows. Wow.
Yeah, definitely. And here down south as well, we see more Soviets getting taken out. It's just people, they are just giving up stuff left and right. All the micro is focused here and from the Soviets, but this is a bad one for the Germans, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see when this closes. So we had 1.01 million casualties, and we'll have a look again as soon as that closes. But down here, though, if they manage to close this...
Oh, this mobile infantry here, this is very, very bad for the Soviets.
A lot of Soviet tanks here on there, and they are encircled.
Yeah, I mean, this...
That's a lot of them. That's a lot.
Okay,
let's have a look here. 2.7. Okay, 100. Okay, this is hard to keep track of. Did this close?
Yeah, the German pocket is closed, so the Germans are dead
so that was
up there, but the Soviets down here are dead as well.
Oh wow. Let's have a look here. Yeah, that's another million almost. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely.
Really anyone's game.
Look at the total number of tank divisions.
The
now
Brazilians have landed in Norway.
Yeah, definitely. The Brazilian Marines have landed in Bergen, and the Mexicans are making their way down Finland as well.
Finland is holding though.
And there is another Soviet pocket a bit down there. Look here, to the east.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, it's nothing to write home about.
They're just chewing it up now. Look at this. There is no
front
Soviet.
is completely breaking. It's the paradrops of the oil fields. How is the paradrops on the oil fields going?
Yep, they've landed. They've landed definitely, but
they are getting kicked out. They are protecting the oil in Azerbaijan. There is no doubt about that.
So the Italians were there as well, but they have to get out. They have to get out now.
Yeah, they definitely need to get out.
Get out, Sticky! Get out now! Oh, they're not giving up though.
No,
but,
they are.
But down here, the Soviets have no defenses in the south. All of their troops are basically...
Yeah, but look here. They're getting completely overrun in the north as well.
This is a crazy game. Why don't they even out their fronts? I mean, the Germans are losing decisively in the north, and the Soviets decisively in the south. Another German tank here getting encircled, along with some infantry. And this pretty much opens the way to Berlin, up here in the north.
Yeah, but Moscow is not that far off either.
Another encirclement of Soviet troops down here.
How many tank divisions does the Soviets have now? Can you check that?
Let's have a look.
Okay, they're down to 10 and 7.
They lost like...
How many? Lost
10 of those. 10 lights.
They must have lost like 20 tank divisions or so, but look at the Germans though.
Yeah, let's have a look.
11.
They lost all their assault guns.
But the Germans are... they are evening it out.
Yeah, and
the Germans have pretty much worked their way through the entire Soviet tank advantage at this point.
Yeah, and you could say the the German assault guns, they were obsolete. I mean, they were Elna Main style assault guns. So it's really the... Oh, look at this, another one. Oof.
Yeah, the thing is, though, the Germans have no infantry. The Soviets just have all of these bodies on the line. I mean,
yeah, but do they though? Look here in the south. It's completely open.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
and they are making their way across the oil fields. How is the Soviet fuel supply looking?
Let's have a look again. But the Germans are down to 2 days of fuel. 1 day of fuel. No, full.
No, they're full.
Okay.
They have a full fuel supply.
Never mind. So it's about half.
Yeah, but there's still a surplus. They will fill it up in 84 days. But Soviets are down to half fuel. If they lose the oil fields in Azerbaijan, that's going to hurt them quite quickly, I think.
Yeah.
But
they're very low on infantry, but so are the Germans and the rest of the Axis. Yeah, this is anyone's game, really. This is anyone's game.
Yeah, they are trying to cut off this Soviet snakes here. They do have the Axis miners. That's something that works for them. They have Remefors and they have...
Yeah, what does Remefors actually have left? Let's have a look. He's got 24. And they're mostly down here in the south where they're doing well.
Oh yeah, they cut it off.
Okay. So the the Soviet advance in the north seems to be cut off, and mostly thanks to Bulgaria. So good on Bulgaria for stopping that Soviet advance. That looks scary. That looks like they could have reached Moscow. And now the south looks very open if we zoom out a bit.
Indeed, it does. Finland is getting squeezed from both ways, though.
Yeah, but he's still holding where he put his line of defense. So if this is the Allied D-Day, that's not too scary. But now, what's happening down here? They're taking Sicily. They've already taken Sicily. And South Africa is here. France is here. They have the entirety of Sicily. And there's not super much here from Sticky to hold the line. This is scary, to say the least.
Yeah, it's interesting how it turned out so evenly now. Let's keep our eye on the Eastern Front. I guess it will take some time before they make any inroads there, but...
Let's have a look. I'm just going to change the perspective again to the German perspective.
We saw some pinging up there. Is it an encirclement? Potentially?
Let's see. Where are the German tanks actually? Here they are. Okay, so they're still down in the south.
Out of supply and...
What are these guys? The lightning guys? Okay, they're just some shitty infantry. So up here, it's Hungary and Bulgaria running the show. So that's interesting.
Yeah, we do see potential encirclements of some more Soviet tanks here.
Yeah, so it's Lövgren and Remefors
on
Hungary and Bulgaria. They're really chewing up the Soviets right now, and this offensive from the Soviets might come back to bite them. This is like really open. It could be encirclements on either side, but this one looks like it's about to be closed, and there's a bunch of medium armor, light armor here from the Soviets.
But we have a little Soviet soldier coming in here desperately trying to save it, but I don't think they will be able to.
No, but what about this pocket here, or rather the Soviet offensive that's now getting cut off? If they lose that would leave the north open as well, and that would really put the Soviets in trouble. It seems like they've committed most of their tanks to the south, though. But the Germans have stopped.
Yeah, they have completely stopped. They are building up their strength here. Now they are moving up, though.
Yeah, they can't chill out. They have to be.
Yeah, they have to keep the momentum.
They have to be active.
I guess there is just so much going on now. They lost the invasion at the oil fields.
Yeah.
How is India looking?
Let's have a look. So
no big inroads.
But they are. Isn't it moving a bit?
So a little bit.
We still have Australia, which means Australia hasn't capitulated.
Yeah, they have.
They have, but they still have their troops.
Perhaps you get some of them.
I thought they would lose all their troops once they capitulated, but apparently not.
Oh.
So Australia is still here defending, but they've lost their homeland, which is sad. But Michael is still alive.
Yeah.
Michael on the Netherlands, and he's tripled his forces. You know, it's 3 divisions.
Very impressive performance by Michael. Let's go back to the Eastern Front.
These are called American garrisons, though, so they might be borrowed, but
probably. I want to see if something strange happens here.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, this might be hard for Italy to hold against, actually.
This is the proper D-Day, and here we see the invasion being planned. Oh, here is Canada planning the invasion on Spain, as he was talking about. He's going for La Coruña, not for Lisbon, as he said, but yeah, they really need to alleviate the pressure on the Soviets right now. So on the
there
Soviets,
was some little encirclement there, but I didn't see if there were any significant troops in it.
Yeah. So we're on the Soviet perspective right now. Some engagements happening right now. Germans trying to cut off this little salient here. But, I mean, territory-wise, they look fine. Let's have a look at the losses. So the Germans have gotten a few more losses, and the Soviets are up to another 1 million.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviets are losing more troops, but they have more troops.
Yeah, but right now they're losing more than 5-1 or something. So the Allies really need to get a move on. But soon, I think the Axis will need to go back to defend against these D-Days, because I don't think Sticky can do it.
Yeah, they have a little counter D-Day planned here.
That's interesting. That could actually be a good idea. Let's see from the Allied perspective here.
That is going to land.
Yeah, they're not holding. But will they just be thrown out by South Africa or let's see. Okay,
yeah, they are going to Spain now.
They're going for the invasion of Spain just at this moment.
Do they have anything, Spain?
Let's see.
Yeah, they have some.
Yeah, they were saying, Ian was that the Spanish that we can see they're not even full strength, but these garrisons, no, they're not full strength, but almost. They're waiting for a bit of radio and heavy anti-air, so they should be able to hold, but they don't really have any quick response forces. So if they get overwhelmed, things will go south very quickly.
Eastern Front again.
I just want to see where they are.
Yeah, let's see if they land first.
Okay, so it's the Canadian Marines alone, it looks like.
We have a question here. What are the rules for Japan being allowed to attack the Soviets? I'm not sure actually, but it's if India falls, they're allowed.
Yeah,
and
right, they have to take India first. That's the big thing, and after 43, I think.
Yeah.
And we'll see if India falls. Let's go back to the Eastern Front, where things are usually decided. So another pocket in the south, this time made by Oscar on Romania, and his troops are making quick work. We could have a bit of a look on the Soviet losses here, who's been doing most work, and Germany, of course, in the first place.
Hungary is.
Hungary is having a good game. Remefors is really thriving as Hungary. Let's see where he is. He's in the middle.
He is making a push right now.
Yeah, and they've taken almost all the Soviet gains up in the north, and now he's pushing. And the Soviet lines are looking thin.
Very thin.
This is scary for the Soviets. Let's have a look down in Italy again. A lot happening now, as you can understand, so we're trying to cover all of it. Italy, where did their naval invasion go? They stopped the naval invasion?
Yeah.
Here they are. Okay, they moved them to defend Spain instead.
Yeah, they are wising up to this. Because I guess the naval invasion bounced, so now they're building a little wall here.
Yeah, so they're like, okay, leave Sicily. We have to defend. Okay, there's a lot going on right now. Let's see.
Oh, here we have a little pocket again.
3 medium tanks.
3 Soviet medium tanks. That's not good news for the Soviets.
Quickly being cleaned up there. And the Soviets are being dismembered. They're being picked apart piece by piece right now. And it's not only Germany doing the heavy lifting, it's also Hungary and Romania and whatnot. So this is scary times for the Soviet Union. And meanwhile, the invasion of Finland seems to have stalled out.
Yeah, Finland is nothing new here. They are just out of supply. They're sitting, suffering attrition in the winter.
They will not break through here with this.
No, definitely not.
No chance. But on the other hand, Finland is not attacking from the north because they're busy. So it's still worth it, I would say.
Encirclements in the north.
Yeah. So
yeah, we have a big encirclement coming out here as well.
Another one coming here, and let's look at the Soviet losses again. Where are they even? Oh, we're up to 4 million now. Yeah. So they're really trading efficiently now, the Axis are, and the Soviet is falling apart piece by piece. And in the meantime, Australia has fallen, New Zealand has fallen, and what will happen to India? That's the big question in the east.
They are holding still.
They're still holding, and Australia, though, I wonder how Australia is even able to reinforce their troops. What happens if we look at Australia here? Okay, so they still have eight troops, and they still have a stockpile of weapons and stuff. Not too much, but still.
24 off-map factories.
But Rosen seems to be able to hold his own for now. I wonder, though, the Japanese... Oh, look at this.
Yeah, they are trying some more things.
They're going for the American islands.
Yeah, probably a smart move.
Yeah, and a lot of the American islands. Look at this. So this means that the island mechanics should be in the favor of the Axis. Let's see if we have a look at Italy, for example. Do we have
No, nothing yet.
No, not here.
Perhaps Germany.
Yeah, is that where you see it? I'm a bit unsure. No, I'm not seeing the island
Doesn't
mechanics.
seem like it.
So
let's check over again at the Eastern Front stuff is happening.
Yeah, Hungary, Remefors, he's just picking apart the Soviet infantry here in the north. Most of the Soviet tanks are still in the south, but they are being beaten now by the German tanks, and they don't really have much to put up against it. And if you look at all the Soviet troops now on the border, all of them are under strength, so they are lacking in equipment, which means they can't really throw out more troops. They are in the deficit here on a lot of things, and this
it seems like the American Lend-Lease build has failed.
Yeah, which puts the onus on the Americans to actually go on the offensive, but let's see what the Americans are actually doing. So these are Yuri's troops.
Yeah.
This is helpful. I like that you can see who's doing what. Okay, so Yuri does have some tanks in the UK ready to go, almost ready to go. They're under strength. Where is Canada though? They haven't been able to land, have they?
No.
They're up over in Finland.
Oh, they're
now.
going to try to make a push for it.
At least 2 of them are in Finland. What about the rest? Yeah, they're landing in Finland. So they're like, okay, we couldn't land in Spain, so this is the D-Day now.
Well, I mean, if it works, it works. Let's check down at the Eastern Front again to see because if the Germans manage to push up to Leningrad, it's going to be harder, right?
Yeah, I just want a quick look at the supply map mode here. Like putting a bunch of extra Canadian tanks here won't swing the balance because, or maybe it will.
Yeah, it's looking green for them here.
They might be
the
breaking
one
through.
little, but they are reinforcing the Finns there and.
Yeah, the Finns are spread thin though, as they usually are. It would be nice of the Germans to send some reinforcements up to Finland.
Yeah.
We usually see the Germans reinforcing Finland. They're not right now though.
Yeah, but we see this. It's the front here is unraveling again. We have more encirclements going on.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's very sparse on the Soviet front. It's sparse on the German front as well, but they have more to give. They're not really microing all their troops though. They have troops that could be up towards the border and are not. Let's see what's going on down here. Yeah, they're not getting out of Sicily. They're not landing in Spain. They're putting all their cards on Finland right now, which
I'm not sure about that one.
Me neither. Let's see.
I mean, they need to have a sense of urgency at this point. I mean, Finland is not a bad idea, but it's not going to help the Soviets in the short run.
Yeah, so we have a comment here from Wendy about the Australian troops that in Hearts of Iron 4, capitulated countries hardly ever lose divisions on land masses other than the landmass that contains the capital of the capitulated country. Yes, interesting. But I do.
Why are we paused now, though?
Good question. But I do think New Zealand still have their troops as well. So yeah, good call there, Wendy. So New Zealand, they also want to participate in some kind of D-Day. Let's see. Okay, so we lost Sticky on Italy, so he has to rejoin. So maybe an interview would be nice. Who would we like to get at this stage of the game? If you have any suggestions in the chat, let us know. Invasion at Philippines, Mortal Vision says. Good spotting there. Yeah.
No, indeed.
Yeah, the Japanese are finally here. So the Americans have been defending the Philippines since the beginning of the war, basically. But they are losing pretty much everywhere else right now. They are preparing, though, for D-Day. That has to happen sometime soon, I would say, because the Soviets are not looking too healthy. I mean, at this point, I would even delete troops as the Soviets because they need the equipment to reinforce.
Yeah.
I
mean, it will be interesting to see. I mean, it's a long way away from capping the Soviets at this point.
Yeah. Maybe we could get South Africa.
Have we spoken to South Africa yet?
No, I don't think we have.
I mean, it's hard to get people for an interview now with everything going on.
Yeah. So South Africa is Lolse, and that would be interesting. Let's see who we managed to get, but yeah, like Victor said, at this stage of the game, everyone is fighting their little hearts out. Even people like Michael, who are almost dead. He's like the last, the last remaining hope, or hope I wouldn't say, but the last remaining allied presence in Southeast Asia. He's still fighting with his little hero garrisons here, trying to annoy the Japanese invaders. But yeah, he's probably gonna die. Probably. But it's interesting now that Japan has managed to take both Australia and he's going for Alaska.
I mean, it's an impressive showing by Japan. They've always, I mean, they've done this different moves, but they have succeeded very much. Then they failed in India, but they are still a fighting force to be reckoned with. They have done well at sea, and yeah.
And I would say the only real failure in India was the lack of anti-tank in Madras, or the port south of Madras here. If he would have had some more anti-tank in his infantry divisions, then South Africa and New Zealand couldn't have kicked them out as hard as they did. So that was probably his main mistake. But
and now we have Sticky coming back here.
It would be nice to get someone to get overview of the naval game, because we've missed most of the Navy engagements. Maybe we could get one of the Japanese players.
Yeah, I guess they have something to do now, though, because now
they probably have.
Now we're kicking it off again here.
Yeah, very true, very true.
We're just gonna send the save game to everyone, and then we are going again. How is Australia still alive? Well,
okay, so we have someone. Oh. We have someone. I'm not sure who. Let's see, who is it?
Seth, hello.
Hello, is it South Africa?
Yes.
Hey, how are you doing, Lolse?
Kind of in a waiting position right now. Like, there's not much going on.
But if you have to wait somewhere, Sicily is quite a nice place to wait.
Yeah,
right?
it's like pretty nice and warm and everything. Like, it's beautiful.
Good wine, good food.
Exactly.
Friendly people, happy to be liberated from themselves.
Yes, from the Italians, like nothing worse than that.
Yeah, so you had a pretty good showing earlier in India, right?
Yeah, I guess.
That was fun.
Yeah, I killed a few Marines, and yeah.
Yeah, you killed like 700,000 Japanese players, men.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of it was they just landed without like getting the port. They just landed next to them.
Yeah, didn't they take the port at all?
One time, I think, but
yeah,
they ended up like putting tanks in there, and then they just got memed because tanks can't defend.
Right, so that was what happened. Yeah, okay, so they only had one port and only briefly. Yeah, that was probably, we were just saying that was probably the main mistake of Japan this game, but other than that, they've had a nice game.
True, they're doing really well.
So speaking of your invasion in Italy, or Sicily rather, you haven't been able to cross the straits yet.
No, not yet.
And why is that?
I mean, it's like crossing with minus 99% from straight plus into a mountain. It's a bit rough.
But you're not really planning any follow-up invasions either, or are you?
I mean, I think UK is like trying to get Marines here now, and they're trying to
has he finally moved his Marines out of Northern
behind
Finland?
them, but I think he is planning on doing it. We were at least talking about it.
Yeah, how incessant are the Soviet demands for help at this point?
They're crying. Let's say it like that. Yeah, they want help, and I understand it.
Yeah,
like
I probably would be too. I mean, it's not like you've done nothing. You've pressured Finland, so they're not getting pushed from the north, and you managed to take Sicily quite easily. So if you just manage to get the landing somewhere, maybe that could really put the pressure off.
True. I do feel like the axes in Europe aren't very strong right now. Like, I feel like if we can break into Italy, I feel like we can kind of do a lot. But it's kind of breaking Italy here that's the problem.
Yeah, we couldn't comment on the strength of the axis in Europe since we have the God's eye view, but...
yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's an interesting position you are in now, and it's a really even game, I must say.
Yeah, at least like Japan is doing really well, and Russia's also doing pretty well, but it's obviously starting to get late for them.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Okay, so I see here that there are some. The France is planning some naval invasions onto Italy, and yeah, you're just mopping up Vichy France there in North Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely an even game, and we're following it intently here from the studio. There are a lot of tanks in the UK, both Canadian, South African, and American tanks gathering up right now for the main event, so to speak. But the question is where it will be.
Yeah.
So they did try landing in Spain, right? But they didn't manage to land, or?
I think it was kind of just Canada that tried to like land a bit, but.
All right.
I felt like it was more of a trying to be annoying invasion rather than anything too serious.
Okay, good to know. Well,
yeah, and we should be getting back to the front, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the interview, Lolse.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Have a good stream.
Thanks, man. Nice to have you with you. Good luck.
See ya.
So that was the player of South Africa, Lolse, and he didn't sound. He
not
was too confident.
Not too confident, but he still seemed quite content with the Allied situation. Except, I mean, the Soviet front is steadily unraveling here. At some point.
Yeah, they're being dismantled slowly but steadily.
Yeah, it will be
another engagement up here. Let's have a look now. I think Remefors on Hungary has killed a lot of Soviets. Yeah, he's up to 1 million now.
Yeah, they're still ways away from Moscow, though.
And even though if you look at Legionary Romania there, Oscar, even though he's playing infantry, he's been managing to create a lot of encirclements as well. And he's the one taking care of the main front here in the south. He's been doing a great job, I think.
Yeah. And also, it doesn't seem like the Germans have any collaboration governments on the Soviets by the looks of things.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I mean, that is going to... Then they have to walk over the Ural Mountains in order to capitulate them, and that will take some time.
Very true. Okay, this is another one. Looks like another big encirclement here.
Yeah, they are working their way in with those 3 tanks there.
Not too much stuck in the pocket, though.
Yeah, I mean, there is not too much left to pocket, to be honest. I mean,
let's have a look. Let's see, army-wise.
They have 9 medium tanks, though.
All of those light tanks are gone now, so they're down to 9 medium tank divisions. While Germany, let's have a look. Germany also 9 tank divisions, so they've lost a couple as well. Do they have any in storage? They've got lots of trucks, 22k trucks. Lots of infantry equipment.
Lots of medium tanks as well.
Yeah, they could
what do they have in training? Definitely.
Okay, yeah, they're pushing them out. But these seem a bit late. I mean, considering how much they have in this logistics tab, they could have had more out earlier. But so the Germans still have lots of gas in the tank. Speaking of gas, they've got lots of fuel. And the Soviets have lots of fuel because they don't have anything that's spending the fuel. Oh, look at this.
Yeah, we have paradrops in Finland. So now we're paused again, and
this is interesting. And at the same time, the line in the north has collapsed, so Finland is falling. They are scrambling right now to defend. Most of the troops are heading up to the north, but this new danger in the south, they could actually be capitulated. And if Finland falls, that's a major development.
Indeed it is. We will see how that pans out. I don't know why we're paused this time. But
let's have a look if someone... no, I can't see anyone disconnecting. Maybe our technician can find out what's going on. But yeah, so Finland is actually collapsing. Dom has had a great game, I think.
And now we're going again. And by the looks of things, Finland will capitulate rather soon. And that means that... sure, like it's bad for the Axis. Like they would have liked to have Finland being able to push from the north to cover that front, but now they won't be able to anymore. Yeah. We do see Sicily has gained a foothold.
Oh, yeah, they landed in a place without a port,
and they are dead.
That's brave.
Some big naval engagements going on as well.
Let's see. Yeah.
Oh, the Italians are getting sunk though. Look at that.
Yeah. And Badger is probably very happy with that. And they are losing. I'm looking from the Axis point of view, let's from Stickies. No. He's holding.
Look at that naval result. It was not that one.
It disappeared.
Well.
Okay, but yeah, he lost some Navy stuff there, and I know Badger loves to win the Navy engagement, so he's probably happy with that.
Gibraltar still firmly in British hands.
And they do have a lot of force built up in the UK at the moment. We got the American tanks. Where are the Canadians? Right, the Canadians were moving to Finland as well. So
Finland is falling, but they are making a valiant effort at defending here.
Yeah, they're scrambling to move back. And here are some German infantry at last coming to help out. Also Vichy France, which I believe is AI controlled.
Yeah, good guy Vichy France. Yeah, they are kicking them out, actually. They need to stabilize the line in the north, though, I suppose. And they've also taken the line like to the east here and moved up a bit. So, but they are far from capitulating if they get Helsinki back.
Yeah, they're just trying to consolidate and trying to hunker down. And here come... Oh, look, Poland. Andreas on Poland is doing paradrops straight into Finland here.
Yeah, they are trying to just get the victory points now when Helsinki has fallen, but it is too little too late, because they are getting Helsinki back now. They still control Viipuri, they have gotten Vasa back, and
Soviet Marines are getting cleaned up here.
Yeah. Look at the Eastern Front, though. They might lose sight of the bigger micro picture here. Yeah, indeed they did, and here we have another encirclement.
Yeah, so these are German tanks leading the fray and being supported.
They managed to get it out? No, they didn't.
They're being supported by Bulgaria, Hungary. Yeah, another big encirclement here of Soviet troops. Let's have a look at the losses. We're up to 5 million, and let's see what happens after we close this one up. Down in the south, things are a bit slower. It's just Oscar, Romania, doing his thing. Quietly but surely eating up Soviet line infantry, and the line is really under strength now. You see, they can't reinforce. They have to basically delete troops to be able to reinforce, or maybe they could be sent something. I don't know if they... Does the US have...
Manila has fallen as well in the Pacific, it seems.
Yeah, so they're probably a bit busy, but I wonder how much they have in stockpile. Yeah, they got some they could send over to the Soviets.
How is it going with like Wake Island and Hawaii and those places?
That's a good question. We saw earlier. Okay, so Wake Island is in Japanese hands, and Hawaii is still.
Stuff is happening outside Hawaii, but.
Yeah, what's going on here? Just they're raiding. I don't know what that pop-up was. Soviet equipment status.
Finland is still holding.
We're not getting any answers to our interview request right now, but that's to be expected.
That's to be expected. I think we can do without interviews for a while.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, things are chugging along.
So in the north, they are still pushing down. The Allies are. So the Canadians and Brits mostly. I don't know where the Mexicans went. Where is Mexico? Let's see. Let's see here.
They are only here.
Some at home, and okay. So
they are still in Finland. They are closing in on Vasa once again. But as long as Helsinki holds, I mean, the Finns can really hunker down to quite a few victory points.
Yeah.
Before they capitulate, but they are getting overrun. They definitely are.
They don't have. I mean, the Mexicans. They don't have too much out here. Where is the rest? Is it all back in Mexico?
Seems like it.
Okay, up in north of Finland as well. I guess there's a supply situation.
We have paradrops planned on Vasa as well.
How is which is already controlled.
Is the Eastern Front still moving, or?
Yep, I think it is. So down in the south, it's still Oscar, Romania, and some German tanks as well. Still pushing, but not too quickly, I guess.
Yeah, it has stalled a bit. They have gotten things out on the line here.
And there's no... they're really low on infantry, the Axis. So if the Allies manage to land somewhere, they will be really stretched. But as it is right now, they are dismantling the Soviets piece by piece. Here's another encirclement coming. We're saying earlier 5 million losses for the Soviets. Now we're up to 5.3, and this will push it up even further. yeah, they're really enjoying themselves on the Eastern Front, I think. But they must be feeling a bit stressed because the Allies are knocking on the door. They're taking Sardinia.
Yeah, indeed they are. And the thing is that, I mean, eventually the Germans have still not reached Moscow. It's a long way to capitulate the Soviets. Do they even have the infantry to take Moscow at this point?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's not. Let's see how many infantry divisions they actually have. So that's
40,
not a lot.
That's not a lot.
And down here, as I was just looking at, South Africa has 12 tank divisions down here. So if they get a bridgehead somewhere, they can really cause trouble for the Axis. Hungary is down here with a couple of tank divisions ready to receive the Allies, but 12 versus 2 is not good odds. Let's see, Hygge is Spain. What do you have, Hygge? He's protecting his own stuff. And what else? Okay, he's down in Africa. Okay, Hygge is actually pushing down in Africa, but the Allies are pushing in the north of Africa, so this is a bit cheeky. Yeah, let's see what happens with that. And he's also up in Finland, Hygge is. So Spain fighting in Finland. And yeah, are they stabilizing or are they not? That's a good question. Right now they're at such a small area, so I think that they should be able to hold the line. But will they be able to push them back though? That's a question. And we are paused again at the moment. Let's see what that's about. I'm not sure.
And now we're going again.
And we're running again. And
yeah, stuff happening down south as usual, but
yeah, it's the German tanks supported by Oscar's infantry from Romania. But yeah, look at this front. There's nothing here.
Yeah, I mean, they just need infantry on the line at this point.
They have no infantry on the line. There is some German infantry back here, but they're not over on the line. Yeah.
Yeah. If we go over to the German point of view here,
they've built some new Fallschirmjägers. I think that might be a miss in priorities.
Yeah, they should just go infantry at this point, right?
They've got 15k in the bank. They could probably.
They don't have that much manpower, though, to be honest.
No, that's a thing. That's a definitely thing. Let's see which manpower law. Oh, limited conscription. So they could go up. They can go up. They probably want some more meat on the line. Someone needs to provide the infantry. Oscar on Romania. He's got 24 divisions still.
Little encirclement there.
Yeah, another small one. Let's see now. So last time it was so another few 100,000 Soviets losing their lives, and the Germans are not losing that much right now.
I mean, how is the Soviet manpower though? I mean, they have a lot of manpower. They still have 2 million.
Yeah, manpower is not their issue. Their issue is equipment right now, and they are in the red. Oh, but actually
they have gotten
in the green.
some. The Lend-Lease have started to kick off, and that might turn out in their favor. It took some time, but they are getting their infantry equipment now.
They're trying to push out new divisions, but I think they should just cancel these, just so the guys on the line have enough reinforcements.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, since the Germans does not have any infantry really, I mean, at this point, just cancel the divisions. You have more infantry on the line anyway.
Yeah.
Make sure they're full strength, and just do pretty much a blanket invasion towards Berlin. What are they going to do to stop you at this point?
So the Japanese finally managed to take the Philippines, but still the Indian front seems to have stalled completely.
Yeah, the Indian front still holding.
Not much going on there. Curious about Manchukuo's tanks. Yeah, they're just hanging out at the border here. They won't be able to push through at this moment. Fall of Pearl Harbor.
Oh.
Okay, that's something. So Hawaii falls. Which means
yeah, I mean the buffs for the Euro axis must be really big now.
Yeah.
Japan is really working their way in here. What's it called? State of the Pacific, right?
Yeah, is it
perhaps
actually
it's a
in
decision?
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, war in the east.
Okay, I mean so here we have it, the war in the east, and as you can see, most of it is in control of the Axis right now. It's only
India.
Only India holding.
So they are losing stability, war support, especially the division attack on core territory and division defense on core territory is sad.
Yeah. So this means actually that the US proper is under threat right now, and they do have.
Yeah, they recognize the threat.
Yeah, they do have some troops here to defend the west coast, but yeah, they can't commit fully to a D-Day. Let's see what's going on here. They're trying.
Yeah,
really
they are
hard.
desperately trying to get a bridgehead here, and once they do, the Axis is in trouble. They don't have. I mean, they have 40 infantry, and all the infantry is parked at the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
And the Eastern Front is moving, but not as fast as they would like. The Finns have stabilized, though.
Let's see. Poland. He only has one paratrooper that he's being cheeky with. I guess he's building one, losing it, building another one, losing it. Okay, my game
Falkenhayn is unsynced.
Okay, and he's the host, so that's bad.
Yeah, but he's coming back now.
I need to do a quick...
Yeah, I will take over here. And, well, we're lagging here. And there we go. Since the host is the one hot joining, we need to send the save game again to everyone. So hopefully it will work, but we will see. And by the looks of things now, I mean, it's still, if the Axis doesn't do anything extraordinary, I still think the Axis has trouble winning this game. I mean, they need to capitulate the Soviets at this point. They do not have the infantry. They do not have the manpower to field the infantry. They can go up in conscription law, and there is... I mean, there are things that they can do, but if nothing happens to the degree that nothing happens at this point, it is definitely the Allies' game, to be honest, because once they get the bridgehead in Italy or in Spain or in France or in Denmark that they seem to be planning here, or Schleswig, and then the way to Berlin is basically open. And yeah, it will be interesting to see how this pans out. We do have a Japanese interview coming up. I guess I'll wait for Petey to get back. I'm interested in this naval invasion of Hamburg here. That's 6 divisions assigned to that. And I mean, these are United States tanks. So those can punch really hard. If we get these guys, if they land in Hamburg, it's going to hurt. So we'll see. And now we're still paused, but soon we will get back into the action. And yeah, Finland is getting slowly dismantled as well. I mean, they have been holding on valiantly, but they cannot hold on forever. And at some point they will fall, and that will free up a lot of these troops, because if all of these troops end up on this line here, it's very hard for the Axis to hold it. There is nothing covering the line here, nothing covering the line, like here is empty tiles. There is just no infantry on the German part. Looking over at the army overview here, we have 40 infantry in total, and considering where those are, we do have, let's see. I mean, they are... I don't know what these are doing here. This needs to be on the front line. I don't know if why they're there. I suppose I can start the interview. Who was it that we had for? Hello? Ah. Hello? Do you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I hear you, and we're following the exciting developments here on the Eastern Front, but on the more Eastern Front, you have played as Japan, and you've had quite a good game. How do you feel so far?
Well, we lost way too much in India, to be honest. We lost a ton in India. But eventually we got stuck, and I just thought, let's take Australia, New Zealand, and start grabbing the islands, and that's been going great. I also feel good that I managed to sink one of the, I think it was the US main fleet and most of his ships in Bay of Bengal. So
yeah, we did see a naval engagement very much going your way in the Bay of Bengal there. So you did get the consolation prize for your naval invasion there. But how do you think that the Axis will be able to turn this game? Do you feel that you have a chance of winning at this point? Because it feels like you need to do a decisive maneuver here. How do you feel about that?
Yes, we are gonna try for India again. I kind of want to grab Panama, but I can't get range. So we will see a little bit how it goes now. And
can't you get range when you have Hawaii?
Nope, I quite don't reach. I should be able to, I thought, with my super heavies, but it seems like they don't quite reach.
Okay.
Which is unfortunate. I mean, we might go for India and then Africa, and I mean, I kind of want to get to Europe at some point, if I can.
Yeah, I mean, according to the rules, you're allowed to invade the Soviet Union once you take India, but yeah, India is the big obstacle.
Yes, indeed.
The obstacle that's proving very obstinate.
Indeed.
At the moment.
Yeah, we're struggling a little bit in the air war over there, but I think it's starting to look better.
Yeah, you seem to be doing fine on convoys. At this part of the game, usually Japan is starved for convoys and hunkering down on their home islands and so on, but you're not.
Yeah, I managed to keep, like, I lost most of my escorts, but I started reproducing escorts, and I'm caught up, feel safe right now.
Was that the big naval engagements in the Bay of Bengal with the US fleet?
Yeah, I think I lost a bunch of escorts there.
Yeah. I think we saw. But you never managed to fight the Badger's fleet, right?
No, he's not been over here, I think. I've not seen him at least.
Yeah. Bit
cowardice. I'll try to go hunting for him once once I can find him here, no?
Yeah, we'd like to see that, because you probably sunk a lot more American ships than he sunk from you, right?
Yes, my fleet is still like intact. So I mean, I lost what, one carrier and 2 super heavies. That hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
And but on cruisers, I'm totally fine. I'm even overproducing cruisers now, so they'll be raiding. And since the double engagement rule is gone now, I might even send them into the next battle as well, all my extra light cruisers.
Right. Could you just, for our viewers, explain the double engagement rule that you're referring to?
So basically, if you have a naval engagement, what we used to have as a rule is that no other fleets are allowed to be in the battle, just the 2 battle fleets. Since that was very hard to enforce, it kept happening that people double engaged. We removed that rule. So what you can do is you just sail in with the other fleet once the battle is started, and then you'll get both fleets in battle.
Right. Well explained. So right now you are repositioning all your Marines back towards the west, or?
Yeah, we're gonna try for India now. Since the tanks are gone, we might be able to get him now.
Yeah.
Haven't seen any tanks around here, at least for a while.
Yeah. I can't really comment. Maybe they're hiding behind the front lines, but
Yes,
we couldn't say.
That's fair enough.
And good luck.
Yeah, indeed, good luck and well played.
Definitely well played.
Hope to keep this up.
Yeah. It's anyone's game right now, I'd say.
Yeah. All right. Take care, guys.
Okay. Bye.
Good luck. Bye. Yeah, that's the interesting part, that it really is anyone's game. I said here before when you were on the bathroom that it is still the Allies' game to lose, so to speak. I mean, if nothing more happens than what happens now, the Allies will win.
Yeah.
But there is stuff happening.
Yeah.
You hear that Japan has plans on India, and then they can invade the Soviet Union. We do see Finland pushing out again. I mean, stuff can happen, but...
Yeah, they're taking back their territory, and they're starting to look more like they used to look, I suppose.
Yeah.
But yeah, as the game progresses, and we are now in 1944, it becomes more and more a game of endurance and morale. Like, can you keep on fighting even though you're tired and you've maybe lost most of your troops and so on? Oh, look at this! Oscar is in a bit of spot of bother, but no.
Yeah, they gotten out, and
another encirclement here of Soviet troops.
Yeah, but the Soviets still have infantry on the line. The Germans are producing infantry somewhat, but they have a lot of infantry standing over there.
Yeah, finally, we were talking about that before. They probably should produce some infantry, and they listen to us, or hopefully not, but they got the idea.
But look here, they have like 6, 7, 8 infantry and a railway gun just sitting around here. What's that doing there?
Yeah, that's a good question. They should really bring those up. They are needed on the front. On the other hand, though, the Soviets don't dare to push out anything because they're scared to get encircled. But yeah, you can see now the concentration after such long a game. We've been going for almost 9 hours now. The concentration starts to slip up, and people make mistakes, and that's completely natural. So it's still anyone's game, as we were saying. Yeah, let's see how the D-Day plans go. Let's go on the British point of view. We saw some naval invasion plans earlier, but they seem to have stopped. So, yeah. Italy is still safe for now. No one has landed in Spain. Here we go. Classic D-Day.
Yeah, this is a classic D-Day indeed, and it will be hard to defend against this.
Yeah, what do they actually have to defend against this? Nothing.
Yeah, once that kicks off, that might be the game.
There is nothing here. I guess though the Germans, as soon as that happens, they will push out all of these. They will instantly deploy, so they'll have some tanks, and but they will all be greenhorns. It will be not very trained infantry. Spain, how is their economy looking? I mean,
they're holding up quite well. I mean, for being Spain at this point, but they're still.
Yeah, they're doing a bit of fighting down in North Africa here, but they should be focusing on defending the Atlantic Wall, I think, and they don't really have much of a quick response force. They have some infantry. We'll see what the Axis scrambles to defend, because this is a lot of stuff coming their way.
Yeah, they are already planned, and they can kick off any day now.
So the South Africans are here with.
They are kicking off now.
Yeah, and they've got 12 South African tank divisions. The Canadians are here.
I'm especially interested in this one, straight towards like Hamburg and Groningen. They cancelled the one at Hamburg, but yeah, this is looking. From the God's eye view, this is looking like the game, to be honest.
We'll see. That's almost you calling it, Victor, again.
Yeah, we will see.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the Germans can obviously deploy instantly all their lines and see if they can kick them back, but this is a big landing. And you see...
Yeah. The Soviets have done their work. It's 1944, mid-1944, and they are still holding. Moscow is nowhere near threatened, and here comes the big D-Day invasion that they have been waiting for. And you see here a lot of Marines leading the way, and the American tanks are here as well, just cutting inland. Let's see here what the German reaction is. Yeah, immediately they push out their tanks, they push out their infantry. They're not very well trained though, so let's see what they can do. But that's pretty much what they have to defend.
Yeah, this is going to be the deciding battle. If the Allies win here, they win the game. Yeah. If they lose here, they might still win the game, but it will take some time longer.
Yeah, if they lose all that they're throwing in, though, I'd say they lose the game. So
yeah, that's true, because then they have all of this to...
Yeah, we'll see what happens, though. But as you can see, in France, there's
But the micro is going to fall on the Eastern Front now, because once this happens, the Soviets are just going to rush the lines and get encirclements left and right over here.
Yeah.
Because the Germans will not be able to focus on holding the micro in this line.
Not much is being sent west, but on the other hand, there's not a whole lot to send. I think the UK needs to do a response.
See the first engagements here. Paris is already in Allied hands again. the New Zealand tanks or Australian or
South African in the west, and also the New Zealand tanks.
Yeah, New Zealand still alive.
I think there are Canadian tanks and American tanks as well, and this is a proper D-Day, a strong invasion. Let's see here. Okay, so the Canadians and the Americans and the Brazilians.
Yeah, there is nothing between Berlin and those infantries marching there.
They are just
scrambling. Desperately trying to like deploy this in a way where it's tactically feasible, because you can't have the frontline orders here. They're already getting encircled here, losing 1 tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks in Maastricht. And yeah, that's only 5 Panzer divisions left to defend against the D-Day here.
Yeah, this is scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is a quick and effective D-Day.
The Spanish are moving up to shore up in France.
I guess the Spanish will probably be able to push the D-Day out of Bretagne, but they need to contain this. That's the thing. It's very hard.
Yeah.
When you have so little on the line, it's very hard to contain the D-Day.
Here come the tanks from the Eastern Front, though. Let's see what Martin can do with these. Falk is a huge tank microer, and these are not greenhorns. These are the experienced Eastern Front tanks.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, these are, I mean, the Brazilians here might get encircled in a short manner, but you see they're just swarming over. They're losing 2 more tanks down in France.
Let's see here. So this is the crucial push here. Will they get stalled out? They're killing the Brazilian Marines, but that's not the main opponent right now. You really have to get at these tanks in the middle, the Canadian tanks and the American tanks. If they sweep,
if they just sweep the coast, maybe that's the play.
But there's a lot of coast to sweep at this point. All of the lowlands, all of northern France, all of it falling all at once because there was nothing on the Atlantic wall. We see a retreat here by Italy. They're trying to reform their defensive lines.
How is the Eastern Front doing now? I would guess it's unraveling in the Soviet favor. Look up there, then circle it.
There's
up
nothing
to the north.
Here.
I mean,
how much is being lost here?
Yeah, quite a lot.
That's all of Hungary. That's all of Hungary and Bulgaria.
Because I mean, now the Soviets can just storm ahead and.
And how much does Hungary have left? Just a couple of these Hussar divisions, and they're up to the west. So the Soviets are having a field day now, and this is exactly what they have been waiting for all this time. Finland has managed to stabilize, but this is where it's happening. Let's see again from the German perspective here. They're still keeping those 14 tank divisions, which are all that they have left, I think. And all of it is heading west. They're reforming another line here in the east, as you can see. So this is their line of defense against the Soviets. Romania also, Oscar here, trying to reform another line down here. And they may be able to hold, but will
they might be able to hold the lines. But the thing is, at this point, they lose so much in these retreats. So even if they, by some miracle, are able to push out these troops...
This is basically the entire Spanish army being killed here.
They got some out, but...
They lost a lot there, Spain did. Look at that.
Yeah, the problem is that even if they somehow manage to push this out, what do they have to punch back with? If they push this out and refocus on the Eastern Front, then the Soviets are back in Poland where they were before.
They are killing some Allied troops, though.
Yeah, indeed they are. I mean, they might be able to kick the D-Day out, and that would be a huge win for the Axis, obviously. But during the retreat, the Greenhorn tanks that they deployed, they lost like 4 or 5 of those just in the sheer scramble of war, more or less.
Yeah, let's see
when
what
no
happens
lines
here.
was formed and everything was front lines, but...
So in France, the Allies are unopposed. They beat back Hygge's Spanish troops. So in the west they are safe, but in the east, though, the German tanks are reclaiming territory quickly now. They're taking most of the German territory that was lost.
Yeah, the German tanks have medals and experience from the Eastern Front as well. So I mean,
some medals need to be handed out, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, they are pushing through the Allied lines, but will it be enough?
Yeah, I mean, Falk's micro is well known to all, and he is really playing very well here. But is it enough, though? It's hard to say at this point.
Yeah, just having a look at this army here, you can see the organization here, which gives an indication of how ready they are to fight and if they're running or attacking. And right now they've been beaten back again, so now they're on the retreat. and France is rapidly falling. The Maginot is taken again, so they've basically cut off France from the rest. So this is an open area to reinforce this D-Day. The Allies can just pour in troops, and the Axis are running out of juice quickly here. And oh, look at this. Snistan with his Sturmvogel.
Yeah, they are going to try some.
That's sneaky, and it could work.
It's not a stupid idea.
It could work. Look at this. It's not too well defended back here. They do have some Marines still in the back row, but that could be a sneaky move. But still, the main force though.
They need the air superiority as well. It's a lot of zones, and there's a lot of allies here.
Tanks versus tanks. South Africans versus Germans in this instance, but they are simply outgunned, outnumbered. The Germans are being pushed back slowly.
They might get a little overrun here or something, but.
And meanwhile, France is slowly falling. Hygge is saying, "Fuck France, I'm gonna hold Spain."
How is Italy doing at this point? Have they gotten a foothold yet? No, they have just given up on that.
Yeah, and he's probably sending stuff up to the north, or he should be at least. No, he's also holding his own country. Okay. They should be moving more as a team.
Everyone is really thinking about their own countries at this point.
These 15 guys here, they could do wonders on the German lineup here, but right now it's German tanks here fighting without support from infantry.
We have a question from Mortal Vision in the chat if Japan actually attacked India.
I think he's doing his darndest. Oh, look at this! Yeah, he is.
Actually,
he's actually taking India.
Yeah, it's good work by Japan. I think it's too late at this point, but
will he capitulate though while he still has India? That's a good question. And it's a long way to Germany to actually help them. But
I mean, the Soviets are back in eastern Poland now, so the Japanese invasion of Soviets through like Iran and so is not going to be very helpful.
Where is the German line of defense? They've mostly given up on their line of defense. There is no defense.
Yeah, they have no line of defense at this point. The Soviets are just pouring in.
This is looking rough for the Axis.
Unless everything goes according to the Axis now, it's going to be a loss. I mean,
there's simply too much in the field. Let's have a look here. You can see how many divisions they're fielding. So it looks quite even on paper, on the number of divisions, but you have to consider that most of these divisions are over in the east and in Asia, where they won't be able to help Germany. And if Germany falls, the game is over.
I mean, they need to kick off. They need to try and kick off this paradrops as fast as they can. That's pretty much the only thing. Because
air war is it's almost green. Maybe they need this one green as well, and it needs to be at 70%, I think.
Yeah.
It's rough. But even if you were to kick it off now, I don't know, Victor.
Nah, it's looking grim for the Germans. The Soviets are closing in from the other direction as well, and there is nothing to stop the Soviets. Perhaps they can hold off the Allies for a bit, but yeah.
Yeah, Italy seems to be holding in these mountains down here, and the Hughes has prepared to defend himself, but they're not helping. They're not helping Germany.
Yeah, I mean, if Germany falls, the game is over. So it's basically better to just give up Spain and Italy and put the troops on the front lines. But
and the Balkan Bros, look at this, also defending their own countries. But what else could they do? I suppose. They're just getting dismantled here. Oscar and who's Bulgaria again? Löfgren here in Bulgaria. So Löfgren is abandoning Oscar's Romania, saying cheerio, chap.
Yeah, we have a question here if I'm still not calling it, and I would say I'm calling it, but I think I said that the D-Day was the game, so
yeah.
I mean,
you may have called it correctly this time because it really looks like
there is not. It's fun though that because we should be starting to see nukes at some point, but we're probably not going to at this point.
Yeah. They would have to start flying now to make a difference, and I don't really see any nuclear.
No one is.
But they could have been out now.
They could have been out now.
We're in the latter parts of 44, and that's when you could see nukes flying. Okay, so the Germans have managed to scrape together some kind of defense in the east, but they don't have any tanks. All their tanks are engaged here in the west, and Berlin is being squeezed.
And they are getting their last tanks encircled here as well.
Yeah, let's have a look. There's 7, 8 8 of them here in this pocket here, and that's their entire offensive capability. Yeah, I think I may be calling it as well.
Yeah.
So Japan though is having a hell of a game, I think, and they probably will be able to kill India. But
I wonder if they capitulate India before Germany falls, though. Doubtful.
Probably not, and even if they did, I mean, they wouldn't have time to get, even if the Soviets put no defenses in the east, they wouldn't have time to get here in time, because Berlin is coming closer and closer for the Soviets and also the Allies. And yeah, so Germany just lost 8 of their remaining tank divisions. They still have 12 left.
Yeah, they have
No,
some.
they
I
didn't
think
lose
they
them.
managed to get them out,
to
actually.
save them.
Which is an impressive performance at this point, but they're going to lose them again.
Yeah, here
so.
they go, here they go. Yeah, barely. Yes, it's looking like we have an Allied victory after all. And it was a close game, this one.
Yeah, I mean, it could have gone. It's just basically the holding of France, the delaying of Barbarossa, the Allied play mid game was really what decided this. I think.
Yeah.
If the Axis had gotten a quick cap of France, had been able to execute their battle plans like they wanted to, get the Barbarossa in like 41 or build up much bigger forces for 42, then it might have been decided in the other direction, because the Americans were quite weak and the Japanese were winning in the Pacific, but the mid-game weakness of the Euro axis, like losing the whole of North Africa and walk over, basically not being able to push through France, really killed them in this sense, because they did not have the momentum that they needed to take the East.
Yeah.
Even if they did a very good job on the Eastern Front, Germany, even though they had like 1/3 of the tank army that the Soviets had, they managed to find those encirclements, get those momentum shifting encirclements and push out, get the whole of Ukraine and so on. But then everything started to unravel in the end, because once you got the encirclements in the north from the Soviets and the counter encirclements in the south, and just everything got encircled everywhere, that really didn't play to the Germans' favor.
I think as an endgame interview, it would be nice to have Volk, Herr Hitler himself, to comment on the game. We'll see when he has the time and morale and energy to do it. But this is looking over and done with. One thing I'd like to add, though, that I thought was pretty decisive was the Soviets. They had a pretty successful offensive in the north of the Eastern Front.
Yeah, that's probably what saved the momentum.
And they killed a lot of Axis troops. I mean, they were still losing slowly, but when the D-Day came, the Axis were spread so thin. I mean, they didn't have enough troops to send west and also hold the line in the east. So I think that was... and there we see the Yalta Conference, which is a key word for the Allies saying, we're going to win, how we're going to do this. And Berlin is completely surrounded. The only thing
I mean, these paratroopers are really holding well, though.
Sturmvogels. It looks like the Allies won the race, though, and this is the revenge of Michael. Look at Netherlands now, how beautiful and big they are. Let's see. He's still down to one division, but it's down here in Europe, and he's got a Marine division even. So yeah, the Dutch are there, and the Dutch.
Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands have gotten into the game again. They control basically the entire. Since he did the naval invasion, the Netherlands controls the entirety of Germany now.
Yeah, he's got the industrial base of Germany, so Netherlands are looking good.
I would have to say to go from one garrison division in Indonesia to 200 factory count and entire Germany is quite an impressive comeback.
Yeah, he should be definitely satisfied with the way the war is going right now. Yeah. And here we see Berlin is falling. I'm not sure about the surrender.
I think that might be it, or maybe almost it.
I need 5%, so that might be it. Berlin fell. The fall of Berlin.
Yeah, we don't get the fall of Berlin event now because it's already fallen once.
So we have a question here. What could have been done different? Yeah, well, it was really the invasion of France that was too slow in the beginning that really tipped the scales towards the Allies, and that delayed the Barbarossa invasion. That was definitely a thing, but how to have beaten the French quicker, I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm qualified to to say.
Yeah, and the thing is also, like Barbarossa, if it had been executed perfectly by the Germans, if they had gotten all the encirclements in the south and then not get counter-encircled in the north, it could have turned out a lot differently. But I mean, by the looks of things, the Axis actually played significantly better than the Allies for the entire end part of the game, I would say.
Yeah,
the Eastern Front firmly in German hands, Pacific Theater firmly in Japanese hands. It's the mid-game that shifted it.
Yeah.
The failure of the French invasion being the most prominent one, then giving up North Africa, also the Japanese invasion of India, where they lost all their troops and all their momentum. Had they capitulated India at that point?
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
Axis failures mid-game really shifted it, because if India had looked like this in 1941, it would have been a whole different story now,
Definitely. Yeah, they like we heard earlier, they didn't actually, from the South African player, they didn't actually have the port in Madras, so they couldn't support their invasion here, and 700,000 Japanese or something, and a bunch of Manchu tanks were lost. They really had the momentum up until then in the east. That could have really shifted the scales, because that would have meant a bunch of Allied tanks being lost.
And they could have invaded South Africa from the Suez Canal. They could started to make moves in the Middle East, go up towards the Caucasus Mountains, like earlier. It's
so we're just waiting for the surrender here of Germany, and we don't like to surrender early in this community, so they'll probably fight until the bitter end. They won't be in a bunker in Berlin, because Berlin is safe in Allied hands. It looks like the German Reich will hold out a bit longer. They still have the south of Germany and Austria here. Italy is being slowly dismantled, and the Allies are advancing. No one is helping India, though. They're happy to allow India to be capitulated, it looks like. Let's see. Are there only Indians here fighting?
Hungary has capitulated, and I wonder once Delhi falls, that might be it for India. Because the interesting thing now is if India capitulates before Germany, I think.
Yeah. How long will Japan keep fighting? That's a good question. Let's see. How many men do they have in the field? They do have 2 million men in the field. That's not bad compared to the Soviets. Okay, the Soviets still have a bigger army. So yeah, it's definitely settled, this game. It's about going out with honor and glory, making a big bang as you go. The Soviets are just rushing, and you're looking at all these Soviet divisions, and you're like, where were these before? But now they've taken a lot.
Finland is still holding, though. I think they are taking Leningrad, actually.
Yeah, Dom had a good game with a good first game with the community. He was down to just a small piece of Finland there for a while, but he's managed to hold out. So we'll.
They didn't actually take Leningrad.
No, he didn't, but he wants to. He's really trying. He's desperately trying, and there are actually some German tanks up here. Yeah, so maybe that's the consolation prize. They're like, okay, we have to take Leningrad. No, they're actually moving up. I wonder where they're going. So they have 5 tanks up in Finland. They're going up towards the north. Okay, they want some extra kills in the end there. Let's see what happens in Italy. So Italy is the major power, Axis power in Europe that's still not capitulated. The boot has lost its rock, and it's lost its toe finally. So Reggio Calabria here is taken. It's just a matter of time before they will fall as well. So if you enjoyed this cast and you want to see more of it, we do have one of these grand games about once a month, and so just stay tuned on our channels. We have a YouTube channel, Hygge Gaming, a Twitch channel, Hygge Gaming, because Hygge Gaming was taken, I think. And if you want to support us even more, you can become a Patreon on patreon.com/HyggeGaming. And if you join today, we still have our spring offensive active. So if you become a Stug 3 supporter, you get 1 week's free access to all of our all guides on YouTube. And yeah, that's the other thing we do. YouTube guides. We do big multiplayer games and YouTube guides. And if you become a Stug 3 supporter, you get access to all of the Patreon exclusive guides. So definitely check that out. It's free. And yeah, back to the game, and we see Italy's northern defenses here crumbling slowly. Why has Germany not capitulated?
I think Germany has capitulated. I think we're waiting for...
yeah, okay, so that means... Italy is the... yeah, Germany has capitulated, so Italy must be the faction leader now then. Let's see... Yeah, they still have 63 divisions in the field. India capitulated, okay, so they were left to their own devices. And yeah, this is still... If you're the Japan player, you have to be satisfied with this. This is a good showing for Ivan and Iverson on Japan, as well as Båt and Båt on Manchukuo and Morten on the Siam. They had
definitely very well played. Very well played.
Stellar game. The only thing you could have wished for was that they would have succeeded with their southern India invasion earlier. Then this game might have looked very different. As it is, though, this is the this is European theater, and this is not what you want it to look like if you're an Axis player. The only holdouts now are Finland, Italy, and Spain. And Spain, as you can see, is being violated. Madrid has fallen. Still fighting the good fight.
Yeah, they are trying their best to hold on, but yeah, at this point it's a matter of time. So,
Arion is asking, where did the Netherlands get so much power? Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, the Netherlands don't have too much power. They actually spawned 7 divisions now. But Michael playing the Netherlands, he was down to 1 garrison division down here. And it's just that his homeland was liberated, and the invasion of Germany happened through Dutch lands, so he gets the occupation. So that's why the Netherlands looks as pretty as it does right now. But now you can see the northern defenses here of Sticky's Italy, Stickily, or
Sticcolini, I think.
Sticcolini. It's falling, and we should see the capitulation of the Euro Axis quite soon. Hygge is doing his best to defend his Spanish homelands here, but yeah, what can you say?
Yeah.
So we're hoping to get an interview with Volk, who was the main controller of Germany, Dutch Germany, now so called, but he may be tired and fatigued, and
yeah, I need to go home and do some work as well before tomorrow.
Yeah.
But
yeah, Mortal Vision says, what a Japan, MVP of Axis. Yeah, definitely an MVP of Axis. And yeah, I wouldn't say the Euro Axis had a bad game either. I mean, it was an even game, and the Allies had a really good showing of it. So especially France in the beginning, Guidon, he had a really good game. I wonder actually where his troops are
I would
now.
say that he was the one that set it in motion, at least. Like France, he started the Allied momentum in a way. Then a lot of things went in the Axis way that could have shifted the game if it went the other way. For example, India not getting killed by Japan. But not getting killed by Japan is perhaps not an MVP, but still a very good performance.
Yeah.
The player that really commanded the Axis victory here, I would definitely say, is France.
Yeah, Saxolib says it's easy for me to say France is the MVP of the Allies, and yeah, I would say so too. I think he's going to get that award. We do have an MVP of the game award, or MVP Allies, MVP Axis award. So I think he's in a really good standing to win that. Sometimes though, because that was so early in the game, people forget. They only focus on the later parts of the game, but that's really one of the things that tip the scales.
Definitely. Well, and now we're paused, and that's probably because we have capitulated. So Do we do an endgame interview or do we round it off here? What do you say, Petey?
Yeah, it would be nice with a small endgame interview. If we can't get Folk, maybe Boppus would be nice on the Soviet Union. He's also quite charismatic and talkative, but Folk would be the #1 choice. I don't think he has any good excuses now to say no to an interview. Because he's not doing anything, because he's dead.
Yeah, he has some.
Yeah, he's got some few tank divisions up in Finland, but they're not doing anything now. It's nice for Dom though that he managed to survive. Usually you don't see Finland under this much pressure. There was a huge naval invasion of British and Mexican and later Canadian troops coming in to pressure him, but he managed to survive.
Yeah, very good grit from Finland.
Yeah, we'll see. So we're still paused now. I think that might be the surrender, and we're seeing
everyone
a bunch
has
of
disconnected here. So
yeah, we're seeing people disconnect. So let's see if we'll get any interviews. I hope you guys have enjoyed this game. I certainly did. I'm feeling a bit mushy now in the head after such long a cast, but it's been great, good fun. It looks like Hygge's actually cut off the invasion here of his homelands.
No,
good on him. But it looks like the game is over, and. Yeah, what can you say?
Yeah, well, I mean, good performance by a lot of players. Very interesting game. A lot of interesting things happened that doesn't usually happen. We do have an endgame interview here now.
I wonder who it is. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hey, is it Herr Hitler?
Well, I was gonna switch to spear, but never got around to that.
Okay. So how are you feeling?
It actually became a good game.
Yeah,
so I'm happy.
It was an even game, if nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. We were just trying to claw our way back into the game for the longest time.
Yeah. And
but we managed to.
Yeah,
so I'm happy about that.
You were eating the Soviets piece by piece for quite some time, and for a while there it looked really promising for the Axis.
Yeah, we just couldn't deal with the massive amounts of land lease they were getting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine. We did see some swings in your favor there, because in the beginning of the game you had a lot of trouble with France, we noticed. And did that set off your plans? Because we talked to Snistan before, and he had a grand scheme idea of what to do. But did that put a wrench in the works, so to speak?
Well, yes, but my plans are always very reactive. I'm not much of a grand plan guy. I'm more of a let's see what happens and play through that.
And micro my tanks guy.
Well, not only that, but also react to what's happening on the bigger field, but not having at this date I'm gonna do this and that.
Yeah.
It was a difficult France war. It was I think he is a completely new player for us, and when they come from other servers, it's always difficult to know what level they're on.
Yeah, we were talking about that as well. Same with Finland.
You could notice immediately that they are meta players.
Okay, so in what way?
Like especially when you notice, it's quite rare for us to just put up divisions on the front line for the sole purpose of just attacking, holding on a single province. When you start seeing micro like that, you know, okay, this person has played a lot.
Yeah, his build was basically a bunch of garrisons and then a few hero light tank divisions, and those light tank divisions were hell for you guys in the Axis.
The biggest issue we had in France war, and I don't know how to counter that because I know that the tournament mod has just modded that out of the game, but they had spy. What is it called, networks, and we had no planning and no entrenchment, so they just had better stats than us throughout the whole France war. His light tanks were outstatting my medium assault guns.
Yeah, he said you weren't even able to pierce them in the beginning until you put some tank destroyers in them.
Like half of them had tank destroyers from the beginning, but I am unsure what armor he was on. But the problem was definitely we had no planning bonus and we had no entrenchment, and that just swung the favor heavily in their favor. And I gotta be honest, I don't know how to counter that.
Yeah. It looked really tough, and especially since Badger really committed to defending Belgium as well. We rarely see such a commitment from the UK player in the France war.
And combined with the Poland that spent most of the build-up just building planes for the France war, and I was seeing quite a lot of American planes during Battle of France as well.
Yeah, was that what he was doing? Because we didn't see him. He barely had any land troops at all, like just a paratrooper or something. So he maybe just built mostly planes.
I think he was mostly lend-leasing the allies until much later in the game.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
And that makes France a very tough nut to crack. We used to have rules about how much lend-lease you could, or when you could start a lend-lease, but I think we removed that years ago.
Yeah. For France, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. We used to have no allied lend-lease until Fall of France.
Yeah. In the beginning, it reminded me of the last game where Seth was playing France and held out for quite some time. But in that instance, the Axis were quicker to exploit the south. You did do it eventually here, but yeah, he was able to bring those hero light tanks down there, and that pretty much stopped that.
Yeah, exactly. We couldn't really get across the river. We did get across it, but then we couldn't anymore.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah. What do you think about the early air war? Do you think that the Poles tipped the scales there?
Well, of course, they made a number difference, but throughout Battle of France, throughout the Battle of the Channel, we were out trading the allies 2-1, 3-1. I think I have a screenshot where we had shot down 100 planes and they had shot down 10 at some point.
Okay. Yeah,
so we were
really
grinding them down.
For a sea lion there at one point.
Yeah, and we did hope for it.
I think we were 2 or 3% of a Luftwaffe actually.
Yeah.
And I have no idea if that would have succeeded, but we were so close to just being able to send the paratroopers and see what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, he didn't have tons of defenses, but yeah, I mean, paratroopers alone won't cut it. You'd have to take a port or something, and
yeah. Well, the plan was to just land on the port and hope for the best.
Yeah. Who knows?
Because he only had like 4 or 5 garrison divisions on that port.
Disconnected.
You got disconnected?
No.
Yeah, Victor lost connection. There you go. Yeah, he lost the network connection. Yeah, well, I can still hear you, folks.
You go ahead.
So
how was your cooperation with Snistan, your co-op?
No, it worked fine. Like, Algot is a great player, and the co-op part worked. I mean, it was at some point I realized, okay, we need to just win this Eastern Front now. Yeah. And he had been off trying to decide that, oh, this is not fun. I'm going to do a Gibraltar invasion instead and put my micro over there. I think this was like mid 43 or something.
Yeah, we saw that suddenly a lot of Axis forces were diverting towards Gibraltar, and we were like, yeah, I mean, they don't even have North Africa, and the Eastern Front is looking so. I mean, is this the right call? But yeah.
I was very much not interested in using micro on Gibraltar at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah,
another.
Really,
sorry, go ahead.
No, what really turned the Eastern Front around was that we were just crushing them in the air, but slowly the lend-lease was especially the air lend-lease was making sure they could keep up with us in the air. Like, we were still out trading them 3-1, but it was American planes. There was a lot of British planes as well.
Yeah.
As I said, I checked the stats before we ended, and we shot down 80,000 planes this game.
Oh, 80,000. Yeah,
It was
I'm
a
looking at the
ridiculous
Soviets
game.
now. They have about 2K fighters and 2K heavy fighters at the moment. Yeah. But another decisive moment of the Eastern Front, at one point there, you were making great advances in the south, making big surrounds, but at the same time, the Soviets were doing great advances in the north and doing great surrounds. And they, in the Baltics there, and you lost all your early assault guns and a bunch of infantry and so on. So after that, your lines looked a bit sparse. Do you have any comments on that?
No, we just ran out of infantry. I wanted to pull back to the river earlier, but we never really got around to it.
Yeah.
Because I did feel like we were overextended in the north, and I did not want to spend my micro up there.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's hard. Like, we ran out of infantry, so we couldn't hold our gains anymore.
Yeah.
We were killing so much more than we were losing. But again, they were being able to be resupplied by the Lend-Lease campaigns, and we couldn't keep up with that.
Yeah. Still, though, a very even game, and maybe if that Japanese invasion of India in the south, if that would have succeeded, the game could have looked a lot different. But yeah, it didn't, and now we are where we are.
Indeed, we are. Sorry for that.
No worries.
Important phone calls to take.
Yeah, so Victor is a professional politician, and it's budget times, so he's very busy at the moment.
Mm.
Yeah.
But there is always time for some Hearts of Iron, right?
I hope so. Well, thank you so much, Folk. Really good game from you, and I think the chat agrees. Yeah, good game.
Yeah,
it was a really good game from you, and good to see you playing Germany again.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
Take care.
You as well.
So that was the main controller of Germany, Falk, and with that, I think we're just about to end the stream, and it's been a slog. I mean, we're in the end of 1944, and usually the games end a lot earlier than this.
Yeah, definitely. We have seen a lot of factors that have contributed to a long and even game, basically. Like some failures and successes on both sides, new interesting tactics from different players, and a lot of very, very good plays. And I think we're looking great for our upcoming games.
Yeah, I think so too. So thank you so much for watching today. And if you want to support us, of course, you can find us on YouTube and on Twitch. But especially join us on Patreon, patreon.com/Hygge Gaming. That's where you really support us the most, and we can keep doing these casts. The next date for the grand game is not quite set yet, but if you keep a look on our channels, you'll definitely be notified. And yeah.
Thank you so much for watching. Please support us.
And before we quit, I just want our technician Casual to come into the picture.
Come into the picture.
Yeah, he's been behind the scenes all this time, but I want him to come here so you can see his beautiful face, because he's been doing the tech stuff today.
Yes.
For the first time. Come in here. So this is Casual, and he's been doing the tech stuff, and he's been doing a great job of it.
Yeah, indeed, very great job.
It's just like 50% of the usual technical difficulties that we usually have. So definitely a professional.
Definitely.
With us today.
Like indeed, it's much worse when we rotate out. It's worse, you know.
It's a lot worse.
Well, thank you so much for watching, and we've had an exciting game with you today, and we're looking forward to come back to see you in future games.
Yeah, take care, and see you guys next time.
Good night.
Good night.